The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 I Hate Her. Crab Claw Peninsula. Southeast of Whispering City, about 2 miles away is Lyanna Manor, which Green gave to his cousin Lyanna Crab. Lyanna Manor is located in the green fields, surrounded by rolling hills, forming a natural barrier. There is also a forest near the manor, which is a natural hunting ground. Under the supervision of an architect from the Reach, the main building of the manor has already taken shape. In the green woods, Yulia couldn't help but exclaimed, "Miss Lyanna, are you pregnant?" Yulia was wearing a light blue off-shoulder dress, and her dark brown hair fell naturally on her shoulders. Her eyes were wide open, her body was a little stiff, and she stared at Lyanna. Lyanna nodded silently, with an imperceptible bitterness hidden on her face. Dick was sent to Essos by Green, and Yulia stayed in Whispering Castle. Lyanna's manor was still under construction. The two people of similar age often accompanied each other in the empty castle. The sun was shining brightly today, and the two of them were walking in the woods together. Yulia had just learned this somewhat shocking news. Yulia wanted to avoid this question at the first time. Brother Dick was still fighting hard for her outside, and she really didn't dare to get into any trouble. But the Lyanna Crab in front of her, this girl who seemed a little naive in her eyes, was the cousin of the owner of this land. Yulia closed her eyes in distress, and after a long time, she opened her eyes. Yulia took a breath, and her voice was very gentle. "Miss Lyanna, how are you going to deal with it?" She gritted her teeth and whispered, "I can get you some moon tea." Hearing about the moon tea, Lyanna's face was panicked, and she subconsciously protected her abdomen with her palms. Lyanna shook her head quickly. No. Yulia stretched out her hands and grabbed one of Lyanna's hands, and first comforted her. "Miss Lyanna, I just want to help you. No one here can force you to do something you don't want to do." Seeing that Lyanna's mood had stabilized a little, she added, "Except Earl Green." Hearing Green's name, Lyanna looked at Yulia, tears in her beautiful eyes. "Yulia, what should I do?" Lyanna's fingers trembled slightly due to nervousness, and her pale face showed an uneasy and helpless expression. "King's Landing. Apples, good apples. You will think they are cheap even if the price is twice as high. Come and buy blood melons, they are as sweet as honey. Rubbish cabbage, onions, potatoes, come on. Rutabagas, onions, potatoes, come on. Surrounded by guards, Green rode his horse through the stinking city. On the street, a performer was walking on stilts, striding through the crowd like a giant monster bug, followed by a group of barefoot children, screaming and shrieking. Elsewhere, 2 ragged little boys were fighting with sticks, and an old woman leaned out of the upper window and dumped a bucket of foot-washing water on their heads to stop the fight. Turning into the Street of Steel, we rode along the winding path up the long Visenya hill, passing blacksmiths working at forges, free riders bargaining with armor, and gray-haired ironmongers selling various old iron knives from their wagons. Most of the blacksmiths in King's Landing gathered here. Green and his group went straight to the top of the hill and pulled the reins to stop the horses in front of a huge house made of wood and plaster. The 2 doors of the house were made of ebony and fishbeam wood, with a hunting scene carved on them. A pair of stone knights stood on both sides of the entrance, wearing red steel armor with fanciful shapes, giving them the appearance of a griffin and a unicorn. Green jumped off the horse, handed the reins to Martyr Baker, and led Mond and Weshu into the house. The middle-aged man looked at the badge on Green and hurried over, smiling. "Your Excellency, Tobmot is at your service." Tobmot wore a black velvet coat with a hammer pattern embroidered on the sleeves with silver thread. He wore a heavy silver chain around his neck, and the sapphire on it was as big as a pigeon egg. Tobmot was very enthusiastic. "If you need new armor, then you have come to the right place, my lord. The things I make are very expensive. I admit this myself, but I can assure you that there is no one in the 7 kingdoms who can match my craftsmanship. If you don't believe me, you can go to every blacksmith shop in King's Landing and compare for yourself," he added. "In fact, any country blacksmith can make a piece of armor. But what I make is a work of art. You must have seen the armor of the Knight of Flowers and Lord Ringley. They bought their entire sets of armor from me." Green nodded his chin slightly, pointed at Monton, and said, "How is his armor? Take me over to see it." Tomho made a gesture of invitation. "His armor will be completed in more than a month. Now the major parts are almost finished. Of course, it still needs detailed polishing. Tom Hill led Green through a long and narrow courtyard and came to the house where the armor was made. The temperature in the house was very high. There was a blazing forge in every corner, and the air was filled with a stench of smoke and sulfur. Seeing Tom bringing a stranger, the blacksmiths just glanced at him, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and continued to swing their hammers and pliers, while the shirtless apprentices worked hard to fan the furnace. Tom called over a tall boy with strong muscles on his arms and chest. This is Gendry. Although he is young, he has great skills and works very hard. As he said that, he turned his head and said to the boy, "Boy, let the honorable lord see the armor you have made." Gendry looked at Green with his gloomy blue eyes, brushed back his sweat-soaked hair, and said to Tob, "Only the helmet has been polished." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to reply, he walked to the back and soon brought a barrel-shaped silver helmet. Green took it and weighed it first, then looked at it. Compared with ordinary helmets, it is at least half as thick. Although the shape is simple, it feels sophisticated as soon as you pick it up. Green handed the helmet to Mondon, who was looking at it eagerly. Green patted Gendry's arm and praised him. "Gendry, your craftsmanship is great." Gendry's hair was thick and messy, as black as ink. He had just grown some black stubble on his chin, and his face looked a little shy, and his lips trembled a few times. Tom said, "My lord, please forgive me. This boy's tongue is very stupid. He can only forge iron." Green smiled and shook his head, patted Gendry again, and left the hothouse. Outside, Green customized a set of armor from Tom. Green's ancestral armor was too simple in shape, and he wanted to prepare a gorgeous armor in advance for the upcoming tournament. After noting down the requirements, Tom took the bag of gold dragons handed to him with a smile, and patted his chest with his big hands to guarantee that the armor he forged would satisfy Green. That night, the old blacksmith called Gendry into the house. Tom, with a ruddy face, had already drunk a lot of wine. He picked up the wine glass and filled it up. "My child, a blacksmith cannot live without wine." As he said that, he pushed the wine glass on the table towards Gendry. Gendry picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Tom laughed heartily. After stopping laughing, he said in a serious tone, "Remember the young noble in the blue robe who came during the day?" Gendry wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and nodded. Tom said solemnly, "Try to avoid him in the future." Gendry looked at Tom with a serious face with some doubts. Although Gendry did not show it on his face, he had a good impression of Green. He could feel that Green was not as pretentious as other noble lords. Gendry was not good at talking, but he was very sensitive in his heart. At least among the noble lords he had met, Green was the only one who was different. "Child, this is the intuition of an old blacksmith. The young noble gives me a very dangerous feeling. Standing next to him is like standing next to a sharp sword. If you can, don't meet him." Gendry trusted the old blacksmith and nodded. After a moment of silence, he said with a sullen face, "I am just a lowly bastard." Tom was stunned for a moment. He did not follow Gendry's words to comfort him. Instead, he laughed and said, "Child, but you are a good blacksmith." Gendry's face was angular. He raised his eyes and looked at the blacksmith master, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. At about the same time, Green asked the servant to bring Monton into the study. Monton's belly could cause waves of flesh as long as it moved. Green looked over and couldn't help laughing. Monton noticed Green's gaze, looked down, and smiled. "Monton, I'll arrange something for you." Monton nodded stupidly, looking at Green with some dazed eyes. "His name is Gendry, the young blacksmith we met today." "Lord Green, I remember that man." After a pause, Green said, "If you have the opportunity to interact with him more, I hope you can become familiar with him." Monton scratched his head in confusion, but did not ask any more questions, and nodded naively. "I actually love making friends. This is not difficult." After Monton left, Green tapped the desk with his fingers a few times, looked at the map on the wall, and his sight stopped at the Stormlands. The next day, Meagher's Tower. Looking at the back of Mace Tyrell leaving, Green's eyes trembled slightly. When Queen Cersei met with Duke Mace, Green accompanied her from beginning to end. Queen Cersei did not deliberately conceal her impatient expression, but Duke Mace seemed to be unaware of it, and his attitude became more respectful. Green secretly felt sorry. As the Duke of Highgarden, why didn't you dare to fight with Queen Cersei? Green was impressed by the Duke of Mace's flexibility, which was a political method that required talent. Green glanced at Queen Cersei, who was looking proud. At least Queen Cersei was very happy with the Duke of Mace. Cersei, who had just finished showing off in front of the Duke of Highgarden, was in a very happy mood. Cersei propped her cheek up and looked at Jaime first, then looked at Green. Everyone could see that she was in a good mood. "Lord Green, accompany me to the garden." Walking in the garden, the fragrance of various flowers filled the nose. Cersei stopped in front of the flower bed full of roses of various colors. At this time, Queen Cersei's joyful expression had long disappeared without a trace. Her voice was cold. "Lord Green, I don't like golden roses, and I hate Margaery Tyrell staying in King's Landing even more." After the voice fell, Cersei reached out and ruthlessly broke a bunch of golden roses. Little roses? Did Queen Cersei see the Tyrell family's ambition for the position of queen? Green turned his head to look at Cersei. Her hair was carefully combed by the maid and decorated with exquisite jewel hair accessories, which well matched the dignity of the queen. "Your Majesty, are you worried about Prince Joffrey?" After hearing Green's words, Cersei showed a satisfied look. Green was Cersei's chief affairs officer. She was too lazy to find a good reason and said bluntly, "I will never allow Margaery to become Joffrey's marriage partner." After a pause, Green said, "Are you worried that His Majesty Robert will bypass you to promote a marriage with a golden rose?" Cersei snorted lightly and said coldly, "That drunkard can do anything stupid." Green guessed that the reason why Cersei rejected Margaery was related to the prophecy when she was a girl. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Your Majesty, I think under the current situation, King Robert will not think of marrying the Golden Rose." He added, "It won't be long before Duke Eddard arrives in King's Landing. They have a deep relationship, and King Robert is more likely to promote a marriage with the Stark family. Let my son marry the daughter of a northern country bumpkin?" After hearing Green's speculation, Queen Cersei frowned slightly unconsciously. Cersei said contemptuously, "Why do you think so? The daughter of the wolf is not worthy of the son of the lioness." Green shrugged and explained, "I think King Robert wants to consolidate the north, the Riverlands, and the Vale." Cersei's beautiful eyes moved, and after thinking for a while, she understood Robert's intention. Cersei's voice was filled with anger. "That drunkard is on guard against the Lannisters. He has completely lost the courage of a warrior. Poor and cowardly drunkard." Green agreed, "Yes, Your Majesty. You alone are enough to protect Prince Joffrey. King Robert is doing this in vain. When Prince Joffrey inherits the Iron Throne in the future." After a pause, Green continued, "The north, the Riverlands, and the Vale will become a constraint for Prince Joffrey." Cersei's expression turned cold. "Green, this is just your guess." Green nodded slightly. "Your Majesty, you may want to take a look at the list of Duke Eddard's entourage. I think Grand Maester Pycelle will soon receive the Raven from the north." Cersei asked puzzledly, "Entourage list, Your Highness? If the name of Miss Stark appears on the entourage list, King Robert's purpose is self-evident." Chapter 127 No Rejection. Cersei Lannister looked at Green. Her pupils shrank slightly. "No need to guess. The two daughters of the Stark family are among the entourage." After that, the angry Cersei broke several bunches of rose branches in succession, but she was still not satisfied. She said angrily, "I want to kill a wolf, preferably a gray one." Green stood aside and said nothing. Boss Cersei finished breaking roses and wanted to kill a wolf. "Wait." Green reached out and grabbed Cersei's hand, and directly wiped off the juice left by the broken branches with his cloak. Cersei lowered her eyes and glanced at the hand held by Grimm, and raised the corners of her lips. "Lord Grimm, you are quite brave, my queen. I am your official." Grimm gently put down Cersei's hand and continued, "Your Highness, no one in the Seven Kingdoms can stop what King Robert wants to do now." He added, "Except you, but the price is too high. It is not worth it." Cersei raised her chin slightly, her green eyes moved slightly, and said coldly, "It's just a life and death contest. Your queen will never compromise." Grimm tightened the hilt of the sword and said, "Queen Cersei, you should not take risks yourself. Please leave the dangerous things to me, and Sir Jaime." After listening to Grimm's persuasion, Cersei's lips slightly raised. "Grimm, your words always make me happy. Sometimes I don't know how to reward you." As she spoke, Cersei stretched out her white hand and patted Grimm. Her slender fingers touched the cold armor, and her brows frowned imperceptibly. Cersei glanced at the tightly fitted cleaver armor with a little dissatisfaction. Green replied solemnly, "To serve you is the greatest reward for me." Cersei sneered, "What a lovely boy, Green." He blinked in confusion. It was the first time that Green saw Cersei smile naturally. Her hair was as bright as gold foil under the sun, and she was as beautiful as a girl in summer. Jaime's vision seems to be pretty good. The sweet smile on Cersei's face soon disappeared. She stared at the flowers, and soon a mocking contempt appeared on her face. The kings rode west of the Trident. Eddard Stark looked at Robert Baratheon, whose waistline had become as amazing as his height, and his serious face showed an expression of disbelief. Is this really Robert? Ned. Ah, it's good to see you, especially your stinky face. Eddard heard the familiar bell-like voice, and then was hugged, almost breaking his whole body. Eddard finally confirmed the identity of the fat man. This person was indeed Robert. 15 years ago, when they fought side by side, Robert was a man with a clean-shaven face, clear eyes, and a height of 6 feet 5 inches, like a towering giant. He stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, and was the strong man that young girls dreamed of. 9 years ago, during the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy, the banners of the Stag and the Dire all flew together, and the armies of the Seven Kingdoms joined forces to conquer the Lord who proclaimed himself the King of the Iron Islands. On the night of victory, the two stood side by side in the hall of the Fallon fortress of the Greyjoy family. Robert accepted the surrender letter from the rebel leader, and he adopted his youngest son Theon as his son. Although there is a thick black beard like iron wire covering his fat double chin, nothing can cover Robert's big belly. Robert looked him up and down carefully, and said in a cheerful voice, "You haven't changed at all." A smile appeared on Lord Eddard's usually serious face. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Winterfell is at your service." He remembered his wife's advice. Robert was not only his good friend, but also the king of the Seven Kingdoms. "Damn it, Ned," Robert cursed, "don't try this on me." King Robert's strong hand pulled Lord Eddard, who was kneeling respectfully on the ground. Robert said angrily, "Also, we are brothers. If you dare to call me your Majesty again, I will hang you at the door of the women's branch. Before that, I will take off your pants first." Haha, Eddard smiled. He felt that although Robert's appearance had changed a little, his temperament had not changed at all. He remembered the days when they were in the Eyrie, and they were still so kind. Eddard grew up in the Eyrie with Robert as Jon Arryn's adopted son since he was 8 years old. He regarded Robert as a brother. Although he had a rich heart, Stark was very stubborn. "I dare not forget." 7 Hells. After meeting Eddard's 2 daughters, Robert said, "The children are much cuter than you." The guards dispersed around, and the two came to the river. Robert pointed to the distance and said, "Over there, I killed Rhaegar with a hammer." Eddard remembered his sister's last smile, and how she held his hand tightly, and then passed away. Rose petals flowed out of her palm, dark and lifeless. This was the pain deeply engraved in Eddard's heart. Eddard slowly said, "You have killed him and avenged Lyanna," Robert said angrily, "but I only killed him once. Now I can only continue to kill him in my dreams, every night." Robert's voice became hoarse because of the grief he remembered. Gods, Lyanna was only 16 years old. Lyanna Stark was originally going to be Robert's bride, but she died at the age of 16. At that time, she was still a girl with a childlike heart. Some old wounds never heal, and just a few words will cause them to bleed again. The two men stood silently on the river bank, looking at the flowing river with a heavy atmosphere. The cold Iron Throne could not make up for the pain of losing Lyanna. After a long while, Eddard looked at Robert. "Tell me about Jon." Robert shook his head. "I have never seen a person's condition deteriorate so quickly in my life. It's like a raging fire that burned Jon's life in a short time." Eddard was not in a hurry to express his suspicion of Lannister. Some things needed to be investigated personally. After a pause, Robert stretched out his huge arms and wrapped them around Eddard's shoulders. "I wanted to talk to you about this in a few days, but since you mentioned it, let's talk about it now." Eddard looked at Robert, who suddenly became serious, and nodded slightly. "Jon's death was too sudden." Robert sighed again, and he continued, "The Red Keep is a mess now. I need a trustworthy helper, like Jon Arryn. He is the Duke of the Eyrie, the Warden of the East, and the Hand of the King. It is not easy to find a suitable replacement." Robert said angrily again, one after another, "Damn it, they are all eyeing the position of Hand of the King, without realizing that they don't have the ability. If I dare to hand the kingdom over to them to govern, the gods will never forgive me." But Eddard asked, "Jon's child?" Robert interrupted Eddard's words. "His son will inherit the title of Duke of the Eyrie and all the taxes in the Vale." Eddard was stunned for a moment, then said, "The Arryn family in the Vale has served as the Warden of the East for generations. This is a hereditary position." Robert was a little impatient. "Ned, a 6-year-old boy can't lead an army. What I have to consider first is this year and the next few years. When the child grows up, I will consider whether to return it to him." Eddard didn't want to back down. The Warden of the East is just an honorary title in peacetime. Let the child inherit this title. Even if it is old Jon who has worked hard for the kingdom all his life, this is what he deserves. Robert pulled his hand away from Eddard's shoulder. His tone was not very happy. "Jon is the Prime Minister. It is his duty. He should be loyal to his king." His tone softened, and he continued, "Ned, I am not an ungrateful person. You should know this best. I respect him as much as you do. But that child is not his father. A young child can never govern the East. Gods, spare me." King Robert held Duke Eddard's elbow tightly, and said, "Ned, don't say this. I need your help with something, and I don't allow you to refuse. Wait until I'm done." Chapter 128, No Rejection, End. Eddard had roughly guessed what Robert would say next. Eddard didn't like King's Landing, which was filled with the pain of the Stark family, but he couldn't ignore the deep feelings he had with Robert. Eddard sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I will always be at your disposal." Eddard said this sentence with difficulty, and Robert seemed not to listen to what he said. Robert continued to himself, thinking about the days we spent together in the Eyrie. Damn, it was a wonderful time. Ned, I hope you can be with me again, not hiding alone at the end of the world. Useless. Robert looked at Eddard, and he smiled. "Old friend, let those incompetent people shut up immediately. I will appoint you as the hand of the king and rule the 7 kingdoms on my behalf." Eddard missed the warm embrace of his wife, missed his children, and missed Winterfell, which was his home. He didn't value power. The purpose of his trip south was to investigate the cause of old Jon's death and verify the authenticity of Lys's secret letter. In addition, he was also obliged to protect the women and children left behind by old Jon. After finishing his work, Eddard wanted to go home as soon as possible. He said with a stiff face, "I am not capable enough to be the hand of the king." Robert knew his old friend's character very well and ignored Eddard's refusal. "Ned, if I really cared about you, I would not have called you from the north. I planned to let you govern the country and lead the troops to fight, while I would eat, drink and have fun happily, and by the way, appreciate you frowning all day in the Red Castle." After saying that, Robert raised his head and laughed, while Eddard still had a serious face. Robert stopped laughing and complained, "Damn, you are so boring, at least smile at me." Eddard said calmly, "Stark has always lacked a sense of humor." Several waiters had set up folding tables and chairs on the river bank, with some fruits and wine jugs on them, and the two sat down. Robert picked up an orange with his big hand and threw it to Eddard, saying, "Remember who gave Jon a barrel of these oranges? But they were all rotten, so I threw my share at Dax, hitting him right on the nose. You remember that pockmarked Squire Redford? He threw one too, and Jon didn't even have time to fart before the whole hall of the area was filled with oranges." Eddard couldn't help but smile when he thought of the past. This was the boy he grew up with, the Robert Baratheon he knew and loved. He believed that if it could be proven that Lannister was the murderer of old Jon, Robert would definitely make the most fair judgment. If Lord Tywin dared to rebel, he would mobilize all the troops in the north to help, and Robert would ruthlessly destroy the old lion just like he crushed Rhaegar on the Trident. Eddard's originally heavy heart was relieved a lot, and he smiled more often. "Since you helped me get this damn iron chair, you should help me keep it. Ned, we are destined to rule the kingdom side by side." Robert picked up the wine glass and took a big sip. He made a refreshing sound and said, "If Lyanna were still alive, we would be siblings by marriage, brothers in name and in reality. Fortunately, it is not too late now. I have a son and you have a daughter. Joffrey and Sansa will bring the two families together, just like Lyanna and I back then. Your Majesty, this is the supreme honor." Eddard hesitated and said again, "Can you give me some time to consider it? I want to tell Catelyn that she is the mother of a child." Robert waved his hands impatiently. Okay, of course no problem. You bastard, go tell Catelyn, don't make me wait too long, you know I don't have much patience." With a thump, Robert placed the wine glass on the table. "Ned, I believe you can manage those cunning ministers and govern this terrible kingdom." Robert has regarded Eddard as his prime minister. Eddard sighed helplessly. Robert would not allow him to refuse the position of prime minister. Eddard was not a hesitant person. Since things had come to this, maybe it was just right. The two of them would always be brothers fighting side by side. But on the other side of the narrow sea, the evil dragon's offspring has grown up quietly. Eddard looked at Robert. He knew that Robert's hatred for the Targaryens was almost crazy. He still remembered the events of more than 10 years ago. It was the first time that the two of them had a fierce quarrel. Later, it was because of Lyanna's death that the two reconciled. Eddard understood the meaning of the words. Robert hoped that after he became the Prime Minister, he would pay attention to hunting down the remnants of the Targaryens. Eddard did not rush to argue, but advised, "Your Majesty, the war has ended for more than 10 years, and you are now the king of the Seven Kingdoms. As far as I know, the youngest is only 10 years old. You will not kill innocent people like Lord Tywin, right, Rhaegar Targaryen's son and daughter." Tywin Lannister ordered the tearful little girl to be dragged out of the bed and executed, and the son who was hit to death against the wall was still a baby in swaddling clothes, little Aegon. Ned, a 10-year-old girl? You are still naive? It won't be long before she opens her legs and breeds a bunch of dragon remnants. Eddard continued to persuade him. Having said that, it is not an act of honor to murder a child, Robert cursed. Go to hell with your honor. What kind of bullshit honor do you talk about with Targaryen? After taking a sip of wine, he continued, there are still people in the Seven Kingdoms who call me a usurper. Have you forgotten how many nobles, big and small, rose up to fight for Targaryen? They look honest now, but they are ready to move in private. If they get the chance, they can't wait to take my and my son's lives. The beggar king who claims to be the true king of the Seven Kingdoms across the narrow sea, if he crosses the sea with his troops one day, these traitors will definitely support him. Varys has provided several excellent opportunities to kill the remnants of the dragon, but Jon is as bad-hearted as you, and I actually let go after being persuaded, so I am a fool. Ned smiled and assured, he can't cross the sea. Even if he really comes, we can work together to drive him back. Robert laughed loudly, it's better if he comes. My Warhammer will completely solve this trouble. Eddard nodded in agreement. No one in the world can defeat Robert's invincible Warhammer. Ned, I hate trouble now. I would be more happy if it could be solved simply. I'm handing this matter over to Crab now. Don't learn from Jon and get in the way. Eddard frowned and said, Crab. Robert drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp. He exhaled and said, you should remember that stubborn and fearless pregnant woman, or more accurately, the little girl with a big belly. She should have been executed, but I let her go because of your plea. Eddard thought of the poor girl with a hot temper. She is just a pregnant woman. We are the winners and should be forgiven, Robert interjected, brown hair, brown eyes, her weak body trembling, but she held the dagger tightly in her hand, as if she was going to die together. She reminds me of Lyanna. After a sigh, he added, otherwise, how could I let those people go? Damn it, I've killed Rhaegar, and only the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula refused to surrender until they died. Eddard explained helplessly, some descendants of the ancestors are stubborn. Hearing his words, Robert laughed. Just like you, all stubborn, Eddard said calmly, your kindness has won their loyal service. Robert sighed, time flies, that girl's children have grown up so much. Damn it, he suddenly said angrily, none of my vassal states will give me peace of mind. According to Varys' intelligence, that reckless boy almost broke into the residence of Governor Pentus in order to hunt down Targaryen. It was a relief, but he almost caused a bigger trouble. He also paid so many gold dragons as compensation, and now he comes back to pester Petyr for an additional 20,000 gold dragons. Gods, it's been less than 3 months, and that's 150,000 gold dragons. Why does he dare to ask my Chancellor of Finance for additional gold dragons? I am the stupidest king in the world. That guy is smart enough to hide from me. If he appeared in front of me, I would definitely hang him at the city gate and whip him. Eddard smiled. He knew that Robert always liked brave warriors. Although he looked angry, he actually admired him more than he was dissatisfied. As for the 150,000 gold dragons, the Duke of Winterfell did not take it to heart. He remembered that Targaryen left Robert a mountain of gold and silver treasures. Eddard said, perhaps you can listen to the reasons first. Robert sneered, Ned, give up your ridiculous idea. The ministers of the Red Castle are best at making up reasons. When you hear them, you will only be full of anger. After a pause, he said, I will leave everything to you in the future. I don't care what method you use. I may prefer to see your frustrated face. Haha, Eddard joked, I will drag you to enjoy it together. Robert laughed. After Robert stopped laughing, Eddard said seriously, as the Prime Minister, I will not support Crab, whom you arranged, to continue hunting down Targaryen. Robert was not angry. I said, I have handed over the kingdom to you to govern. You can deal with it however you want. Robert picked up the flagon and poured wine, and said, "It's just right, you can also meet the child." The child's parents are at war with us, but now he is working for me. This world is really full of ironies. Eddard shook his head and said, "War, it's just war, it's over." Robert took a sip of wine, he looked at his old friend with a serious face, and said, "Ned, I hope the enemy will think the same as you." After that, Robert stood up. "It's time to go. Let's get to the inn before dark, and find a maid to help us warm the bed at night." Eddard just shook his head helplessly. The two walked side by side. Robert stared at the lean figure who was taking care of the horse for a while, and suddenly said, "Is that your illegitimate son? He looks exactly like you when you were young, although you have never been young." Eddard followed Robert's gaze and smiled. "His name is John." John seemed to have noticed something, and his figure quietly hid behind the horse. Jon Snow looked almost like himself when he was young. Eddard wondered, if the gods hated illegitimate children so much, why did they make men full of desire? Robert became interested. "What's the name of your girl? Becca?" "No, she's mine, God bless her, with her black shiny hair and sweet big eyes. It's hard to extricate yourself from her if you're not careful." "Yours is called Alina? You mentioned it to me once, or was it Meryl? You know which one I'm talking about?" "I'm talking about the woman who gave birth to your illegitimate child," Eddard said with a stiff face. "Her name is Vera. I don't want to talk about her." Robert laughed. "Yes, Vera. She must not be a simple girl to make Lord Eddard Stark temporarily forget his honor, even if it's just for an hour. You haven't told me what she looks like. I'm really curious." Eddard's face was a little angry. "Robert, don't say any more, and I won't tell you in the future." Robert waved his hand. "Ned, you are too strict with yourself. I don't think any woman will want to sleep with you anymore," he continued complainingly. "Forget it. Since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Damn it, sometimes I see you are covered with thorns. I think you should use the hedgehog as your family emblem." Robert took the reins handed over by the guard, and jumped onto the saddle with his fat body very flexibly. In the study, Green rubbed his temples with his eyes closed. Slurp. Suranna picked up the wine jug and poured wine. She gently placed the wine glass in front of Green. Green opened his eyes, stared at the wine glass for a while, and said, "Suranna, get ready, I need you to return to Whispering City." After that, Green picked up the wine glass and took a sip of summer red. Suranna nodded and said, "My master, don't worry, I will leave tomorrow." Green leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Madam Suranna, you are always thoughtful." After hesitating for a moment, Suranna's green eyes looked at Green. "Do you have any specific instructions?" Green's eyes moved slightly, and after a pause, he shook his head. "Take good care of Lyanna, and bring more beautiful jewelry from King's Landing when you go back. She has liked shiny things since she was a child." Suranna took a step forward and said bluntly, "There are some things you can leave to me." Green raised his eyes and looked at Suranna, who had a serious face. He understood the meaning of Suranna's words. "Suranna, she must be in a sensitive mood right now. I won't force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. Take good care of my cousin when you go there. My cousin likes you very much. Unless she asks for it herself, don't ask anything." Green tapped the table a few times, and then said, "Suranna, as long as it does not harm Kleber's actual interests, she will always be Kleber's most distinguished lady. If she is willing, Green doesn't mind her keeping a few more people in her manor. It doesn't matter whether they are men or women, as long as she is happy." Lord Green has always been strict with himself and very generous to others. After hearing the Lord's answer, Suranna couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't know whether it was for herself or for the lady. Suranna solemnly said, "My master, Kleber needs a mistress." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. 20,000 becomes 40,000. 16 years old, 298 AC, had to think about it. It won't be long before Crab will be able to establish the rule of Crab Claw Peninsula. The territory needs a legitimate heir, so that it can better unite people's hearts. Getting married and having children is a very important part of the work of the Westeros lords. For them, nothing is more important than the continuation of the family from generation to generation. A figure flashed through Green's mind. and he rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Green reflected on himself, and it seemed that he liked or habitually chose the difficult path. Green left the chair and walked to the window. He saw the soldiers of the tribe practicing below. Suranna followed and said respectfully, "There are still many noble ladies of marriageable age in Crab Claw Peninsula. Those heads of families must be very willing to marry Crab." She was referring to the Boggs family, the Brun family, the Kefir family, the Hardy family, the Payne family and other Crab Claw Peninsula nobles. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Suranna, I want them to submit to Crab, instead of sharing the fruit." Green didn't say the latter sentence. The respected Prime Minister John has passed away, and Green will naturally inherit his will and continue to blockade and suppress other nobles in Crab Claw Peninsula except Crab until they are willing to integrate into the system of Crab Legion. Green turned his head and looked at Suranna. His voice was gentle. "Ms. Suranna, I will pay attention to this matter." Suranna left the room quickly. As a butler, there were many things to arrange before leaving. Red Castle. In the Red Castle, the Duke of Winterfell has not arrived in King's Landing, and His Majesty Robert is not there, but the King's order to appoint him as the Hand of the King has been issued. Green learned about this from the golden robe guarding the gate when he entered the Red Castle. Even if the guard did not tell him, he would know the news soon after entering the Red Castle. He threw a silver deer to the golden robe who was smiling at him, and the kind-hearted Lord Green encouraged the enthusiasm of the loyal guard. In the compliment, Green flicked his blue cloak and took steps towards the government hall. No matter what, the future will belong to Eddard Stark for a while. As for Mace Tyrell, he thought it was King Robert who had to worry about how to deal with this Duke of Highgarden who came from afar. King Robert would also hold a grand tournament to celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister, Duke Eddard. The winner of the lance competition will be rewarded with 40,000 gold dragons, and the second place will be rewarded with 20,000 gold dragons. The winner of the group close combat competition will be rewarded with 20,000 gold dragons. The winner of the archery competition will be rewarded with 10,000 gold dragons. Hiss, this is good news. Green was already a lord who had seen 150,000 gold dragons, and he quickly calmed down. Approaching the government hall, Green saw two figures, one fat and one thin, under the pavilion in the distance. One was dressed in slim clothes, the other in loose clothes. One had hair, the other was bald. Petyr and Varys seemed to be born opposites. The two of them had been secretly planning to plunge Westeros into chaos. Green, who was full of justice, had a very good impression of these two conspirators. Never mind, strictly speaking. They were in the same industry. Green deliberately raised the sound of his footsteps. Noticing the gazes of Petyr and Varys, Green nodded slightly, and then when he approached, he greeted them and said, "Good day, Lord Petyr, Lord Varys, please forgive me for interrupting you." Varys held his hands together and said with a smile, "Lord Petyr and I are having an interesting conversation. I am glad that you can join me, Lord Green." Petyr looked at Varys, who was smiling, and said, "Lord Varys, perhaps boring is a more appropriate description." After saying that, without waiting for Varys' reply, he turned to Green and said with a curled lip corner, "Lord Green, if I'm not mistaken, you should be looking for me." Petyr and Varys have been quarreling frequently recently, which is something everyone knows. Green shrugged and said, "Lord Petyr, your wisdom is admirable. I just learned that the Duke of Winterfell was appointed as the new Prime Minister by King Robert." He smiled. There are some things they all know tacitly. Varys smiled and said, "The King's order came suddenly. The new Prime Minister represents new changes. I can't help but feel timid." Green was very dedicated. He comforted him seriously, "Lord Varys, your role is irreplaceable. The new Prime Minister needs your help." Varys said humbly, "It is a great honor to serve the new Prime Minister." Petyr looked at Varys with grey-green eyes. His voice was hoarse and magnetic. "One can't help but envy your position, Lord Varys." Green asked in confusion, "Lord Petyr, you seem to have encountered difficulties." Petyr smiled bitterly and shook his head. Varys explained, "Lord Green, the Chancellor of the Exchequer is worried about how to raise the gold dragons needed for the tournament in a short period of time. You should know that, right? The total reward needs to be prepared for 90,000 gold dragons." Petyr sighed. 90,000 gold dragons are far from enough. We have to add other expenses. It is obvious that His Majesty Robert will definitely have a big banquet. That means we need chefs, carpenters, maids, singers, actors and jugglers. Our king has always been generous. According to past experience, at least 160,000 gold dragons must be prepared. Green's eyes moved. Lord Petyr, are you looking for Lannister? If Petyr had found the golden rose before, he could easily get a loan for the royal family, but now. This time it is to celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister. How can he have the nerve to rub salt into the wound of the Duke of Mace? Lannister versus Tyrell. Cersei Lannister has pierced a thorn in the heart of the Tyrell family. Stark versus Tyrell. The Duke of Mace failed to sit on the Prime Minister position he was determined to get. It seems that Tyrell has suffered a lot of grievances, but he still needs to add fuel to the fire. The Westerlands and the Reach have been neighbors for many years, and Green should help them deepen their relationship. As for Stark versus Lannister, that is Cersei's boss's home court, and the battle between the Wolf and the Golden Lion is inevitable. The Vale and the Riverlands, as well as Dorne. Lord Green has a long way to go. He blinked, retracted his thoughts, and continued, Queen Cersei is not familiar with Winterfell, so she will lack some enthusiasm. After Green's voice fell, the three of them looked at each other first. Petyr and Varys smiled and nodded slightly, with a meaningful smile on their faces. After a pause, Petyr shrugged and said, the Red Keep already owes the Lannisters more than 3 million gold dragons. In fact, borrowing a few 100,000 more is nothing. He curled the corners of his lips and continued, after seeing the king's order, I plan to meet Queen Cersei. If the queen understood, things would be much simpler. Sighing, Petyr spread his hands and said, I happened to meet Lord Varys, and I had to accept his kindness, and then you came. Varys smiled and said, Lord Petyr, this is just a small favor, don't take it to heart. When Queen Cersei is upset, we shouldn't disturb her again. This is also a manifestation of loyalty. The corners of Petyr's eyes twitched, and he said coldly, this is something everyone knows, but we don't have spies everywhere, my chief intelligence officer. Varys' smile deepened, and his tone became more humble, I just happened to hear it. My little bird can't bribe the White Walkers, my treasurer. Green's heart moved. Petyr was good at bribing people. Did he reach out to Varys? Green had a little doubt on his face, but he did not interrupt the conversation between the two. He was a good audience. Petyr's smile was very elegant, but his tone was slightly sarcastic. Don't you always say that your little bird is everywhere? The Golden Dragon can only bribe people who don't have much loyalty, Varys said in panic. Oh, that was just a joke. I don't have that much ability. After saying that, Varys wanted to reach out and grab one of Petyr's hands to show his sincerity, but Petyr dodged it naturally. Petyr looked in the direction of Migdor, raised his hand to stroke his neatly knit hair, and murmured, I wonder when Her Majesty the Queen will be in a good mood. Soon, knights from all over the 7 kingdoms will gather to visit the king. We cannot let our presence affect the king's kindness and generosity. Varys withdrew his empty hands without changing his expression, and his smile remained on his face. Lord Petyr, here is one of Her Majesty's most trusted ministers, Migdor. Petyr withdrew his worried gaze, nodded slightly to Varys, and then turned to Green. Petyr's tone was sincere. Earl Green, my friend, do you have any good suggestions? Green nodded and said sincerely, Lord Petyr, it would be my honor to help you. After thinking for a while with his head down, Green raised his head and glanced around to confirm whether there were other people nearby. Then Green approached the two of them and lowered his voice and said, My lords, have you noticed the list of the Duke of Winterfell's entourage? Petyr and Varys looked at each other, and then looked at Green at the same time. Green said directly, the Duke of Winterfell's eldest daughter and second daughter are among the entourage. This is exactly why Her Majesty the Queen is in a bad mood. After a moment of silence, Varys covered his mouth and exclaimed, could it be that they want to? Petyr's eyes flickered, and the corners of his lips curled up first, and then he said helplessly, things have become complicated. It seems that we have to bargain with the High Bishop again. Green hesitated for a moment and said to Petyr, in fact, Queen Cersei is still very concerned about the kingdom's political affairs. Lord Petyr. Petyr's eyes moved and looked at Green. Oh? Do you have a way? Petyr was not acting. He really hated to come into contact with a high bishop whose bargaining skills were comparable to those of Dornish fishmongers. Green smiled, raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers, then immediately extended the remaining fingers, with his palm facing Petyr's direction. Petyr's mouth twitched, and after a pause, he stretched out a hand to press down Green's thumb and index finger. Green's thumb was easily pressed down by him, but the other 4 fingers did not move at all. Petyr did not hold back, and quickly withdrew his hand. He was an elegant gentleman. Varys watched the silent interaction between Green and Petyr with a smile on his face. Petyr sighed and said, "We haven't gotten to know the new Prime Minister yet, but I don't think it will be as easy as it is now." Green said helplessly, "I can only be regarded as an advance payment. I don't want to be watched by the Prime Minister like before." He put on a sincere smile and said, "Lord Petyr, I will remember your help." Petyr shrugged and said, "It's just mutual help. Everyone knows that Her Majesty lacks a little patience." Green nodded in agreement. He turned to Varys and asked, "Lord Varys, do you know where the Duke of Winterfell is?" Chapter 130 Potential Enemies. Varys clasped his hands together and hung them in front of his abdomen. He turned to Green with a smile on his chubby face. "Lord Green, Lord Stark is now the Prime Minister. As the Chief of Intelligence, I should keep the Prime Minister's whereabouts confidential." Petyr glanced at Varys, his gray-green eyes trembling, and he raised the corners of his lips. He looked at Green. "That's right." Green nodded in agreement and said, "Lord Varys, please forgive me for my recklessness." Lord Green apologized sincerely, and Varys' smile froze for a moment. Petyr seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, "Lord Green, do you want to meet Lord Stark?" "Lord Petyr, your wisdom is admirable." Green praised him first, and then explained, "After the war more than 10 years ago, it was because of the upright advice of Lord Eddard that His Majesty Robert agreed to pardon my pregnant mother. He was deeply grateful to Crab, and Crab will never forget it." After hearing Green's words, Petyr's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face faded a little. Now the ministers of the Red Castle all know that the young Earl in front of them can influence Queen Cersei's decision and is a veritable favorite of the Queen. Therefore, when Green was willing to help persuade Queen Cersei just now, Petyr did not doubt whether he could do such a thing. Petyr wondered whether Green would ease the relationship between Queen Cersei and Lord Eddard in the middle. Promoting the fight between the Running Wolf and the Golden Lion is the ladder of Petyr's careful planning, and he will never tolerate any accidents. Petyr suddenly felt a chill in his chest, and he recalled the night in King's Landing. Petyr laughed secretly again. When there was a real conflict of interest, a favorite could not change the outcome of the fight. But this wild Earl was usually harmless, but sometimes he was very reckless and could not be ignored. Petty smiled immediately. "Lord Green, this is more than just a favor. Congratulations." Varys also echoed on the side. "The noble character of Duke Stark is known to all the 7 kingdoms, and our Prime Minister will be very happy to see you." Green said modestly, "The reputation of the Duke of Winterfell is far and wide, and I can't wait to meet Prime Minister Eddard." Varys smiled and shook his head. "It seems that I must betray our Prime Minister once." "Oh, it really makes me nervous." Petyr smiled and said, "A gold dragon has 2 sides, and things cannot be generalized." Green looked at Petyr and blinked. "Lord Petyr, you seem to be interested too." Petyr's eyes showed some doubts. Green smiled and said, "I accidentally learned about your heroic deeds in Riverrun when you were young." "That was so long ago," Petyr continued with a self-deprecating tone. "It's still a very regrettable thing to think about it now." Sighing, he looked into the distance and murmured, "Kate, Petyr has begun to establish his infatuated persona." Green nodded in understanding. "I am familiar with this job. According to the character of Lord Eddard, the more honest you are, the easier it is to gain his trust." Since Lord Eddard was appointed as the Prime Minister, Petyr would boldly admit his love for Catelyn, whether in front of others or behind their backs. The conspirator Petyr is also a detailed control. Varys said in surprise, "Lord Petyr, are you and Lady Stark?" Petyr shook his head slightly with a bitter look on his face and did not respond. Varys turned his head and looked at Green. Green spread his hands, shrugged, and said, "Lord Petyr is a passionate man, and his character is trustworthy. In the future, whether it is support or opposition, Petyr already has sufficient reasons, and he can legitimately choose the camp that is most beneficial to him. Flexible strategies are in line with his shrewd character. Littlefinger's ladder of ascension is about to begin. First, he will obtain the status of Duke of Harrenhal, and then marry Lysa Tully with a matching status, and begin to plot the Vale." Green deliberately mentioned Catelyn. He just felt that the affectionate Petyr was too low-key, so he added a little fuel to the fire. Varys agreed, "That's natural. Lord Petyr's ability is the most worthy of our trust." Petyr's eyes twitched. He didn't want to pay attention to this rootless person who was mocking in his words. Green nodded secretly. "In this game of power, we love and kill each other together. It's almost time to adjourn." Green, who is sunny in his heart, is not used to being with the 2 people with dark minds for a long time. "Just go." Green touched his chest. Lord Petyr, Lord Varys, please excuse me. Varys approached lightly, and Green smelled the scent of lilac flowers. Lord Green, when the sun rose today, my little bird told me that Lord Stark and his party were on the King's Road, 2 or 3 days away from King's Landing. Just as Green was about to thank him, he saw a tall figure rushing out of the door of the government hall. It was Lord Stannis. Although the distance was not close, Green still felt the anger emanating from Stannis, and he thought of the king's order appointing Lord Eddard as the Prime Minister. Petyr looked at Stannis's back as he left, his tone tinged with sarcasm. It hasn't been long since we saw the king's decree appointing a new Prime Minister, and Lord Stannis is going back to Dragonstone. Varys smiled faintly. It's a pity that I won't be able to see this lord for a while. Green glanced at the two of them and said, I feel that Lord Stannis is quite angry. Varys nodded first, then shook his head, moved his lips, but couldn't say anything, and finally turned into a sigh. Varys has recently begun to play the role of a minister who cares about the country and the people in front of Green, and he didn't find it strange. Petyr noticed something strange. He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, but didn't think much about it. Varys has been acting weird in front of him for a while, and even the shrewd Petyr thinks it's normal. Petyr raised the corners of his lips. His Majesty Robert is busy with affairs, and it is easy for him to neglect his younger brother. This is inevitable. Varys sighed again and said, perhaps, our new Prime Minister can persuade Lord Stannis to come back. Petyr sneered. The Duke of Highgarden should be thankful that Stannis did not become the Prime Minister. If it were Stannis, he would definitely dig up the crimes of the Siege of Storm's End. Varys was surprised. The Seven Kingdoms all praise the justice of Duke Stannis. How many years have passed? And haven't they been pardoned by King Robert? Petyr said coldly. The guilty will be punished, and there is no pardon. This is the justice of that lord. Seeing Green staring at him with some confusion, Petyr shrugged. Something happened in the past. If it weren't for the old Duke, I might have been expelled from Westeros. Green did not ask any further questions. He roughly guessed that it might be related to the women's branch. Green thought of Daenerys. He thought that if Petyr was really exiled to Essos, he would definitely surrender to Targaryen and become a powerful pioneer in regaining the Iron Throne. Petyr was a vassal of the Vale, but not a direct vassal of Stannis. Stannis could not deal with Petyr directly, but could only punish him through the Royal Council or King Robert. Although it ended in vain, it was a great humiliation for Petyr. Green secretly sighed that Duke Stannis had potential enemies everywhere because of his iron character. At present, it seemed that there was only one potential ally, Crab Claw Peninsula. Varys linked his hands together. I remember that you were still a political officer in the Prime Minister's Tower at that time. You were also raising funds at that time. Time flies. Green smiled and said, Lord Petyr, time has proved your innocence. You are now an important minister of His Majesty Robert. Varys glanced at Green. Earl Green's tongue was so sweet that he felt a little pressure. Petyr reached out and patted Green, saying, that makes sense. Time will tell. After parting with Varys and Petyr, King Green went directly to Meagher's tower to meet Queen Cersei. There was not much time left, so just in case, it would be better to get the 40,000 gold dragons before Lord Eddard arrived at the Red Keep. Chapter 131 The King's Plot. Another king's order was issued to the Red Keep, causing everyone to exclaim. Jaime Lannister was actually appointed as the Warden of the East. In theory, the Warden of the East is the highest military commander responsible for the defense of the eastern coast of the Vale, the Crownland, and the Stormlands, lower than the Warden of the Realm. According to tradition, the title of Warden of the East belongs to the hereditary title of the Arryn family in the Vale, but after the death of Jon Arryn, King Robert appointed Jaime to take over as the Warden of the East. First, there was a new Prime Minister in a tournament, and then there was a new Warden of the East. Today is destined to be a day of constant surprises. King Robert's appointment seems quite ruthless and unexpected. Is this really a Westeros-style tea cold after people leave? Grimm denied this possibility. Although Robert did not like to govern the country, he knew how to balance the forces of all parties to consolidate the rule of the Iron Throne. At the same time, Robert's political methods have always been rough, and he completely ignored comforting the injured. To give a typical example, Duke Stannis, who has regarded his brothers as enemies. King Robert knows how to strike a balance, but lacks political foresight. The Arryn Vale is a staunch supporter of the Baratheon dynasty, but now it has been slapped in the face. The time traveler Green remembers that in the original plot, King Robert's move angered the nobles of the Vale. The angry Lysa Tully asked the nobles of the Vale to call her son the true Warden of the East. In Meager Tower, Green, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly paused for a moment, and Princess Myrcella emerged in his mind. Although Jaime is a member of the King's Guard, most people think that the Kingslayer Jaime will return to the West to inherit Casterly Rock sooner or later. At that time, will Jaime be asked to serve as both the Warden of the West and the Warden of the East? Robert Arryn and Myrcella Baratheon are of similar age. So, the title of Warden of the East, which has been inherited by the Arryn family for generations, has become a princess dowry temporarily placed in the hands of the uncle for safekeeping. Well, the Fat King still has some foresight. This operation made Green feel very familiar. He immediately thought of the debt that the Crab family had taken on in the name of aid after the usurpation. It seemed to be a similar process. When Green met Queen Cersei, she already knew that Jaime had been appointed as the Warden of the East. For Queen Cersei, if Jaime was the Warden of the East, then she was the Warden of the East. Boss Cersei's happiness is so simple. Pettyer's commission went very smoothly. Green didn't spend much time talking. Cersei just glanced at him sideways and agreed to the loan for the tournament. Through Queen Cersei's eyes, Green seemed to hear her say lovingly, "I really can't do anything about you." This. If he hadn't known Cersei's secret arrangement for the group melee competition in the tournament, the innocent Lord Green would have been moved to death. It should be said that Green came at the right time. Queen Cersei can now intervene in the tournament more legitimately. She has little patience left for King Robert. Green stood at the door of Meager's tower and pinched his chin. He was considering whether to give Jaime a cloak embroidered with the words Warden of the East as a gift. Green's ears moved and he heard a giggle coming from afar. It was the voice of Prince Joffrey. Green looked in the direction of the sound. Joffrey and Sandor Clegane were walking towards Meager's tower, talking and laughing. It was rumored that Sandor's dry humor could always make his Royal Highness laugh. Green's heart moved, and he took the initiative to greet him. "Good day, Your Highness." Joffrey looked at Green, who was saluting, and raised his chin. "Good day." He looked at Green and said, "I heard that you knocked out the Knight of Flowers of the Golden Rose in one go?" Green shrugged. "Yes, Your Highness, the rumor is very reliable." Joffrey showed a skeptical look. "Earl Green, why are there still rumors that the Knight of Flowers slipped accidentally?" Green, "Maybe he didn't have enough food." Sandor, "Delicate flowers are shy." Joffrey was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Green raised his eyes to look at Sandor with a burn on his face and said, "Hound." Most people call Sandor the Hound. One of the sources of this nickname is the three-dog family emblem of the Clegane family. Sandor's ear was completely burned away, leaving only a hole, and there were large, twisted scars around his eyes. His gray eyes looked at Green and said, "My lord, you are not a delicate flower." Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Sandor, your description is actually very appropriate for the Knight of Flowers." Sandor deliberately looked around and said, "I heard that their family is very rich." "I hope no one else heard it." Joffrey, who had just stopped laughing, was amused and laughed again. Sandor glanced at Green, who was smiling gently, and said nothing more. He might also be worried that he would cause problems for the noble prince. After laughing, Joffrey regained his contemptuous expression and said, "Lord Green, do you know where Jaime is?" Green spread his hands and said, "It seems that you have also heard the news that Sir Jaime was appointed Warden of the East. The appointment came too suddenly. I guess he is in the White Sword Tower, worrying about future arrangements." Joffrey asked puzzledly, "Worried about what?" Green explained patiently, "The Warden of the East has always been a hereditary title of Arryn of the Vale. Perhaps the Vale will feel that Sir Jaime has taken away something that belongs to them. Sir Jaime will be responsible for the defense of the eastern coast in the future, and he cannot do without the support of the nobles of the Vale, so we have to find a way to appease them." Joffrey said angrily, "Does the Vale dare to disobey my father's orders? I will chop off their heads." Green comforted, "Your Highness, Prime Minister Jon has been dead for a short time, and the Vale has not gotten used to it yet. After some time, they will realize that young Duke Robert is not Duke Jon, and then they can only obey orders obediently." Joffrey said with contempt, "If the Vale dares to disobey, I will have young Robert brought here." He put his right hand on the hilt of the long sword at his waist, and continued, "If he can sincerely repent, I will give him a sword and reward him with a fair chance to fight with me." Green blinked and digested Joffrey's contradictory words. Oh, even if he repented, he would still be beaten. It was indeed fair. The 12-year-old Joffrey fought against the 6-year-old sick little Robert. He was very good at choosing his opponent. Green said respectfully, "Your Highness, your sword skills are excellent. I think the Duke of the Eyrie can't even withstand your blow. The frightened nobles of the Vale will kneel at your feet and humbly ask for your forgiveness. Your reputation will spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, and your heroic deeds will be passed down from generation to generation." After hearing Green's words, Joffrey's breathing became noticeably heavier and his face flushed. He could not wait to shout at Sandor, "My dog, I command you to go and get the Duke of the Eyrie for me. Now." Oops. Did I use too much force? Crab and the Vale are clearly irreconcilable. It is impossible for him to speak well of the Vale against his will. That would be too hypocritical. Lord Green is an upright knight. He can't do that. Sandor glanced at Green and said calmly, "Prince, my waist is not very good recently, so I can't go far." Joffrey kicked and cursed angrily, "Dog, how dare you disobey my order?" Green was actually very tempted and even wanted to ask for the order, but he knew it was too frivolous now. He advised, "Your Highness, I have to remind you that there are many loyal vassals in the Vale who are loyal to the House of Arryn. If there are not enough people, Sandor may return empty-handed. At this stage, Lord Green intends to plant nails in advance. This is just a small part of the foreplay of the game of power. 5,555,555. Sorry, I'm almost done. I'll make up as soon as possible." Chapter 132, Kindness is hard to refuse. Joffrey turned to Green, raised his chin and said contemptuously, "HMPH, that's tantamount to rebellion. I will personally lead the army to capture the area and hang the heads of the rebels at the Bloody Gate." Green felt the children all have their own dreams, and they should be encouraged at this time instead of pouring cold water on them. "Your Highness, you are invincible, there is no doubt about that." Green paused, and then said, "The people of the Vale are cowardly. Maybe they only dare to complain in secret. We should at least wait and see how they react." He held the hilt of the sword and continued, "If the Vale dares to embarrass Sir Jaime, I will mobilize all the troops in the territory and recommend myself to your Highness as the vanguard of the expedition to the Vale." One of Joffrey's hands was trembling slightly. He looked at Green and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Then give the Vale some time." After that, he turned his head to look at Sandor and said, "My dog, remember to keep an eye on the news over there. If you can't do this kind of thing well, I will never forgive you." Sandor nodded and said, "I guarantee you will be satisfied, Your Highness Joffrey." Joffrey snorted arrogantly, indicating that he would not care about Sandor's disobedience just now. Joffrey's various expressions were almost exactly the same as Cersei's. Putting aside his personality and only looking at his appearance, he is a smaller version of Jaime. King Robert is still active and energetic. Seeing Joffrey who looks more and more like him, will Jaime feel uneasy? Green shook his head secretly. It is normal for a nephew to look like his uncle. Besides, he and Cersei are twins. Sir Jaime is not uneasy at all. He is overthinking. "Lord Green, I heard that you are teaching Tommen sword skills." Joffrey's green eyes turned and continued, "I admire your loyalty. You and Jaime will be responsible for my sword lessons together in the future." Green stroked his chest and nodded, "Your Highness, it is an honor for Crab to serve you. I sincerely thank you for your trust." Joffrey nodded his chin with a proud look, "I will say hello to my mother." After that, Joffrey walked away. Sandor first glanced at Green, and his eyes met, and then followed Joffrey. Master Green saw Joffrey walking with the wind, and he suddenly felt like a traitor. He shook his head secretly to deny it. This must be an illusion. Outside the gate of the Red Castle, after jumping on a horse, Green looked up at the sky and said, "Martyr, go directly to Crab Manor to convey my order. Let all the Crab soldiers gather outside the Gate of the Gods tomorrow morning." The Gate of the Gods is the city gate in the northwest of King's Landing, which is closest to the King's Road. Green remembered that the Duke of Winterfell only brought a few dozen riders to King's Landing. Perhaps such behavior can also show Duke Eddard's trust in King Robert, but it is too risky and the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Green rubbed his hair. Can the wolf consider this? Martyr Baker couldn't hide the excitement on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Lord Green, are we going to war?" Green looked at the descendant of the family knight in front of him with some disdain. "Squire Martyr, execute the order." "Yes, my lord." Before leaving, Martyr secretly glanced at Green. Seeing that Green was about to raise the whip in his hand, he immediately drove the horse away. The Baker family has been Kleber's retainer knights for generations, so Green would naturally take care of them. He wanted to bring Martyr around to train his character, but found that the effect was not good. Martyr was imprisoned for too long to give birth to his eldest son, and he was more impulsive than before. It is better to loosen up than to block. Green is not a stubborn person. He plans to transfer Martyr to the battlefield in the west in a while and let Perpili train him for a while. Another retainer knight family of Kleber is the Pili family, headed by Serper, the leader of the Survey Corps. His eldest son died of illness not long after getting married, leaving no legitimate children. Therefore, the second son, who was originally happy outside, was immediately captured by Per and is said to be still fighting day and night on the bed. Marigolds need more branches and leaves to consolidate their rule. The two retainer knight families already have several young ladies of marriageable age, and Green plans to arrange marriages with other nobles on the Crab Claw Peninsula. In the past, the status was not enough, but with the rise of Kleber, the status of the retainer family ladies can also match. According to Green's own idea, it would be easiest to directly eliminate the other nobles of Crab Claw Peninsula, but this is Westeros, and Green can't let them all get into trouble. Green can only use Westeros-style political means for now. Retracting his thoughts, Green pulled the reins and adjusted the direction of the horse. Western Crab Claw Peninsula. Encouraged by Mr. Al, Samuel Tarly came to Crab's westward battlefield with his guards with confidence. Samuel planned to observe the combat method of Crab's longbow directly on the battlefield in order to study the direction of future improvements. But the reality was cruel, and he was scared to death soon. Samuel sat in the tent with bare thighs in a decadent manner. Samuel stared blankly at the robe he took off on the ground, which exuded an unpleasant smell of urine. Samuel wiped the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand, and he felt sorry for everyone. It was too embarrassing, and he felt that he had no face to continue to stay in Crab's territory and eat and drink for free. He really wanted to see his mother, who was far away in Hornhill Castle. While he was still depressed, the curtain of the tent was lifted and the toper walked in. The scar on Per's face had faded a lot. He looked at Samuel, who was sitting like a small hill, with sharp eyes. Samuel came to his senses and stood up clumsily, saying, "Per. Serper? Good day." Samuel didn't dare to face Per's gaze and lowered his head in shame. After standing up, he immediately felt a chill in his lower body. He hurriedly covered his body with his hands and wanted to shrink his head into his stomach. Per frowned and didn't speak. The atmosphere in the tent was very solemn. Thump, thump. Samuel could already hear his own heartbeat. The folk customs of Crab Claw Peninsula are simple and honest. No one likes people with cowardly personalities. Per didn't understand why their lord and Mr. Al valued the coward in front of him. Per is a pure warrior. If he doesn't understand, he won't think too much. His loyalty does not allow him to question the lord's decision. Moreover, he believes in the judgment of the lord and the Mr. Per slowly said. Many new soldiers perform worse than you when they first go to the battlefield. The special environment of the Crab Claw Peninsula makes almost everyone a qualified warrior. Per heard about the poor performance of the new soldiers from the Bard, and his words were white lies. Per was unwilling to let the people valued by the Lord degenerate in his hands, and he would try to help them regain their courage. Seeing that Samuel still lowered his head, Per shouted, "Samuel, raise your head and look at me." Samuel was so scared that he trembled, and did not dare to resist Per's power. He almost thought that his most feared father suddenly came here. Samuel raised his head and looked at Per carefully with a serious face, and then quickly lowered his head. Per's fists tightened, paused for a while, and then said, "When you are like this, think about Lord Green who trusts you." Samuel trembled. He was very afraid to see Green's disappointed eyes. He just wanted to escape from the Crab Claw Peninsula. Per snorted coldly, as if he saw through Samuel's thoughts at the moment. "You should be familiar with the crab military regulations. Do you remember the fate of deserters?" Samuel was almost scared to death again. How could Sir Per know what I was thinking? Samuel quickly denied. I won't run away," he quickly added. "Sir, I'm not a soldier." Per's eyes became cold, and Samuel closed his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything more. Now is wartime. Per is busy with affairs, and he has no time to waste here. "Soldier Samuel, I have the final say here." After saying that, he turned around and said as he walked, "Starting tomorrow, I will arrange someone to train you specifically. There will be many soldiers left in the camp, and Per plans to select someone to train this coward. How can someone who is valued by the Lord be scared to death? He will specifically ask Samuel to sleep next to the corpse every night. He doesn't believe that he can't be cured. Just give Samuel a month. If there is still no effect, he will." Per clenched the hilt of the sword. Whisperer stood outside the tent and took a deep breath. Then he would send Samuel to his old friend. Thank you for the hard work of the garrison, Commander Mason Baker. 2 days later, the sky was slightly bright. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the thick clouds and sprinkled on King's Landing. Outside the gate of the guards, Green, riding on his horse, smelled the fresh smell of oil in the air. 120 clan soldiers, each wearing a neat blue battle robe, wearing silver plate armor, riding a strong warhorse, looked majestic. The morning light sprinkled on the rows of clan soldiers, and their armor flashed a cold metallic luster. Thinking back to the eastward advance last year, Green looked at the plate armor of the Brun family and couldn't help but shed tears. Let's not talk about it. Green slowed down the horse, and his eyes slowly swept over the clan soldiers who formed a rectangular formation. Green shook the reins, and the horse under his crotch squeaked, and slowly moved in front of the formation. Every soldier who came into Green's sight would hit his chest with his fist to show his loyalty to the Lord. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists hitting plate armor became louder and louder. A soldier carrying a battle axe suddenly shouted excitedly, "Long live the Lord!" This voice ignited the emotions of the crowd. Long live Kleber! Long live Whisper Castle! The soldiers roared one after another. Green nodded slightly. He felt that he could directly order an attack on King's Landing. He glanced at the gate of the gods in the distance, wondering if the movement here had alarmed the golden robes guarding the city gate. Green raised his right hand to suppress it, and the roar of the soldiers gradually subsided, and soon returned to the silent solemnity. The veterans of hundreds of battles were well trained. Let's go. The noise made by the 100 riders was quite loud, and inadvertently scared many farmers who were working. Green then divided the soldiers into several teams and marched separately. When they were near the King's Road, Green, who was riding a horse, frowned after noticing a figure in the distance. Marjorie? Green's thoughts turned. Green made a gesture, and the soldiers behind him slowed down their horses. Little Rose was waiting there early in the morning, and Green was embarrassed to pretend that he didn't see it. He drove his horse alone in the direction of Marjorie. Behind Marjorie were 2 maids. The 3 of them were riding horses. She seemed to have just discovered Green and looked at him. "Good day, Miss Marjorie." The sunlight was soft, and Marjorie's milky white skin exuded a faint blush. Marjorie's tone was full of surprise. "Good day, Earl Green. I didn't expect to meet you here." Green didn't want to guess whether Marjorie was really happy or fake, but he knew that if Marjorie asked to go with him, he would be sure that King Robert and Duke Eddard were going with him. Green glanced around and didn't find anyone else. His tone was full of concern. "Miss Marjorie, your guard." Marjorie shook her head and said, "I got up early today and wanted to ride a horse, so I ran out with my maid, and the result was," after a pause, she continued a little embarrassedly, "I ran here without realizing it, and fortunately I ran into you." Green smiled and said, "This is the fun of riding a horse." But, changing to a more serious tone, he continued, "Excuse me, next time you go out, please don't forget to bring a guard. It's hard to be at ease outside the city." Marjorie smiled like a flower. "Earl Green, thank you for your concern. I will remember it." Her hair exuded a bright golden red, full of warmth and vitality. Green smiled. He wondered in his heart whether Lord Renly was interfering. There were not many people who could accurately know King Robert's whereabouts. At least Varys did not dare to provide information casually. If the matter was exposed, King Robert would definitely smash his intelligence chief with his warhammer in the first place. So, either it was the Golden Rose's own intelligence channel, or it was the news revealed by Lord Renly. Marjorie's beautiful eyes glanced at the many crab blue robes not far away, and she laughed crisply and said, "Lord Green, are you also here to relax?" Green shrugged and said frankly, "The Duke of Winterfell has a deep favor to Crab. It is expected that he should arrive in King's Landing soon. I should go out of the city to greet him to show my respect." Marjorie nodded slightly. When they were in Highgarden, Green mentioned to her the favor of Lord Stark to the Crab family. Green lowered his voice slightly, as if he was telling a big secret. "In fact, I was traumatized by the former Prime Minister, and I wanted to go and please our new Prime Minister in advance. Is it too frank?" Regardless of what she thought, Marjorie seemed amused by Grim. Her beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescents, looking extremely charming. The considerate Grim took the initiative to invite. "I think the distance is not too far. Miss Marjorie, if you are willing, you can go together. I am honored to be your guard." Marjorie blinked her elk-like eyes, hesitated for a moment, and smiled faintly. "Lord Grim, I can't refuse your kindness." Renly got the information from somewhere that Margaery looked very much like Lyanna Stark, whom Robert loved deeply. It was based on this that Renly had been planning to let Margaery replace Cersei as queen, weaken the power of Lannister, and achieve an alliance between the Stormlands and the Reach with him as the main force. Not to mention Renly's political means, Grim had long known that Margaery and Lyanna did not look alike, and the upright Lord Eddard would tell them the answer soon. The everlasting Golden Rose would naturally not sit idly by, and they would never simply pin all their hopes on Grim, and he was not surprised at this. If it wasn't Renly's intervention, but the Golden Rose's own plan, Green would be more satisfied. The fight between the Golden Lion and the Golden Rose would be easier to promote. Green smiled and said, "It's a great honor, Miss Margaery, let's go." Chapter 133 Power Players. Green had originally planned to use his own soldiers to surround the Starks and their party in a non-offensive way, reminding them that King's Landing was full of dangers, and to show Crab's military appearance, in preparation for jumping back and forth between Lannister and Stark. Margaery's appearance told Green that King Robert was traveling with Stark, and he didn't want to take the initiative to find himself unnecessary trouble, so he had to change his plan. With her skirt fluttering in the wind, Margaery Tyrell maintained an elegant posture on horseback, and her horsemanship was very good. She seemed to have noticed Green's gaze, and her elk-like eyes looked over. Little Rose was really sharp, and Green praised loudly, "Miss Margaery, your riding posture is very charming, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da." The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground was everywhere around, and Margaery, who paid attention to her image, did not speak, but just smiled and nodded to thank her. After driving the horse for more than an hour, Green looked up at the sky and then looked at a tavern on the road in the distance. They stopped their horses in front of the tavern. Green looked around. Although the tavern was shabby, it was still spacious. Seeing so many soldiers suddenly appear in front of her own tavern, the middle-aged woman with a figure about to burst out boldly pushed the door open. Before the middle-aged woman came out, she pouted at the inside. Green smiled and saw a thin and bald middle-aged man trembling as he followed her out. The middle-aged woman quickly glanced at Green and Margaret, who were surrounded by the crowd. Just as she was about to bow her head to salute, before she had time to think, her chubby hand stretched out skillfully and automatically caught a purse. The opening of the purse, which was not tied tightly, revealed a golden collar. She weighed it with her hand and immediately smiled. She slid the purse into the bar expertly, and said respectfully, "Gentle sir, welcome to the Barris Tavern." After that, she pulled the man behind her and saluted, saying, "My name is Barris, and he is my husband." Green nodded and said, "Ms. Barris, clean up the inside first. I want to receive distinguished guests in your tavern." The young nobleman spoke so nicely. Barris couldn't help but look at Green again, and immediately lowered her head. Distinguished guests are going to receive guests more distinguished than them here? Barris didn't feel honored, but was terrified and cheered up. Green instructed Fully on the side, "Take the people in, give each of them a silver deer, and let them leave the Barris Tavern on their own initiative." The kind-hearted Lord Green didn't think of leaving the matter of expelling guests to Barris and his wife. Few people who often roam around are good people, and it is simplest and most direct for Green's tribe soldiers to come forward. Fully smiled, jumped off the horse and strode in with a few people. There was a little noise inside, and Fury and his team quickly completed the task. Green jumped off the saddle, walked to Margaery's horse and held out his hand. Margaery had been watching Green's actions quietly. She felt that Earl Green was a very contradictory person. He seemed to lack some respect for other noble people except Queen Cersei, but he seemed to have compassion for the common people. Which one is the real Green? "Thank you." Margaery jumped off the horse easily with the help of Green. In the tavern, Margaery, who had changed her clothes, walked down the stairs from upstairs slowly. Margaery braided her wavy curly brown hair into a fluffy braid, which naturally hung on her chest and swayed gently with her movements. Margaery changed into a light blue long dress with a low-slit neckline. Although the style of the dress was simple, it showed her graceful figure very well. The hem of the skirt swayed lightly as she walked, like a blooming flower. Margaery came walking over. Green turned his head to look at her. He raised his eyebrows. "This light blue. This is the color of winter roses, Lyanna Stark's favorite fragrance." Rhaegar Targaryen, who won the tournament, urged his horse to run past his wife, Princess Celia of the Martell family in Dorne, and placed the Queen of Love and Beauty wreath woven from winter roses on Lyanna Stark's lap. At that moment, the smiles of the audience disappeared. The wreath was blue as frost. It was indeed the wrong spring. If Renly and the Golden Rose succeeded in their plan, it would be another wrong spring. After secretly sighing, Green withdrew his thoughts. Green first stood up and invited Margaery to take a seat, then he sat down again and said, "Miss Margaery, you always overturn my understanding of beauty." Green was praising sincerely, and there was no other emotion hidden in his words. 15-year-old Margaery carried the responsibility of the family. She was both beautiful and brave. This was the Game of Thrones, and they were all players of the Game of Thrones. Margaret smiled shyly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then suddenly said, "Earl Green, can I ask you a question?" Green looked at the sky through the window and said, "We still have a lot of time." After that, he retracted his gaze and said to Margaret, "Please ask, I am honored to answer your questions, Miss Margaret." Margaret's beautiful eyes were smiling, and after a pause, she said, "Earl Green, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. When you met me, you didn't seem surprised at all." After Margaret finished speaking, she found that Green paused in shaking the wineglass. Little Rose's eyes were as bright as stars, flashing with intelligence and curiosity. Green stopped his movements and said, "Experience." He raised the glass and took a sip, then said, "You are a noble Rose, you won't meet me by chance." His eyebrows were smiling. "This is what I learned in the Red Castle." Green's answer was sincere and frank. Margaret didn't show it on her face, but she was worried but didn't completely believe Green's words. She felt that there should be other reasons. Under the table, Margaery's fingers slightly bent, and she said, "Lord Green, have you ever been curious?" Green, who was thoughtful, naturally knew the reason for Margaery's question, and he spread his hands. Trust is something that is difficult to express in words. "Miss Margaery, we are family. I just believe that you will not hurt me, so that's enough." After hearing the answer, Margaery's beautiful eyes blinked, staring at Green for a while. She smiled and nodded slightly. The Golden Rose treats her friends with kindness forever. Margaery's lips are full, and when she smiles, the corners of her mouth rise, revealing a row of neat and white teeth, and her smile is like spring sunshine. Green lowered his eyelids, and for some reason, Daenerys's pair of uneasy violet eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. Those eyes flashed away. Green looked at Margaery, raised a smile at the corners of his lips, and said, "This is the glory of Crab King's Road." Eddard Stark looked at King Robert, who was already sweating profusely, and said, "Robert, you're too fat." King Robert gasped and said angrily, "Ned, how dare you say I'm fat?" He laughed and continued, "You have a good eye, which is impossible to refute." They talked and laughed all the way, as if they had returned to the days of the Eyrie. Duke Eddard joked, "Your Majesty, my first task after entering the Red Castle may be to reduce your appetite." King Robert laughed, patted Duke Eddard with his big hand, and said, "I like your jokes, that's good, don't have a sour face all day long." Duke Eddard's lips curled slightly. "Robert, I'll try my best." "Stark is not good at joking," King Robert said with disgust. "Damn Ned, you are so boring." After a pause, King Robert said again, "I am looking forward to the expressions of my important ministers when they see you. It's exciting to think about it." Duke Eddard asked puzzledly, "Why do you say that?" "They are all idiots, good at lying, and good at pretending to be confused. I couldn't help but pick up the warhammer and smash their heads several times, which almost drove me crazy." After King Robert finished complaining, he reached out and grabbed Duke Eddard's shoulder. "You will soon understand why I said that." He let go of Duke Eddard and laughed again. "Ned, you will have enough headaches in the future." Lord Eddard shrugged his shoulders helplessly, trying to hide the pain in his shoulders. Robert was still so strong. After laughing, the two of them rode for a while, and Robert suddenly asked, "Do you remember Sir Jorah Mormont?" Lord Eddard frowned and said in a deep voice, "I will never forget that guy. The Mormont family of Bear Island has a long history, is proud and values honor, but Jorah Mormont plans to sell the captured poachers to slave traders in Tyrosh to increase his income. Mormont is a vassal of the Stark family. His behavior is equivalent to tarnishing the honor of the entire North." When Lord Eddard traveled thousands of miles west to Bear Island, he found that Jorah Mormont had already fled Westeros by boat and escaped the legal sanctions of the feudal lord. It has been 5 years since the incident. That guy is anxiously waiting for amnesty so that he can cross the sea and return home. Sir Jorah is now in Essos. Varys, the chief of intelligence, took advantage of this and asked him to find a way to contact and monitor Targaryen. Lord Eddard said coldly, "The human trafficker has become a spy for the kingdom?" I would rather he become a corpse, so that maybe Mormont's lost honor can be restored a little." "What a stubborn guy," King Robert cursed and explained. "My chief of intelligence believes that spies are much more useful than corpses, Ned." Lord Eddard glanced at King Robert, his face gloomy and silent. In his opinion, Sir Jorah, who had tarnished his honor, was not qualified to be pardoned no matter how good his reasons were. Seeing Lord Eddard's appearance, King Robert angrily untied the leather wine bag hanging on his waist, pulled out the cork, made a gurgling sound, and poured wine into his mouth. King Robert threw away the wine bag, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and made a comfortable sound. When Lord Eddard saw King Robert trying to hold back his anger, he hesitated to speak. Lord Eddard remembered his wife's advice and didn't want to argue with Robert, but there were some things he couldn't give in to. Lord Eddard was conflicted. King Robert said angrily, "Look at you, it's really hard to like you. You and old John are both stubborn bastards." After a moment of silence, he added, "I swear to God that I respect old man John very much, but now I think he is dumber than Moon Boy, the jester of the Red Castle. Originally, after losing Lyanna, I didn't plan to get married at all, but John said that since I had already sat on the Iron Chair, I should have an heir. He told me that Cersei Lannister is a good marriage partner, because if the remnants of the Targaryen want to take back the Iron Throne, marrying her can ensure that Lord Tywin will support my Iron Throne. Oh, Cersei is very beautiful, that's true, but cold. Look at her chaste appearance, as if she has hidden all the gold of Casterly Rock between her feet." Robert shook his head and continued, "Ned, let me tell you in secret. I have dreamed more than once of giving up the throne, taking my steed and hammer, and sailing to the free trade cities, fighting and adventuring all day, and enjoying singing and dancing. That is the life I should live. Being a sellsword king, I'd be surprised if the bards don't love me to death." Lord Eddard comforted him. "Robert, you became a good king after all." Robert laughed and said, "I like this joke." After laughing, he patted Lord Eddard on the shoulder and said, "Ned, I know you can't lie, whether for love or for honor. Anyway, I'm still young, and now with your assistance, everything will change. I will respect your opinion on how to deal with the Targaryen bastard, but don't stop Ser Jorah's surveillance. I at least want to know whether the dragon will attack. I'm looking forward to that day." Lord Eddard nodded. When King Robert mentioned the deceased old John, it reminded him of old John's youngest son. He could not help but say, "Robert, the new Warden of the East." King Robert said angrily, "Damn Ned, I know that child is your nephew. I'll say it for the last time, I will not let that kid from the Arryn family succeed as Warden of the East. Am I crazy to give the important task of commanding a quarter of the kingdom's army to a frail and sickly little boy?" Duke Eddard thought for a moment and said, "Robert, if you think Robert Arryn is not old enough to be the Warden of the East, you can temporarily hand it over to one of your brothers." Due to the deep affection between Robert and Duke Eddard, he also trusts Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon. King Robert frowned for a while and said, "Ned, to tell you the truth, I have appointed a new Warden of the East." Lord Eddard looked a little surprised. He guessed, Jaime Lannister. Lord Eddard knew King Robert's temper. Robert was not willing to confess to him until now. He could only think of the Kingslayer of Lannister. Lord Eddard said, "Robert, Lord Tywin is the hereditary Warden of the West. Sir Jaime will return to inherit Lannister sooner or later. The power of the Warden of the East and the Warden of the West should not fall into the hands of the same person. That is half of the kingdom's troops," Robert said nonchalantly. "Now is not a time of war. It will not be too late to consider it when the war breaks out. Besides, Lord Tywin is staying in Casterly Rock. I don't think Jaime will inherit the family business too soon. Don't argue with me about this, Ned." King Robert kicked his horse's belly, spurred his horse to the front, and rode away. Duke Eddard looked at Robert galloping away, sighed helplessly, kicked his horse, and rode to catch up. Chapter 134, Improvisation. The tall and thin knight with a huge sword on his back stood in front of Margaery Tyrell without saying a word. Margaery nodded subconsciously, but the other's pale and colorless eyes stared at her without saying a word. This man had pockmarks all over his face, no beard, deep eyes, and sunken cheeks. Although he was not old, he had very few hairs left, and only a few long tufts of hair sprouted above his ears. He was wearing a hard leather coat with an iron gray chain mail, which was ordinary in style and without any decoration, and looked very old. Margaery sensed the danger of this man, but she only frowned slightly on her face. The pride of the Golden Rose did not allow her to show fear. Sir Island has a strange habit of staring at the little beauty without speaking. Margaery was about to call the maid, and suddenly a blue cloak embroidered with marsh marigolds appeared in her side and lifted up slightly. Sir Island, his name is Island Payne, from the Payne family in the Westerlands. When Tywin Lannister was the Prime Minister of King Aerys II, Island was the captain of the Prime Minister's Guard. Because someone informed the king, Island Payne claimed that Duke Tywin was the real ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. The furious Aerys II, Mad King, had his tongue pulled out, and Island Payne could never speak again. After King Robert married Queen Cersei, he appointed Island Payne as his royal law enforcer as a gift to Duke Tywin to compensate for his lost tongue for serving the Lannister family. Green's eyes showed a cold light. Did you deliberately ignore the Golden Rose badge on this lady? Although Island was in the Lannister camp, he was almost with King Robert day and night, and Green had only met him a few times. Island appeared near the tavern, which meant that King Robert was not far away, so Green and Margaery naturally came out to greet him. The Golden Rose was noble, and Green thought that Island was greeting Margaret first, so he didn't mind ignoring his presence. As a result, Island stood about one step away, staring at the little rose without moving. Regardless of Island's true thoughts, his current behavior was presumptuous. Margaret's guard was now temporarily served by Green, and if he remained indifferent, it would affect Crab's honor. Green and Island were only a palm away, and his voice was emotionless. Your eyes seem redundant. Montan Wishu's fat body came to Margaret's side and whispered, My dear lady, there may be some danger here, please follow me. Margaret glanced at Montan, who looked silly, and recognized that he was Green's personal guard. She glanced at Green and nodded and retreated. Island looked at Green, who seemed to be staring at a dead person, but in return he received a contemptuous look from Green. Green did not hesitate, and with a bang, he hooked his fist and hit Island's abdomen fiercely. Island felt a hammer-like blow, as if his internal organs were about to be squeezed out. The pain was indescribable. He couldn't help but cover his abdomen with both hands, but he couldn't stop the pain from spreading. Island's face was distorted by pain, his clenched teeth made a creaking sound, and his shaking hands wanted to draw his sword. Green reached out and grabbed Island's neck, and with another bang, his knee pressed against his back and pressed him to the ground. Green pulled out a dagger with a cold glow from his waist, pressed it against Island's eyes, and said, Sir Island, which eye should I dig out first? Island tried desperately to struggle, but found that he seemed to be fixed by an iron chain, and had no power to resist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozen or so gold robes following Sir Island reacted and drew their swords one after another. Green turned his head and looked over, saying coldly, How dare the gold robes draw their swords? In Green's hand was just a small dagger that he often played with, which was of a different nature. The blue-robed soldiers held their swords and faced the other side, waiting for the Lord's order. The gold-robed soldiers looked at the dozens of opponents wearing plate armor and did not dare to act rashly. When Green stood in front of her, Margaery had long lost her fear. In addition to being grateful for Green's protection, she was also worried that the situation would escalate. No wonder he was called a half-wild noble. Margaery couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't think Green was joking with Sir Island on the ground. Green's ears moved, and it would take a little time. He looked at Margaery, who was surrounded by the soldiers of the tribe. Green's smile was a little stiff, and he seemed to be trying his best to make himself look less scary. Miss Margaery, this guy should be taught a lesson. Do you have any requirements for how to deal with him? Margaery's elk-like eyes blinked. This. How should I answer? Margaery was carrying the mission of her grandmother. She was trying to test King Robert's reaction when he saw her appearance without leaving any trace, and to win his favor by the way. This was related to the future of the family. Although Lord Island had just made her feel offended, Margaery did not feel the need to punish him severely. At the same time, she also knew that Green had temporarily assumed the responsibility of guarding, and this was related to his honor. Margaery always had some misunderstandings about the honor that men valued, so she would not easily ignore it. Green was now a hidden ally, and the other side was King Robert's confidant, so she was in a difficult situation. Not long after, Green's voice came again, and he gestured with a dagger. Dig one first, this barbaric guy. Margaery could not help but glare at him, and Green raised his eyebrows, as if he was guessing what Margaery meant. Isn't Earl Green usually very smart? Wouldn't he misunderstand what I meant? Did he pretend not to understand on purpose? Margaery thought of this possibility, and she got angry. In a rage, Margaery suddenly calmed down her chaotic mood, and clenched her fist for a while before releasing it. Margaery smiled gently. "Lord Green, I think you have punished Sir Island enough, please let him go." Green nodded. Little Rose seemed to have grown up. Green glanced at Island, who was lying on the ground with his face expressionless, and said, "Sir Island, you are so lucky. The person you offended happened to be a kind-hearted lady." Green was a man who could respond to situations. Even if there was no executioner who was once the confidant of Duke Tywin, Green would find another opportunity to let Duke Eddard see that although he was on Queen Cersei's side, he was not a running dog of Lannister. He had his own thoughts and honor. Well, it's not perfect, just enough, because he still needs to jump back and forth flexibly between Lannister and Stark. Ta-da-da, the dense sound of horse hooves came, and a majestic figure, with his legs tightly clamped on the horse's belly, pulled the reins, and the horse under his crotch raised its mane and neighed. The flags of the crowned stag and the ice wolf fluttered, and King Robert came slowly, surrounded by the sworn knights. Green made a gesture, and the Kleber blue robes retreated in an orderly manner. King Robert's voice was deafening. "Damn it, who can tell me what happened here?" As soon as Robert appeared, he immediately suppressed the momentum of everyone present, and he looked majestic. Green stood up, and Island climbed up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Robert noticed the two's movements, glared at them, and said, "Is it you? You little brat from Crab Claw Peninsula, how dare you show up in front of me?" Green's face showed some doubts, but he still saluted slowly. "Good day, my majesty, the Whispering Castle is at your service." Robert looked down at Green for a while on the horse, and said angrily, "Damned vassal of the crown?" He turned his head and shouted again, "Ned, look who this little guy is." After that, the fat king jumped off the horse very flexibly. The burly Duke Eddard also got off the horse quickly and followed King Robert's footsteps. He soon found Green. The two of them stood in front of Green like a wall. After seeing the family emblem on Duke Eddard, Green ignored the etiquette and suppressed his excitement and said, "Are you the Duke of Winterfell?" Duke Eddard looked at the excited young man, guessed his identity in his heart, and nodded slightly. Seeing Duke Ed nod, Green's eyes lit up, and he touched his chest respectfully and saluted. "Good day, Duke Ed. I am Green Crab from Crab Claw Peninsula. The Crab family will never forget your kindness." Duke Ed murmured, "Crab from Crab Claw Peninsula." A figure emerged in his mind, and he asked King Robert, "Is he the child?" When they were reminiscing about the past on the road, they happened to mention Green's mother. King Robert laughed and said, "Ned, that child, you did a good thing. Look, you have grown up and can serve the kingdom." As he said that, he couldn't help but said angrily, "But it also gives me a headache. In short, none of my vassal lords will make me worry. I will leave it to you to worry about it in the future." Haha. Lord Eddard shrugged slightly. He looked at Green, a smile appeared on his serious face, and his tone was relieved. "Child, I am glad to see that you have grown up healthily." After that, he reached out and patted Green's shoulder. Green looked at Lord Eddard with bright eyes, imitating Lancel, and nodded heavily. At this time, Sir Island, who was a little embarrassed, came over and nodded slightly to King Robert. King Robert looked at the person and said in disbelief, "Sir Island, you were not." He pointed at Green and continued, "This brat knocked you down, right?" Green raised his eyebrows and glanced at Sir Island provocatively. Lord Eddard raised the corner of his lip imperceptibly. Grim's undisguised provocation reminded him of the days when they were young. When he and Robert were at this age, they wanted to fight every day. Damn it, King Robert only cursed when he saw Sir Island leave directly. Maybe he was used to this situation. King Robert looked at Grim and said angrily, "Damn it, Grim, you are so bold that you dare to hit my royal enforcer." Attack. King Robert had seen a lot of it before, including the scene where Grim pressed Sir Island's back with his knee. He wanted to say knock him down. But in order to save Sir Island's face, he changed the wording that he thought was better. Lord Eddard frowned. He didn't have a good impression of the Lannisters. In addition to the secret letter written by Lysa to his wife, he was very worried about Sir Island, who King Robert often brought with him, because this person was strictly speaking Tywin Lannister's confidant. Through various conversations along the way, Lord Eddard already knew that King Robert was surrounded by Lannisters. Doesn't Robert have any vigilance? Duke Eddard was increasingly confused about what King Robert was thinking. At the same time, Duke Eddard was glad that he had finally decided to go south to assist Robert, otherwise King Robert's situation would only get worse and more dangerous. Green stiffened his neck and said angrily, "Your Majesty Robert, he did something that was detrimental to his honor. If no one had pleaded for him, I would not have let Sir Island go. I have already shown mercy." 7 levels of hell. King Robert almost jumped up in anger. "Damn bastard, I'm going to hang you up and whip you with my own hands." Facing the furious King Robert, Green still seemed unwilling to give in. Seeing that King Robert was so angry that he seemed to want to hit someone, Duke Eddard stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Robert, Your Majesty, please at least listen to the reason first." King Robert said angrily, "What are you listening to? Sir Island's tongue has been pulled out long ago, and he can't speak. Are you going to listen to this kid talking nonsense alone?" Duke Eddard was about to say that there were more than just Green and Island here, when a crisp and pleasant voice came over. "Meet Your Majesty Robert, this matter started because of me. I have to speak. Please forgive me for being presumptuous." Margaery lifted her skirt with both hands and saluted elegantly. King Robert looked at Margaery, who was slightly lowering her head, and said, "Are you a girl from the Tyrell family?" Robert saw the golden rose badge on Margaery. Margaery raised her head, and her posture showed the youthful vitality of a girl. Her voice was brisk and lively. "My name is Margaery Tyrell. My father is Lord Mace Tyrell. It's an honor to meet you, my lord." Green was watching the play at this time. He knew very well that Margaery was imitating Lyanna Stark's character. She acted very well, as if it was her nature. Master Green had to give a thumbs up. Green sighed in his heart again, wondering when the daughters of the Duke would also go to such great lengths to win his favor. Suddenly he envied King Robert a little. But he thought about it, and this kind of thing was not as wonderful as he imagined. Each of them represented the interests of the family behind them. This was not a simple love between men and women, but also a game of power. No wonder even King Robert, who was obsessed with beauty, never looked for a noble lady again after experiencing the incident at Storm's End. So Green soon stopped envying her. Lord Eddard unconsciously smiled like an old father. He hoped that his little daughter could be as ladylike and lively as Miss Tyrell, which was exactly why he brought Arya Stark to the south. Lord Eddard thought of his clever little daughter and sighed secretly, hoping that he could still teach her in time. King Robert nodded and said, "Well, Margaery, tell me the reason." Chapter 135 Prime Minister. Margaery Tyrell placed her hands on her belly, looked at King Robert with her elk-like eyes, and said, "That quiet knight suddenly stood close to me. His behavior was easily misunderstood, and Earl Green had to come forward to defend him." As she spoke, she glanced at Green again and continued, "Because of timely handling, the misunderstanding has been resolved, my Majesty." After explaining, Margaery lowered her head slightly. She did not show any abnormality on her face, but her heart could not calm down, because Margaery had already noticed that King Robert only had simple appreciation for her, and only had the reaction that normal people showed when seeing beautiful things. Apart from these, Robert did not show any other emotions after seeing her appearance, such as the joy or excitement they thought. Lord Ringley's information was wrong. Margaery thought of her important role in the family, and suddenly felt hesitant in her heart. If she could not become the queen, then her value, would her family continue to value her? What should I do? Margaery suddenly felt deeply powerless. "Your Majesty Robert, Miss Margaery is kind-hearted and doesn't want to cause you trouble," so she said it in a tactful way. "In my opinion, his behavior is very rash, which is related to the reputation of the lady of the Tyrell family." Margaery heard the voice of Earl Green. "I don't know when." Green has stood beside her, and while he was talking, one hand quietly supported her arm. Margaery came back to her senses, and she realized that her body was shaking. Margaery heard Green continue to say, "We can't let him do whatever he wants just because he is an important minister in front of the king. Why did I suddenly lose my mind?" Margaery exhaled lightly and calmed down. Green felt that Margaery was no longer shaking, so he let go of his hand, looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Margaery's eyes happened to look over, and their eyes collided. "Green, little girl, cheer up. Thank you for your concern." Margaery couldn't help but glare at Green quietly. Margaery was in charge of transporting 500,000 gold dragons worth of materials to Crab Claw Peninsula. Green didn't want some accidents to affect Crab's strategic reserves. Because of the wrong information provided by Lord Renly, the Tyrell family's dream of becoming the queen, which had been planned for a long time, has now been temporarily broken, and there is no need for the planned follow-up actions. It is their dream to upgrade to the queen's family. The Tyrell family will never give up easily. Green thinks they will start other plans soon. Damn it, I won't listen to the slander of the vassal of the king's territory. Let's just leave it at that. King Robert cursed first, and then settled the matter according to what Margaery said. Green shrugged. It was naturally up to the king to decide how to deal with it. Lord Eddard looked at Green. Lord Eddard had learned from King Robert that Green was now Queen Cersei's official, but he did not defend Sir Island because he was a Lannister. He had a heart of honor. Black hair and brown eyes. This appearance of the characteristics of the ancestors, plus the child they saved, made them naturally close. Lord Eddard once again looked at the neatly dressed crab soldiers, and nodded secretly. This child has grown up well. The fine wine and food that Green prepared in advance at the Barris Tavern soon attracted King Robert. Lord Eddard listened to the loud laughter coming from the tavern, and he shrugged helplessly. Jory, go to the carriage and bring the children. Jory Castle was the captain of Lord Eddard's guard. It was rumored that he was the first to tear Catelyn's dress when Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully were in the bridal chamber. Not long after, Green met Sansa and Arya. Sansa Stark had thick auburn hair and a pair of blue eyes. She was already a little beauty at the age of 11. Arya Stark had the characteristics of the Stark family, with dark brown hair and gray eyes. She was still very thin at the age of 9. Green's eyes moved slightly. When they greeted each other with Margaery, he found that Arya was left-handed. Green leaned sideways and extended his hand towards the door of the Barris Tavern. Beautiful ladies, please come in. The delicious food will relieve your fatigue. Margaery took Sansa's arm and entered the tavern together, chatting and laughing. When Arya walked past Green, she stopped and looked up at Green. Green looked back with an expressionless face, which earned a mischievous look from Arya. Green smiled and said, "Come in, Miss Stark." Lord Eddard shook his head helplessly, walked over and patted Green, looked at Arya who was jogging, and said, "My little daughter likes to play and is a little naughty." Green noticed that when Lord Eddard mentioned Arya, a smile appeared on his serious face. "Duke Eddard, this is a good thing. A brave girl knows how to take care of herself, I hope so." Before entering the tavern, Green looked back at the figure who was taking care of the horse in the distance and said, "Monton, send a pot of good wine to that man." Monton looked in the direction of Green's sight, blinked with somewhat dazed eyes, and said, "Yes, Lord Green, I will send it over right away." In the tavern, King Robert raised his chin and drank a full glass, and put the glass on the table with a thump. Green, well prepared, he looked at Green and continued, "Did you know in advance that Ned would arrive here today? So you can make such preparations." King Robert grabbed the roasted leg of lamb with his big hand while speaking, put it to his mouth and bit off a big bite of meat, as if asking casually. As the organizer of the small banquet, Green was honored to be seated very close to the king. After King Robert's voice fell, Green noticed that many eyes were focused on him. "Your Majesty Robert, my men are not good at getting information, so I had to find Lord Varys," he explained. "I took some time to tell Lord Varys the story of Lord Eddard and Crab, and he told me the approximate location. I was just trying my luck today, but luck is pretty good." King Robert didn't seem to care what Green said, and loudly asked the waiter to pour wine for him. The atmosphere of the banquet soon became lively again. Green looked at Arya who sneaked to his side and said, "Miss Stark, do you need my service?" Arya put her hands behind her back and said, "Earl Green, my name is Arya Stark, you can call me Arya." They had already introduced each other's names, and Arya might have been worried that Green had forgotten her name, so she repeated it again. Green smiled and said, "Okay, Miss Arya." Arya asked curiously, "Is the Red Keep fun?" Green thought for a moment and said, "There are many fun places in the Red Keep, and you will meet many new friends, but," he looked around, lowered his voice, and continued, "but there are many bad guys, so be careful." Arya felt that she had found out a big secret, and her little face was a little excited. "I will keep it a secret." Green smiled and nodded. Monton brought barbecue and wine jugs to the place where Stark tied his horse. "Good day, my name is Monton Weir, I brought you some food." Hearing the introduction of the visitor, the dark-faced boy turned his head and said, "Good day, my name is Jon Snow, thank you." After eating and drinking, King Robert found an excuse and left the tavern first. Green guessed that their Majesty the King must have gone to study military affairs. After King Robert left, they quickly left the Barris Tavern and continued to move towards King's Landing. On the way, Green asked Lord Eddard for advice on his experience in governing the territory, and introduced the status of Clawbur's territory and the current situation of Crab Claw Peninsula. He told Lord Eddard that the Clawber family had established a rule of Crab Claw Peninsula and was about to end the long-term chaos. Soon after, Earl Green, who had tens of thousands of soldiers, people, under his command, was confident that he would become the most capable vassal of the crown of His Majesty Robert. When the topic was over, Lord Eddard patted Green's arm with satisfaction. When they were about to approach King's Landing, they met Garland Tyrell and Loras Tyrell. The two of them came to welcome Margaery. Garland Tyrell, also known as Garland the Brave, was the second son of Lord Mace. He was not very interested in things like gaining honors, so he was not as famous as Loras. Garland and Loras looked very similar, but he was taller, stronger, and had a beard, which made him look more heroic. As for Loras, he was still so handsome, and he fascinated Sansa the first time they met. At this time, Sansa had romantic fantasies about handsome princes, noble knights in love, and often yearned for the love stories described in stories and songs. Loras was at the age when he would forget the pain as soon as his scars healed. Before he left, he deliberately looked back at Green provocatively. Green was very pleased. He understood Loras's eyes. They would meet at the tournament. It's a pity that there is only victory and defeat in the Game of Thrones. Green sighed secretly as he looked at the high-spirited young man. Green sent the Starks to the towering bronze gate of the Red Castle before saying goodbye and leaving. In front of the Prime Minister's tower, Duke Eddard was about to order someone to take his two daughters in to rest first, but a young man who claimed to be a royal attendant came over. "Prime Minister, it's an honor to meet you. Grand Maester Pycelle has called an urgent royal meeting. If it's convenient, I hope you can come." After days of traveling, even the strong Duke Eddard felt exhausted. He just wanted to take a hot bath, have a roast chicken or duck, and then have a good sleep on the feather bed. Moreover, he was not happy with the timing of Pycelle's meeting. Lord Eddard frowned and said coldly, "Let's change it to tomorrow." The royal attendant stroked his chest and nodded, saying respectfully, "Prime Minister, I will tell the royal ministers that you are not available." "Damn it," Lord Eddard cursed in a low voice. He understood the meaning of the royal attendant's words. The other royal ministers were waiting for him alone. This is not Winterfell. And the royal ministers are not his vassals. He doesn't want to offend those people as soon as he arrives. Lord Eddard suppressed his anger and said calmly, "I will go to see them now. But please wait for a moment, let me arrange the children." Lord Eddard called Vayan Poole, Stark's steward, and said, "Vayan, I have to attend the royal meeting. I leave this to you. Take good care of my daughter. Also, tell Jory to let them stay in the room and not let Arya run around." After giving the order, Lord Eddard glanced at Jon not far away and walked over. "Jon, take care of the sisters." Jon moved his lips, but nodded silently. "Good boy, you should have a good rest too." Eddard found that Jon's face was less gloomy, and he curled the corners of his lips. Perhaps the decision to take the illegitimate child away from Winterfell was correct. Throne room. The door was pushed open, and Lord Eddard strode in and found 4 royal ministers waiting for him. Varys, who Lord Eddard disliked the most, was the first to come over and reached out to grab one of his hands. Varys' tone was very happy. "Lord Stark, it is my great honor to see you again." "Varys is at your service." Lord Eddard smelled the sweet and greasy smell of decay on Varys, which smelled like flowers growing on a grave. Lord Eddard's expression was cold. "In the future, I will trouble you." After saying that, he pulled his hand out of Varys' sweat and cold palm, ignored Varys, and walked towards Renly. When Robert first took the throne, Renly was just a 7-year-old boy. Now he has grown up and looks very similar to Robert. Every time Lord Eddard saw Renly, he would feel as if time had gone back and he saw the heroic Robert standing in front of him. Lord Renly nodded to Lord Eddard and smiled heartily. "Ned, I am really happy to work with you." "Me too, Renly." Lord Eddard hugged Lord Renly affectionately, and Varys, who followed, watched the scene with a smile. After the two separated, Petyr said, "Lord Stark, I have wanted to meet you for many years. I think Lady Catelyn should have mentioned me to you." Petyr changed his usual elegance and wore a contemptuous smile on his face. Lord Eddard said coldly, "She did mention me." Lord Eddard never liked people with complicated minds like Petyr, and the content of Petyr's words also made him angry. He continued, "Lord Baelish, if I remember correctly, you are more familiar with my brother Brandon." Lord Renly laughed and said, "He must be impressed. It is rumored that when Catelyn Tully was engaged to Brandon Stark, Petyr challenged Brandon, who is much older than him, to a duel in order to prove his deep love for Catelyn. As a result, Brandon defeated Petyr easily. If it were not for Catelyn's request, Petyr would have died on the spot. Petyr shrugged and said, "Indeed, I still have his memento on me. It seems that Brandon mentioned me to you." There was a hint of anger in Eddard's voice. "He would mention you when he was furious." Petyr looked at Duke Eddard, who was trying hard to suppress his anger, and raised the corners of his lips. "Everyone says that the Starks in the north are made of ice and will melt once they pass the Neck Lake. I thought that people in your Stark family were not so angry. It seems that the rumors are wrong, Lord Baelish. You can rest assured that the Starks are not going to melt too quickly." Duke Eddard stared at Petyr coldly, walked to the long table, and sat in the position of the Prime Minister in front of the king. Duke Eddard said seriously, "My lords, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Please take a seat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 136, Villain Meeting. Varys smiled and continued, "Lord Stark, you are the Prime Minister, and it is our duty to serve you." After that, he and other Prime Ministers sat down in their own seats. Because King Robert said that all Prime Ministers were cunning people, although Lord Eddard was very tired, he did not relax his vigilance. He swept his eyes over the crowd and frowned. "Why are there only 5 people in the small council?" Varys glanced at Renly and said respectfully, "Prime Minister, Lord Stannis has just returned to Dragonstone, and Ser Barristan is accompanying the king." Grand Maester Pycelle, who had been sitting quietly in his seat, raised his head and said slowly, "Prime Minister Eddard, today's small council is about the tournament. This is to celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister. There is no need to summon all the ministers of the small council." Petyr curled his lips and said, "I can't remember the last time there were 7 people sitting here." Lord Eddard glanced at Petyr, then said to Pycelle, "Maester Pycelle, I see that you are still in good health, and thank you for your advice." Pycelle stroked his chest tremblingly, and said, "Lord Eddard, I am old after all, and I get tired easily. I almost fell asleep just now." Lord Eddard frowned imperceptibly. He felt it was really tiring to listen to these people talk. "My lords, let's discuss the tournament first." After listening to everyone's discussion for a while, Duke Eddard almost couldn't help cursing. The total debt of the Iron Throne exceeds 6 million gold dragons. Did the Targaryens leave behind a mountain of gold and silver treasures? How could it fall to this point? The tournament was held in his name. How far did Robert want to go? Did Robert think he would be honored by this? The important thing is that this is simply adding insult to injury to the kingdom's finances. Lord Eddard took a breath and said as calmly as possible, "I will talk to His Majesty Robert. The kingdom cannot afford such an extravagant tournament." Lord Renly smiled heartily and said, "Ned, we don't know when you will see my brother. Many people have gathered in King's Landing to participate in the tournament, and more are on the way. It's too late to cancel it." Varys explained, "Our dear King Robert has too many things to worry about. He will not come back for trivial matters." Lord Renly shrugged, "Ned, my brother gets a headache when he hears about matters involving finance, harvest and law. He put us here to lighten his burden." "God damn it," Lord Eddard cursed softly. He looked at the Minister of Finance, Lord Baelish. "How are you going to raise the money needed for the tournament?" Petyr curled the corners of his lips and said, "Prime Minister Stark, I have prepared a golden dragons." Seeing the confusion on Duke Eddard's face, he explained with a sarcastic tone, "Everyone knows that the kingdom's treasury has been empty for many years. Every time we need money, we have to borrow it. Anyway, we already owe Lannister more than 3 million gold dragons. It's not a big deal to borrow a little more for the tournament this time." Duke Eddard's pupils shrank slightly. It was already more than 3 million gold dragons. Why was Lannister so generous? Petyr's eyes moved, as if he saw through Lord Eddard's thoughts, and he said, "There is a Lannister queen sitting in the Red Castle, so the Lannister family is happy to support us, Lord Eddard." Lord Eddard said a little irritably, "Damp tournament, the sooner this farce ends, the sooner I can rest assured." Pycelle suddenly said, "Duke Eddard, the Commander-in-Chief of the Gold Cloaks reported on the current situation in King's Landing at noon today. He expressed concern about the security in the city." Lord Eddard leaned back in his chair and said, "Tell me about it." "Many knights have arrived in King's Landing to participate in the tournament, and for every knight who comes, there are 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 soldiers, a dozen vendors, and 24 prostitutes. As for thieves, there are so many that I dare not even guess. Last night, someone drowned, there was a tavern riot, 3 knife fights, a murder, 2 fires, and countless robberies. I heard that a drunk horse rushed directly to Sister Street. After Pycelle finished speaking, Varys shuddered and said, "This morning, a woman's head was found floating in the rainbow pool of the Great September. No one knows where the head came from, and no one knows whose head it is. It's so scary," Lord Ringley said unhappily. "If Janos can't even maintain order in the city, I'm afraid the Gold Cloaks will have to replace him with a capable person as the commander-in-chief." Pycelle nodded and said, "This is also a solution, Lord Ringley." Lord Eddard asked, "Has he thought of a solution?" "Janos hopes that the Council of the King will approve him to increase his manpower." After Pycelle answered, Petyr sneered. "Increase manpower?" Lord Eddard immediately thought of green soldiers, but shook his head secretly. After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard said, "I will assign 20 men from my guards to Janos, and then let him hire another 50 men. As for the money," he turned his head to look at Petyr, and continued, "Lord Baelish will solve it." Petyr was stunned for a moment and said, "I will solve it, you heard it right. Since you can quickly raise the gold dragons for the tournament, it should not be a problem to get a few more brown stars to maintain order in King's Landing." Petyr's expression was both helpless and bitter. He shrugged and said, "I am happy to serve you, Lord Eddard. The rest of the matter will be discussed another day." Lord Eddard realized that his tone of voice was not very good, and reminded himself that this was not Winterfell. He softened his tone and continued, "My lords, I am really tired. Let's stop here today and continue when I am more energetic." Lord Eddard did not wait for others to respond. He stood up, nodded to everyone present, and strode out of the throne room. The dining room of the Prime Minister's tower is a long and narrow room with a high dome. The benches can accommodate more than 200 people. The Starks are having dinner. There are only more than 50 of them, so the benches seem empty. After the first course of dinner was cleared, Arya saw her father walk in. She could see that her father didn't seem to be in a good mood. Lord Eddard waved his hand and motioned everyone who stood up to salute to sit down. After sitting down, the captain of the guard, Jory, said, "My lord, everyone outside is talking about the tournament. It is said that the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms will come to fight for your honor and celebrate the new Prime Minister." Sansa's eyes lit up. "That will definitely be an unprecedented tournament. Father, can we go?" Arya found that her father's face looked even worse. She said to her sister, who was excited, "Sansa, don't you hate wielding swords and guns the most? Don't be scared and cry when the time comes. It's better to stay in the room and fiddle with your favorite embroidery." Sansa raised her head and said, "Arya, you should stay in the room honestly. Father told us to stay honestly, but you sneaked out. You are complaining again. You are a traitor." "I'm not a traitor. You did something wrong. I hate you the most." "Huh? I never said I liked you." "Enough." Lord Eddard was full of anger. "I am tired of your endless quarrels. After all, you are sisters. I hope you can love each other like sisters. Understand?" Sansa bit her lip and nodded. Arya lowered her head and stared at the plate in front of her unhappily. There was only the sound of knives and forks hitting the plate. Lord Eddard looked at his 2 daughters and sighed, saying, "I will help you to arrange seats at the stadium." After that, he stood up with a tired look and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have much appetite tonight. You should eat more." This stupid thing was obviously Robert's own idea. Not only did he have to help organize it, but he also had to pretend to be flattered. Lord Eddard didn't like this feeling very much. After his father left, Arya found that Sansa immediately whispered excitedly with others, and everyone was talking and laughing. The atmosphere in the restaurant soon became lively. When they were in Winterfell, they often ate in the castle hall. "My father always said that as a lord, you need to eat with your subordinates frequently so that you can keep their hearts. He also said that as a lord, you must not only understand your subordinates, but also let them understand your lord, because your subordinates will not work for a stranger." In Winterfell, my father always reserved a seat at his dining table, inviting different people every night to listen to different people's stories or suggestions. At that time, Arya liked to sit at the table and listen to them. Arya glared at her hypocritical sister and quietly slipped out of the lively restaurant while others were not paying attention. Meager Tower. Green was having dinner with Cersei and Jaime. The main dishes tonight were pumpkin sweet soup and roast ribs. King Green was very busy. He had lunch with Baratheon and Stark at noon, and dinner with Lannister at night. Green took a sip from his wine glass and said, "Sir Jaime, are you satisfied with my gift?" Green really couldn't think of a good gift, so he gave Jaime a cloak embroidered with the words Warden of the East as a gift. Jaime coughed dryly, glanced at Cersei beside him, and changed the subject directly. Have you prepared your armor? Cersei had seen the gift Green sent, and she seemed very satisfied. Jaime was afraid that Cersei would ask him to wear that high-profile cloak, so he didn't want to discuss it at all. Green smiled and said, "It has been arranged. I think there is no problem with the time." After a while, Queen Cersei put down her knife and fork and signaled the waiter to leave the restaurant. Cersei shook the wine glass gently and said, "Lord Green, what do you think of that girl?" Green is a person who will not easily leave a handle. He went to meet the Starks with Cersei's permission. After guessing that Sansa Stark might become Joffrey's fiancée, Queen Cersei has been very concerned about this matter. Green put down his wine glass and said seriously, "Miss Sansa Stark has the red hair and blue eyes of the Tully family. She is a little beauty. Her family protects her very well. She is young and innocent." Cersei curled the corners of her lips and said slowly, "It's very interesting, isn't it?" Jaime smiled and said, "Queen Cersei, you seem to be somewhat satisfied." Cersei glanced at Jaime with a smile, took a sip of summer red, and said, "Joffrey is suitable for well-behaved and obedient girls." Green blinked slowly. Why did he suddenly have a sense of déjà vu of a villain meeting? It must be an illusion. "Your Majesty," Green simply and directly recounted his encounter with Margaery, saying, "The Golden Rose keeps making small moves. I always feel that they are secretly planning something." Jaime frowned and said, "Is Highgarden going to marry Winterfell? I remember that the heir of Winterfell, Robb Stark, is about the same age as Margaery Tyrell." Cersei glanced at Jaime and said coldly, "Jaime, how could a self-righteous Riverlander fall for a country bumpkin from the north? The Golden Rose fell for that drunk Robert, right?" Cersei was always very sensitive to such tactics. Cersei remembered the words of the witch. She snorted coldly and said, "No matter how they plan, the Golden Rose is doomed to fail." Green's eyes trembled slightly, and he said, "Your Highness, we can't know what the Golden Rose will do. I heard that they have a lot of people in King's Landing. I am very worried about your safety." "Just in case," Green lowered his voice and continued, "do you need me to transfer more soldiers from the Whispering Castle?" After a pause, he said, "Sir Jaime is now the Warden of the East. We can legitimately mobilize the army to King's Landing." Cersei was thinking, and she seemed to be very tempted by Green's proposal. Jaime's voice interrupted Cersei's thoughts. "Cersei, Queen, everyone is rushing to King's Landing, and everyone's eyes are on this place. Now is not a good time to mobilize the army. It is easy to cause accidents." Green nodded and echoed, "Sir Jaime's worries are reasonable. People with ulterior motives may slander us for occupying King's Landing." After saying that, he shrugged his shoulders and showed a helpless expression on his face. Cersei's green eyes trembled. She slowly stroked the cup, and without much hesitation, she said, "Lord Green, how many soldiers can Whispering Castle mobilize?" Green immediately replied, "Your Highness, if time is urgent, it is about 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. If there is 2 or 3 months, at least 10,000 soldiers can be mobilized for you." The new Warden of the East, Jaime, looked at Green. His eyes were a little complicated. Jaime believed that Green did not lie about the military strength, and there was no need to do so. Crab's army was already a force that the king could not ignore. He recalled the past with Green, and thinking carefully, Green had hinted many times, or boasted about Crab's military strength. What they were planning in secret was full of dangers, and Casterly Rock was too far away. Now that Cersei's safety was further guaranteed, Jaime was actually much more relaxed, and he felt that the most important thing to be vigilant about was not to let Cersei and Green mess around. Cersei nodded slightly and said, "Lord Green, I am pleased with your loyalty. Wait for my order." Cersei's beautiful eyes stared at Green, who nodded slightly. Jaime breathed a sigh of relief. At least Cersei understood that their affairs should not cause a big stir. Jaime smiled and said, "Green, this should be your first time participating in a tournament, right? You must prepare well. You may even win the heart of a certain lady." Chapter 137, Wolves Gather. The candlelight flickered in the restaurant. Green smiled and said, "Sir Jaime, I don't have any expectations for this. You and the Knight of Flowers of the Tyrell family will definitely attract the attention of all the ladies." Jaime Lannister smiled. Queen Cersei put down her wine glass and said with a curled lip corner, "Mr. Charming Warden of the East, get some fruit for your queen." You know what I like to eat. Jaime shrugged, stood up from his chair, and saluted with a smile. I am happy to serve you, my queen. After Jaime left, Queen Cersei's beautiful eyes moved and looked at Green. Lord Green, your queen is very worried about the loyalty of the Gold Cloak. Green leaned forward slightly in the direction of Queen Cersei. My queen, the Whispering Castle is at your disposal. Queen Cersei's idea is very simple. If the secret plan fails, she will directly raise an army to kill King Robert. As for the consequences of doing so, she only knows that it will be written by the victor. Queen Cersei showed a trace of satisfaction, and she said, mobilize 2,000 soldiers to King's Landing as soon as possible. Yes, my queen. After a pause, Green continued, I will arrange it when I go back. We can see your 2,000 soldiers in 15 days at most. Queen Cersei nodded her chin slightly and shook her wineglass. She suddenly said, Lord Green, aren't you curious why I want to mobilize the army? Green shook his head and said without hesitation, my queen, I only care about what your next order is. Green's answer made Cersei very satisfied. She said in a good mood, Lord Green, your loyalty makes me happy. Soon, you will be my commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. Green was stunned for a moment, then with a look of joy on his face, he stroked his chest and nodded, Your Highness, thank you for your trust. Crab will always remember your kindness. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, she curled the corners of her lips, and said, Don't tell Jaime about the mobilization of troops for now. I will tell him in person when the army arrives in King's Landing. Queen Cersei doesn't understand military affairs, so she doesn't care how Green secretly transferred the army to King's Landing. Well, she only cares about the result. As you wish, my queen. After leaving Meagher's tower, Green suddenly stopped on the way and looked to one side. He raised his hand to signal the guards to stay where they were. Green stood silently for a while, then walked into the flowers and pulled out a thin figure. Lord Green, how did you find me? Arya Stark was not embarrassed at all when being held in Green's hands, but looked even more excited. Green put Arya down, squatted down and looked over. The little girl's eyes sparkled in the moonlight. Green said seriously, Miss Arya, the guards of the Red Castle are very sensitive at night. They may swing their swords without saying hello. You should have guards with you. Arya slapped her clothes a few times and said, Lord Green, you haven't answered my question yet. Well, this is very stark. Green chuckled and said, The wind tonight made the flowers and plants sway, except for the large area where you are. Arya was delighted. I see, you must be an excellent hunter. After saying that, Arya wanted to slip away, but was caught by Green. He said, Miss Arya, I have answered your question. Now can I hear your answer? Arya puffed her cheeks and said perfunctorily, Okay. I will pay attention next time. Green stood up, and the corners of his lips curled up imperceptibly, saying, It seems that I have to send you to Lord Eddard. He looked at the sky and continued, I hope I won't disturb his rest. Green heard a slight hum. Arya shook her head quickly, and she said obediently, I know the way. I can go back by myself. Don't bother you. It's just on the way. I'm honored. Arya looked at the blue robes that surrounded her, and her shoulders slumped. Arya didn't want to be scolded by her father, so she used various tricks along the way. For example, he made promises, flattered her, and finally played pitiful. Lord Green was indifferent. Arya thought Green was a good friend, and she felt deeply betrayed. She swore in her heart that she would never talk to Green again. Near the Prime Minister's tower, Green stopped and looked at Arya, who was angry. Miss Arya, Green pointed in the direction of the Prime Minister's tower gate and said, I will stay here and leave after I see you go in. Arya blinked, as if to confirm whether she heard it wrong. Isn't he going to push me to my father? Her eyes lit up again. Green lowered his body, patted Arya's head lightly, and said, Go, be careful in the future. Arya nodded heavily with a look of surprise. Earl Green, you are my good friend. I am honored. Go to bed early. Arya trotted towards the Prime Minister's tower gate. When she was about to reach the door, she turned around and waved her little hand. Then she said a few words to the guard at the door and went directly into the Prime Minister's tower. Green looked up at the starry night sky for a while before leading the guards out of the Prime Minister's tower. Arya, who was originally very happy, just stepped onto the stairs and looked up when she saw her father with a serious face. The smile on her little face froze there. Arya said reluctantly, Good night, father. Lord Eddard, with a slightly gloomy face, sighed and said, Arya, everyone is ready to look for you. Arya lowered her head and said, "Sorry, father, I'm just too bored." Lord Eddard walked down a few steps, touched Arya with his big hand, and said, "Remember to let people know where you went next time." Arya nodded, and a smile appeared on her little face. "Father, I met Earl Green. He sent me here. We are already good friends." Lord Eddard's lips curled slightly. "Arya, you are amazing. You have made friends as soon as you came here," he added. "I will find a teacher for you tomorrow." Arya shook her head. "Father, I can't learn the skills of a lady." She spread out her little hands, looked down, and continued, "They are really stupid and can't do dexterous things." Lord Eddard sighed. "Arya, my child, you have a special wildness. Your grandfather called it the blood of the running wolf. My sister Lyanna has a little bit of it, and my brother Brandon has more, but they both died young." Although Arya was still young, she could hear the sadness in her father's words. Her father rarely talked about his father and siblings in front of them. Arya only knew that they all died before she was born. Lord Eddard's eyes were deep, as if he was reminiscing. "If your grandfather had agreed, Lyanna would probably have wielded a sword. Sometimes when I see you, I think of her. You even look a bit like her," Arya said in astonishment. "Father, Aunt Lyanna is a great beauty." Everyone in Winterfell said so. But no one ever used Lyanna to describe Arya. They called her horse-faced Arya. Lord Eddard smiled. "You are very similar, both beautiful and willful. Father never lies." Arya was very happy in her heart, and her little face was full of cheerful smiles. After walking a few steps, Lord Eddard said, "Arya, you and Sansa have quarreled too many times along the way. You are sisters." Arya avoided Lord Eddard's gaze. She turned her little face to the other side and said, "She always likes to complain about me. I hate her." Lord Eddard said gently, "You two may have different personalities, but you are both Starks. Winter is coming. You need her, and she needs you as well. And I need both of you, my child." Arya looked at her father and saw the deep fatigue hidden behind him. Arya felt very distressed. She didn't want to make her father worry more. She nodded slightly. "Father, a lone wolf dies, and a pack of wolves survives. I forgive Sansa." After a pause, she said, "I want to learn swordsmanship." Crab Mansion. Green took off his armor and entered the study and stood in front of the map on the wall. The westward march was going smoothly, and Emperor had already proved his ability with his military exploits. Green was only waiting to hold a knighting ceremony for Emperor after the westward march was over. Green pinched his chin. He decided to hand over the command of the westward march to the captain of the Thorns, Emperor, and Perpili led 2,000 soldiers to King's Landing, while the captain of the garrison, Mason Baker, continued to guard the territory. As for how to mobilize, Green's sight moved to the location of King's Landing, and his eyes trembled slightly. After thinking for a while, his fingers first pointed at the valley, and then pointed at Dragonstone Island below. Green rubbed his left thumb against his index finger behind his back. A slave owner manor on the western coast of Essos. Viserys Targaryen, who had just recovered from a serious illness, looked even thinner. He was sitting on the most gorgeous chair in the hall, leaning against the armrest. Viserys stared at his haggard sister, and said with a mocking tone, "Dany, are you going to let me take 10,000 slaves to take back the Iron Throne? Are you going to make the usurper laugh to death?" "My dear sister," Daenerys Targaryen took the cup handed over by Barona and said tiredly, "Brother, we still have a year." Daenerys learned from the slaves rescued from the ship that they came from a manor specializing in the slave trade, and it was not far away. Daenerys knew very well that they could not drift in the narrow sea all the time. She needed to find a temporary place to stay as soon as possible for her subsequent plans. They docked at a small port, sold all the useless things for them, replenished weapons, horses, food and other supplies, and headed towards the slave manor. Daenerys then really felt the pain of riding a horse. After 2 days of marching, she felt half dead. Sitting on the saddle for days caused her buttocks to be covered with scars, her thighs to be severely peeled due to long-term friction, her hands to be blistered by the reins, and the muscles of her feet and back to be so painful that she couldn't even sit up straight, and she couldn't even get off the horse without help. Viserys sneered and said, "My dear sister, it should be said that it will be less than a year." Although Daenerys knew that Viserys' patience had always been insufficient, she was really tired and didn't want to care about her brother's complaints at the moment. Seeing that his sister ignored him, Viserys' anger rose. He screamed, "Watch your attitude, the one sitting here is the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the true king of the Iron Throne. Everyone who was cleaning the hall stopped their actions and turned to look at Daenerys. Daenerys waved her hand lightly, signaling everyone to continue. She whispered to Viserys, whose face was distorted, "Brother, I'm sorry, I'm just too tired." Daenerys' sincere apology dissipated Viserys' anger. He smiled contemptuously, "My dear sister, you are too delicate. I doubt whether you can keep your promise." Daenerys pursed her lips and said, "Viserys, don't worry, I will definitely do it." Viserys' thin face finally showed a satisfied look. Barona stood expressionlessly behind Daenerys, motionless. The true king who is reclining on the chair would confirm the promise with Daenerys every 2 or 3 days. She was almost used to it. Viserys suddenly smiled and said, "Dany, you don't have time to rest. This manor must be protected by a nearby city-state. They will soon know the intelligence here and will send troops soon." His voice seemed to be deliberately raised. "You don't even understand such a simple truth? If it were me, I would not make such an obvious mistake." Viserys said this deliberately for the people present. He had long been dissatisfied with the fact that everyone only obeyed Daenerys. He planned to seize power, but because he was alone now, he could only use this method to suppress his sister's prestige first, and then he could take over the entire team when the time was right. "Your Majesty Viserys, that's not necessarily true." This was the voice of Ser Jorah, and Daenerys looked over. Ser Jorah smiled at the princess and strode over. Ser Jorah was not handsome. He had a bull-like neck and shoulders, thick black hair on his arms and chest, and no grass on his head, but his smile was easy to comfort people. Jorah stood in front of Daenerys and nodded, "Your Highness, Ange has heard some good news. The city-state that shelters the manor seems to be at war. I think we can rest assured and reorganize for a while. Your new recruits need basic training." Before Daenerys could speak, Viserys sneered, "Huh, new recruits? Are you talking about those slaves who have just broken free from their shackles? You are very humorous, this homeless wandering knight." Jorah turned to Viserys, who bowed slightly and said calmly, "Your Majesty, a soldier's task is to stain his weapons with the blood of the enemy. As for his previous identity, it doesn't matter." After that, he turned to Daenerys, "Your Highness, please allow me to make a suggestion. Your maid Asanna is very suitable to be the coach to train new recruits. I have to admit that she is very capable in this regard. Sorry for the long wait, TT. I'll try to update twice a day starting tomorrow. It may not be possible, but I will definitely try my best." Chapter 138, Rebirth, Part 1. Daenerys smiled and said, "Sir, I appreciate your advice. I need you to do the same in the future. Give me advice anytime and anywhere, and I promise to listen carefully." Jorah Mormont, who had his head down, raised his eyes, put his hands on his chest and bowed slightly. Daenerys Targaryen smiled at the corners of her lips and tapped her chin lightly. She turned her head to look at Viserys Targaryen, who had a look of disdain on his face. "Brother, Ser Jorah is not a wanderer. He is the guard of the Princess of Dragonstone, and I have entrusted my safety to him." Ser Jorah suddenly raised his head and looked at Daenerys. His pupils expanded and contracted several times, and his lips moved, but no sound came out. "Ha!" Viserys straightened up, his face distorted. "Dany, my dear sister, did I hear you correctly? Are you refuting a king?" He stood up and shrilly, "I am the Andal, the Rhoynar, the king of the first men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, protector of the realm." Viserys I, the only true king of the Iron Throne. When he said the latter part, Viserys' voice seemed to turn into a roar. Daenerys' eyes were hot. When did her brother start to become like this? She couldn't remember it clearly. It seemed that her brother became irritable after selling her mother's queen's crown. Daenerys remembered the dress that Magister Illyrio gave her. She had never seen such a beautiful dress before, and she couldn't help but put it on immediately. She was so happy at that time. But not long after, her brother came to her angrily and tore her dress to pieces. The maid who took good care of her also lost her life in the end. From then on, Daenerys never dared to accept gifts from others unless they were brought by her brother himself. Illyrio also passed them on through her brother, until she met Lord Green. A lot of things happened later, and she still clearly remembered the feeling at that time. The fear day and night made her secretly think about escaping from her brother many times. But Viserys is her only relative, and Daenerys is reluctant to leave her brother. Because they are relatives, Daenerys will carefully accompany her brother even if she is afraid. What if it is someone else? In the past, when her brother was angry, Daenerys' heart was only fear, but now she is more helpless. Will the people of the 7 kingdoms love King Viserys? Daenerys wiped away the tears that had not fallen with the back of her hand calmly. "Brother, no one denies that you are our king, I promise." Viserys' cold smile deepened, his voice was full of sarcasm. "My dear sister, I am more and more skeptical of your promise," Daenerys said sincerely. "Viserys, you only need to wait less than a year, leave it to me, okay? You will definitely get the troops to take back the Iron Throne." "The Iron Throne," Viserys murmured, his face full of smiles. "My dear sister, of course I believe in you, the king will keep his promise, but don't make me wait anxiously." He looked at the expressionless Ser Jorah hatefully, and said, "Sooner or later I will let you see the consequences of betraying the king." After Viserys left, Daenerys stroked her forehead, sighed secretly. "Ser Jorah, you have never betrayed. I apologize to you on behalf of Viserys." Daenerys was physically and mentally exhausted, with a weak smile on her little face. After a moment of silence, Jorah said solemnly, "Princess, I don't care. Mormont never wavers." When Daenerys got up from the chair, her body swayed because of the pain. She held the armrest tightly and reached out to refuse Jorah's help. Daenerys wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said in a relaxed tone, "I never thought that marching would be so tiring." Jorah glanced at Daenerys, and his worried expression flashed away. "Princess, it will be like this at the beginning. You will get used to it soon. You are much stronger than most people I have seen." At night, Daenerys couldn't take a bath because of the peeling of her thighs, and she had to wipe her body with a wet towel with the help of her maid. Daenerys curled up on the bed and quietly shed tears. During the day, Daenerys must be the strong princess of Dragonstone, but when she is alone at night, she always can't help shedding tears. Daenerys had planned well, but now she knew that thinking and doing were completely different. She was actually very confused in her heart, not knowing whether she could hold on, or how long she could hold on. It was late at night, but Daenerys was in so much pain that she could not fall asleep. "Dany, don't be afraid." The man she had been thinking about had been lying beside her at some point. He was comforting her softly, looking at her deeply. There was only her in his eyes. Daenerys felt shy and secretly happy. Her body suddenly stopped feeling pain, leaving only a deep sweetness. Daenerys stretched out her hand. She wanted to touch the man's cheek, and then, she would bravely respond to his love, and they would blend into each other and never separate again. Just as Daenerys' fingers were about to touch it, everything around her suddenly shattered, and she was already standing in front of a giant dragon. There was no bed or green here, only Daenerys and the dragon. She clenched her fingers and folded them into fists. The dragon's scales were as dark as the night, and the blood on them was slippery. Daenerys felt for some reason that it was the blood she had shed in the past few days. The dragon's eyes were two pools of lava fire. It suddenly opened its mouth and flames shot out. Looking at the surging flames, Daenerys heard the dragon's song, so she stretched out her arms, embraced the flames, and let it devour her completely. Daenerys could clearly feel her muscles burning and blackening, necrotizing and peeling, and her blood boiling and evaporating, but she felt no pain, but felt strong and healthy, as if she had been reborn. The sky was slightly bright. Daenerys opened her eyes, blinked, and suddenly turned her body to look at the other side of the bed. Daenerys stared at the empty bed for a while, and sure enough, was it just a dream? Her little face was full of disappointment. When she got up from the bed, Daenerys frowned habitually, but did not feel unbearable pain. Daenerys found that the pain in her body seemed to have disappeared, and she couldn't help walking back and forth in the room. Daenerys was delighted to find that not only had her injuries healed, but her body had also become stronger than before. Her soft thighs became unusually strong, and she no longer worried about riding a horse. In the Red Keep, Lord Eddard strode out of the Prime Minister's tower with Jory. Today was the 5th day since Lord Eddard arrived at the Red Keep. In the past few days, Lord Eddard was mainly busy with the tournament, and secretly he had begun to investigate the affairs of Prime Minister Jon. Lord Eddard's serious face was covered with fatigue that could not be concealed. Lord Eddard was not used to the hypocritical ways of the Red Keep, which made him feel tired. He missed the simplicity and clarity of the North. In any case, Lord Eddard had never thought of retreating, and the Wolfrun would not give up halfway just because of difficulties. Lord Eddard casually looked at the books and various medicines on the bookshelf. Pycelle saluted tremblingly. "Lord Eddard, I didn't expect you to come in person." "I am always ready to serve you." Lord Eddard nodded slightly. He was wondering who Mr. Pycelle would be ready to serve. "Master Pycelle, please sit down." Pycelle was old and frail, and Lord Eddard was going to ask him many questions, and he didn't want to get into trouble in the middle of his speech. Pycelle nodded his thanks, as if he was deeply moved by Lord Eddard's kindness. After Duke Eddard waited for Pycelle to sit down, he said, "I heard that Prime Minister John borrowed a book from you not long before he passed away. I'd like to see which book it was." Pycelle moved his fingers in his sleeves and said, "That's a book written by Mr. Melian. It's all about the genealogy of all the major families. I'm afraid you'll find it boring." Duke Eddard sat down opposite Pycelle and said, "It's okay. I just want to take a look." Pycelle did not persuade him anymore. He glanced at the bookshelf with his cloudy eyes and said, "I think I put it here. I didn't pay much attention to it because the content is too boring. I'll ask the waiter to help me find it later. I'll send someone to deliver it to the Prime Minister's tower before dark." "Pycelle, you are so thoughtful. It's a great honor to serve you." After Mr. Pycelle finished speaking, he coughed lightly a few times, and his breathing became a little heavier. Duke Eddard frowned slightly and said, "Pycelle, if your body still allows, I would like to hear about the situation before Prime Minister John's death. I heard that you have been responsible for his treatment." Pycelle sighed, paused, and said, "Duke Eddard, the death of Prime Minister John is a heavy blow to us. I am happy to tell you about his death." Pycelle straightened up with difficulty and looked at Duke Eddard. The bachelor's necklace hanging around his neck made a slight sound. He shook his head thoughtfully and said, "To be honest, Prime Minister John was often uneasy before. I have worked with him for so many years. I thought it was the kingdom's political affairs that troubled him. Everyone knows that he carries the entire kingdom on his shoulders. At least that's what I thought at the time. Now I dare not make a rash conclusion." Duke Eddard was sad when he talked about John. He had indeed been working hard for more than 10 years. "Mr. Pycelle, I want to know what illness he had." "I heard that he died very suddenly." Pycelle spread his hands. His voice was sad and helpless. "Although Prime Minister John had a serious illness before, he showed obvious improvement under our careful treatment. But one morning, he suddenly felt pain all over his body and couldn't even get out of bed. Mr. Common thought he just caught a cold in his stomach, but Lord John's condition continued to worsen, so I had to take action myself, but the gods refused to give me the medical skills to save him." Chapter 139, Being Ambushed, Part 2. Lord Eddard's grey eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Pycelle sharply. "I heard that you drove Mr. Common away at that time." Pycelle nodded solemnly and said, "I treat Common as my own son, and I have absolute confidence in his ability, but he is still too young. Young people often cannot understand how weak the elderly are. Prime Minister John's body cannot withstand bold treatment. I couldn't bear to see Common make a mistake, so I had to send him away and take over myself. At that time, I thought this was the best choice, but from the result, we still lost the respected Prime Minister John. Maybe I did something wrong, and Lady Lyssa will never forgive me." After saying this, Pycelle's face was full of self-blame. Lord Eddard was not good at comforting people, so he directly changed the subject. "Did John say anything when he was dying?" Pycelle suppressed the sadness on his face. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "In the last stages of his high fever, Prime Minister John called out for Robert many times. I'm not sure if he was calling his youngest son or His Majesty the King." Lord Eddard sighed and asked, "Mr. Pycelle, didn't Prime Minister John have any last words?" Seeing that Prime Minister John had no hope of recovery, I gave him milk of the poppy so that he would no longer suffer. Pycelle continued slowly. Prime Minister John said some words to Lady Lyssa and His Majesty the King to pray for their youngest son. Finally, he said something about his strong caste, and then his words were unclear. Lord Eddard frowned. "Strong caste?" Pycelle nodded. "Yes, Lord Eddard. Everyone present heard it, but we were not too surprised. Prime Minister John was already unconscious at the time." After a moment's silence, Duke Eddard asked, "Mr. Pycelle, in your opinion, is there anything suspicious about Prime Minister John's death?" Pycelle's body stiffened for a moment, and he shook his head and said, "No, I don't think there's anything suspicious. Duke Eddard, death is sad, but on the other hand, it is also the most natural thing." Duke Eddard stared at Pycelle's face and said in a deep voice, "Northerners are not very good at being tactful. Let me be direct. What I mean is, has Prime Minister John been poisoned?" Pycelle's sleepy eyes suddenly widened and he said, "Duke Eddard, poisoning is too despicable, and your guess is chilling. We are in Westeros, not a free trade city-state. Only there is poisoning commonplace." After a pause, he added, "Excuse me, I have to say that your speculation is unfounded. because any hired country scholar can see the common symptoms of poisoning, but Prime Minister John does not show any similar signs. Moreover, everyone loves Prime Minister John. How could a beast dare to poison such a noble person? Free Trade City. Duke Eddard's pupils shrank slightly. He felt that Pycelle seemed to be hinting at something. Duke Eddard felt that talking to these people was really tiring. He really wanted to directly mention the person in front of him and ask what he meant, but this was not the North. He warned himself to hold back and not offend people for pleasure. And would a cunning person tell him the truth so readily? Duke Eddard felt that it was more likely to be another vague hint or a lie with a purpose. Thinking of the secret letter sent by Lyssa, Duke Eddard said casually, "Master Pycelle, thank you for your answer, but I heard that poison is a woman's weapon." Pycelle pinched his white beard that flowed down to his chest and pondered. There is such a saying, including women, cowards, and eunuchs. He seemed to have remembered something important, lowered his voice and continued, "Did you know that Varys, the chief intelligence officer, was originally a slave of the Free Trade City?" Duke Eddard, "You must not trust him." At this time, the strange cry of the raven came from above their heads. So, was Pycelle's previous hint to tell him not to trust Varys? In fact, Pycelle didn't need to remind him of this, because Varys had a way of making him get goosebumps all over his body, and Duke Eddard would instinctively be wary of him. Pycelle's gaze shifted to the roof, and he said with emotion, "I was the one who informed Winterfell of the death of Prime Minister John. I have never sent out a raven with such a heavy heart in my life." Lord Eddard murmured, "Black wings bring black news." Pycelle retracted his gaze and said, "There is such a saying, but it is not entirely true. We know that blackbirds can also bring joyful good news." "Mr. Pycelle, you are right." Lord Eddard stood up from his chair. A polite smile appeared on his serious face. "I have taken up too much of your time. Thank you for your assistance." Pycelle stood up tremblingly, touched his chest and said, "I hope I have helped you." "Lord Eddard, it is my great honor to serve you." When Pycelle saw him to the door, Lord Eddard seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Mr. Pycelle, please forgive me, I have one last question." Pycelle paused and looked at Lord Eddard with turbid eyes. "I wonder if Queen Cersei was present when Prime Minister John was critically ill." Pycelle shook his head slightly and replied helplessly, "Our queen has never shown up, and everyone knows that she doesn't like Prime Minister John. Not even His Majesty Robert can force Queen Lannister to do anything she doesn't want to do." Outside the Prime Minister's tower, Green's sword easily blocked Jon Snow's sword. He tilted his head and said, "Sir Jon, didn't you eat enough?" Or, Green pushed with his sword, and Jon took several steps back before he stabilized his body. Green held the hilt of the sword, the long sword stood at his side, and asked in confusion, "Actually, you are a lady." Arya Stark, who was watching the fun nearby, shouted, "Lord Green, don't look down on girls." Green smiled, and he raised his voice to Arya, "Sorry, Lady Arya." Arya raised her chin and shouted to Jon, "Brother, beat Lord Green down. Didn't this little girl say that we were good friends a few days ago?" "Well, fickleness is the right of children." Green was not angry at all. He continued to taunt Jon, who was a little unsteady. "Jon, do you want to eat something first?" Jon was wearing a gray robe, a leather vest and chain mail on the outside, and he was sweating profusely inside. He panted and held his sword tightly with both hands. Why is he so strong? Jon has always been proud of his sword skills, but now he is a little suspicious whether those people in Winterfell are deliberately trying to let him go. He fell down 3 times in a row with almost no resistance, and Jon had to doubt his life. Jon forced a smile at Arya, who was jumping and shouting, with an embarrassed face. He exhaled slowly, his eyes became sharp again, and he stared at his opponent not far away. Grim raised his sword and held it with one hand, assuming a fighting stance. Clang. 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 After Jon raised his sword to block 3 swords, he first staggered, then lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Grim put away his sword, walked closer, and stretched out his hand to Jon, who was stunned. The hand that appeared in front of him brought Jon back to his senses. He looked up at Grim, who had a gentle face, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to grab the leverage to stand up. Jon calmed down his breath, nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, my lord." Grim patted Jon's arm, raised his foot and walked to another place, and he found the figure of Lord Eddard. Jon took the water cup handed by Monton and said unhappily, "Monton, please control your expression." "I know my performance is very bad," Monton said naively. "Jon, don't be discouraged. Lord Green defeated 100 swordsmen in Highgarden before. He is too strong, Jon sighed helplessly. He was not comforted at all. Southerners are weak. People in Winterfell say that a Northerner can defeat 10 Southerners. But being able to defeat 100 people is very strong. Thinking about it carefully, Jon felt that he was still a little comforted by Monton. Study in the Prime Minister's tower. Lord Eddard leaned back in his chair and put his feet directly on the table. Green also leaned back in his chair. He smiled and said, Duke Eddard, it seems that you are not satisfied with what you have gained from Pycelle. Green, call me Ned. Duke Eddard's tone was filled with anger. Talking to them can make people tired to death. I can't even tell whether it is a lie or not, damn it. Green smiled with his face raised. He stood up, picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine and handed it over. Duke Ned, forgive me for being presumptuous. King's Landing is not the land of the ancestors. You can only try your best to adapt. 2 days ago, Green was called to the Prime Minister's study by Duke Eddard. Before Green finished lamenting the days when he was bullied by Prime Minister Jon here, Duke Eddard suddenly said, Green, I trust you, and I need your help. Green Crab Lannister Tyrell Baratheon Stark nodded heavily without hesitation. Duke Eddard had confirmed Green's sense of honor through some inquiries, and from his point of view, he could not think of the reason why Green would betray himself. Lord Eddard told Green frankly that he suspected that Prime Minister Jon was murdered and hoped that Green could help him secretly investigate the truth. Lord Eddard stared into Green's eyes and said in a heavy tone, Before we find evidence, anyone could be the murderer. We must have a fair heart. After bidding farewell to Lord Eddard, Green immediately went to Meagher's tower and had to accept the task of monitoring Stark from Queen Cersei. In short, Lord Green, who was far-sighted, was successfully ambushed by Lord Eddard. So, when he got the chance today, he beat Jon Snow to vent his anger in the name of a swordsmanship contest. Damn it, Lord Eddard drank half a glass of wine in one gulp, and thinking of the bad things that happened in the past few days, he couldn't help but curse. Chapter 140 The Hunter and the Prey. Strong and tough. Hearing this, Green's eyes trembled slightly. It seems that it won't be long before Lord Eddard will notice the problem of the royal bloodline. The Starks are pure, and their noble character can even influence their enemies, but their weaknesses are too obvious. Stark's firm sense of justice will push speculators to the opponent, and Cersei's character is a natural enemy of Stark. The game of power cannot tolerate pure people. Lord Green has no confidence in persuading Lord Eddard to give up his original insistence and let him be flexible. Moreover, if Lord Eddard wins, then Stannis Baratheon will inherit the Iron Throne, which is not on the interests of the Crab family. Lord Green rubbed his hair. His original plan was to rescue all the wolf cubs at the critical moment, which was also a way to repay the favor of Lord Eddard. Green was listening carefully to what Lord Eddard said, and he was honest with Green without any vigilance. With Green's wisdom, even if he was sneak attacked by the sincerity of Lord Eddard, he could still jump back and forth according to the original plan. He felt that Lord Eddard seemed to be his nemesis, because Green knew his character well, and he could not be hard-hearted towards good people. Green secretly sighed. He was not a perfect power player after all. Green's handsome face showed a smile. Just think that those who are capable should do more work. Lord Green can do everything. Lord Eddard's mood became much better. He sighed and said, So, I miss the simplicity and clarity of the North, where the enemies are only cold and wild people. Green nodded in understanding. In fact, he also likes direct methods. After a pause, Green said seriously, Lord Ned, out of courtesy, we can respect the original rules of the game here at the beginning, but, he clenched his fists and continued, if the effect is not good, we will follow the way of the North. King Robert trusts you, and you are the Prime Minister. They should get used to you, not you get used to them. Lord Eddard was somewhat moved. He had to admit that Green's words were very attractive, and the reasons were sufficient. Lord Eddard thought of Robert, he hesitated in his heart, and frowned. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he guessed the reason why Duke Eddard was hesitant. Duke Ned, excuse me, are you worried about King Robert? Duke Eddard looked at Green, paused, and said frankly, Green, you are very perceptive. Robert and I are like brothers, and I am here to help him. I don't want to embarrass Robert. Green was silent for a while, and said directly, Duke Ned, you and your majesty are well known in the Seven Kingdoms, but I have to remind you. You are not the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Ben Lang's eyes suddenly became sharp, but soon dissipated. Child, I have never had that idea. I want to hear your reasons. Green picked up the wine glass, paused, and placed it on the table again. Excuse me for being so presumptuous. You are the Prime Minister, but you consider issues from the perspective of the king, so you feel constrained. You are a Stark, you have your own way. Whether King Robert is embarrassed or happy, that is a problem that King Robert should consider, and you cannot do it for him. Duke Eddard's frown finally relaxed, and he felt that the gloom in his heart seemed to be gradually disappearing. Green added, many people think that the ancestors' way of doing things was rough. At most, we can be a little gentler. A just heart is not afraid of what others say. Duke Eddard's big feet left the table, and his tall and strong body stood up from the wooden chair. He paced back and forth a few steps and said, Green, you reminded me very well. I am here to solve problems for Robert. I almost forgot this. Green also stood up and stood in front of Duke Eddard and said, Duke Eddard, thank you for your patience with a young man like me. Duke Eddard patted Green's shoulder with his big hand, and said with a smile, Child, a lone wolf dies, a pack of wolves' lives, and wisdom is not limited to age. Green nodded solemnly. After a pause, Green suddenly smiled and said, according to His Majesty Robert's temper, if he could rule the country with a war hammer, he would definitely be willing to sit on the Iron Throne every day. Lord Eddard curled his lips and said, it is very likely that he would do so. Green spread his hands and said, Lord Ned, things have become much simpler. Have you thought about how to start? Lord Eddard looked at Green. The descendants of the ancestors lack some flexibility. Although Green has the obvious characteristics of the ancestors, after getting to know him, Lord Eddard found that this child has the dexterity and wisdom of the Andals, and his sense of honor is firm enough. He saved an excellent child. Lord Eddard was relieved. He did not regard this as a favor. His sense of honor felt that women and children should be tolerated. Green analyzed, Lord Ned, Mr. Picel is obviously hiding something. The Prime Minister's Tower restaurant. Arya straightened her waist and looked at Jon Snow, who was sitting at the back. He and Monton were sitting there talking and laughing. It was rare for her brother to smile brightly from time to time, and Arya was happy too. She was curious about what they were discussing. Arya turned her eyes and found that Sansa always secretly looked at Earl Green, who was sitting next to her. That smile was so annoying. Arya and Green were sitting on the same bench, and she moved her little butt closer. Green, who was talking about the legends of the ancestors with Lord Eddard, seemed to be aware of the movement of the people around him. He reached out and patted Arya on the head gently. Arya raised her chin towards Sansa. Disgusting Sansa, don't even think about snatching my good friend away. Sansa Stark noticed Arya's little move, and she quietly rolled her eyes at her sister. Duke Ned, Crab has finally restored the glory of his ancestors. The peaceful Crab Claw Peninsula will also contribute to maintaining the stability of the kingdom in the future. Duke Ed nodded his chin and said, Good boy, peace is precious. You have done a good job. Your mother will be proud of you. Duke Ed sighed secretly. He had learned from Green about the conflict between the Valley and the Crab Claw Peninsula. The hatred between them could not be resolved. It was difficult for Duke Ed to mediate. He knew very well that such things could not be suppressed by force. It would only bring deeper hatred, and it would accumulate more and more. Duke Ed could not consider too many things for the time being. The affairs in the Red Castle involved most of his energy. He had to deal with the problems in front of him first before he could have the energy to solve other government affairs. Duke Ed believed that Earl Green was not a warlike person. He would have enough time to find a safe way to resolve the grievances and avoid war and conflict between the Valley and the Crab Claw Peninsula. The Red Castle at midnight was dark and quiet. Green and Duke Eddard led several guards out of the Prime Minister's tower. Several gold-cloaked guards on night watch noticed their whereabouts, but did not say anything. Duke Eddard was the Prime Minister, and no one dared to interfere. They waved away the nearby guards and stopped in front of the door of Mr. Picel's bedroom. Green glanced at the bachelor's mark on the door and said, Monton, break the door open. Everyone made way, leaving the fat Monton behind, who held his round shield in front of him. With a loud bang, the wooden door was knocked open by Monton, and a woman's terrified scream came from inside. Green and Duke Eddard looked at each other, signaled the guards to stay outside the door, and walked in first. Green pulled down the curtain of the bed and saw the naked girl. She shrank her body, shy and afraid, trying her best to cover the parts of her body that made people fantasize, but she only regretted that her two hands were not enough. Green raised his eyebrows. Isn't this Mr. Picel's little maid? Well, she has a good figure. The maid stared at Green with wide eyes and begged, "Please, don't hurt me." Green looked at the bulging quilt next to the girl and called Jon Snow. Jon Snow glanced at the room, then glanced at his gloomy father, nodded and said, "Lord Green." Green pointed to the bed and said, "Jon, she is in your care, take her away from here." Jon turned his head and looked at his silent father. Seeing him nod, he lowered his eyes and led the little maid out of the room. Green stabbed the bulge on the bed with his scabbard. "Grand Maester Pycelle, when did the Citadel allow Maesters to sleep with maids?" Duke Eddard didn't expect to see such an unbearable scene when he came here. He walked forward and pulled back the quilt. The naked Pycelle said in horror, "Duke Eddard, what do you want to do? I am the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court. Why did you break into my bedroom without permission?" Looking at Pycelle, who was trying to quibble, Duke Eddard clenched his fists and said angrily, "Pycelle." Green was worried that the angry wolf would not be able to help but punch the old man to death, so he said, "Maester Pycelle, the Prime Minister received a report and had to come to check it out in person. I didn't expect that you would really do something that tarnished the Citadel and the identity of a Maester." With a bang, he drew his sword and turned his head to look at Duke Eddard. "Prime Minister, if this kind of thing spreads, it's not good. I suggest killing you on the spot, which can also be regarded as preserving the reputation of Maester Pycelle." Pycelle shouted, "You can't treat me like this. I have been the Grand Secretary of the Seven Kingdoms for nearly 40 years. Pycelle looked at the sword tip that was close at hand, screamed, and wet the bed. Pycelle said in a sad voice, "Your Excellency, the Lord of Winterfell, I am an old man and your loyal servant. Please spare my life. Please let me go." Lord Eddard stared at Pycelle, who kept begging for mercy for a while, and took a deep breath. "Is this Robert's minister?" "Green, I leave it to you." Lord Eddard pulled a chair and sat down. Pycelle looked at Green again and continued to say in a sad voice, "Lord Green, I am loyal to Queen Cersei. We are one family." Is Pycelle going to drag him into the water? Green sheathed his sword and said, "Yes, we are all loyal to Her Majesty the Queen." As he said that, he pulled out the dagger, grabbed one of Pycelle's hands and placed it on the bed. With a puff, the dagger pierced through the back of the hand and pierced into the bedboard. Pycelle screamed. After a while, Green saw that Pycelle's screams had subsided, so he pulled out the dagger, followed by another round of screams. Pycelle clutched his injured hand tightly, his whole body twitching. He got off the bed with difficulty, crawled to the front of Lord Eddard and knelt down. "Lord Eddard, I am your humble servant, please forgive me." After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard said, "Green, give him a chair." Pycelle looked at Green standing beside him in horror, and sat down tremblingly. Lord Eddard stared at Pycelle and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the cause of death of Prime Minister Jon." Pycelle said weakly, "Prime Minister Jon, he did die of poisoning. I will do my best to save Lord Jon, I swear." Green squatted down, and his dagger appeared in front of Pycelle. "Maester Pycelle, you don't seem to realize the current situation. You are already my prey. Why do you want to deceive the hunter?" Pycelle sobbed. "Common wanted to help him detoxify, so I sent him away. Queen Cersei doesn't like Prime Minister Jon, they all don't like Prime Minister Jon. But it wasn't me who poisoned him, it's absolutely not me. I swear," Lord Eddard said coldly. "Was it Queen Lannister who poisoned him?" Pycelle was already in tears. He said weakly, "No, it wasn't Queen Cersei. It shouldn't be her. I don't know who it was. Go ask Varys. It should be the boy, Prime Minister Jon's attendant, named Chufu. It must be him. Go catch him and interrogate him." Green asked, "Maester Pycelle, what poison was poisoned by Prime Minister Jon?" "It's the tears of Lys. They are very rare and expensive. They taste sweet like water. The poisoned person will die like intestinal disease. Ordinary Maesters can't tell at all." "Damn it." After cursing, Lord Eddard said angrily, "Jon Arryn has been Prime Minister for 14 years. What on earth did he do to deserve his death?" Green comforted him, "Lord Ned, I believe you will soon catch the murderer and avenge Prime Minister Jon." Lord Eddard sighed bitterly. After a pause, he glanced at Pycelle, who was still trembling, with disgust and said, "How do we deal with this man?" Because of Green's suggestion, tonight's investigation had yielded considerable results. Lord Eddard wanted to know if Green had any other plans for Pycelle. Pycelle raised his head and begged, "Duke Eddard, I am not guilty of a capital crime. Please forgive me." "Duke Ned, please wait a moment." Green brought Pycelle to the desk and said, "Maester Pycelle, Your right hand is temporarily intact. He pointed to the blank parchment and continued, please write down the crimes you have committed here one by one. If you are honest enough, perhaps we will keep servants who are both honest and obedient. Green tapped the table with his slender fingers and said, if a lie is discovered, I think you know what the consequence will be, right? After that, Green picked up a robe from the hanger and threw it over. It was too eye-catching, and Lord Green couldn't stand it. Chapter 141 Hunter and Prey 2. Red Keep, Grand Maester's bedroom. Green first read the indictment written by Pycelle patiently by candlelight, then picked up several of Pycelle's previous handwritten documents to compare the handwriting. Green showed a satisfied smile and said, Mr. Pycelle, you should know how serious your crime is. This is not only a question of whether the Prime Minister can forgive you, I think the gods cannot forgive you either. As he spoke, he put away the parchment. Green said again, because of this thing, I am willing to plead with Lord Ned to help you get a chance to atone for your sins. Pycelle raised his head suddenly, with a tone of disbelief. Really? Really? After speaking, Pycelle looked at the serious-looking Lord Eddard, his eyes full of pleading. Lord Eddard frowned. The Starks have the blood of their ancestors in their bodies. They follow the ancient tradition that the Lord will listen to his last words and personally execute the death row criminals. In his mind, Pycelle is a sinner who should be executed immediately. In order to suppress the anger in his heart, Lord Eddard closed his eyes. He reminded himself again that this was not the North, and he had an agreement with the Green that if Pycelle was not the direct murderer, he would give him a chance to wear black clothes. He nodded with difficulty, and Pycelle confessed and thanked with tears. Green raised his eyebrows and said, then, when can I see the man named Shufu? Pycelle wiped his tears and said, Lord Green, tomorrow, at the latest the day after tomorrow, I will send him to you. Green continued to ask, will other people know about this? Pycelle shook his head quickly. I promise to hide it from everyone. I can definitely do it, I swear to the gods. Green shook his head and said, no, Lord Varys will know. Lord Eddard looked up at the sky. The bright full moon illuminated the silent night sky, full of mystery and beauty, intoxicating it. At this moment, he missed Catelyn's arms, the sound of children practicing swords in the practice field, and the cool days and cold nights in the north. Green stood with Lord Eddard for a while, and said softly, Lord Ned, you can regard this as a hunting. We can't scare away the prey, and we must avoid adverse interference. Before finding the real prey, we can only choose caution and patience. Lord Eddard retracted his gaze and sighed. My child, I understand this truth, but I just think I may not be suitable to stay in the south. Green joked, I think King Robert will be furious when he hears this, and he wants to tie you up. Lord Eddard smiled helplessly, patted Green's arm, and said, let's go in. I guess Lord Varys is waiting for us. Lord Eddard's gray eyes moved to Green, paused, and nodded in agreement. Tap 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 tap. The empty corridor was filled with a sound of footsteps hitting the stone slabs. Varys took the initiative to greet them at the door of the room and nodded slightly. Good night, Prime Minister Eddard. Earl Green. Green stroked his chest and said, good night, Lord Varys. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Duke Eddard lowered his eyes to look at Varys' smooth head and said, Varys, you seem to have known that I would come to you. Varys clasped his hands and said respectfully, Prime Minister Eddard, this is not difficult to guess. I am the Chief of Royal Intelligence. You will come to me sooner or later. As for now, my little bird happened to see you. And I couldn't help but go out to greet you and joy. What a coincidence? Duke Eddard glanced sharply at Varys, who was smiling. Let's go in and talk. After sitting down, Lord Eddard said directly, Varys, tell me the cause of Prime Minister Jon's death. Varys hesitated. In fact, many important officials in the Red Castle have seen the problem, but we dare not say it out loud. He sighed softly and continued, Prime Minister Eddard, you are here, so I dare to tell you everything. Lord Eddard's tone was angry. Since you know the problem inside, why don't you say anything? Although I have only been here for a few days, if you are interested, you have no shortage of opportunities to tell me. The smile on Varys' face disappeared immediately. He looked directly at Lord Eddard and said, you asked me why I didn't report it to you in advance. My answer is, because I don't trust you, Prime Minister. Green's brown eyes moved slightly. Varys was trying to gain the favor of Lord Eddard. He looked at Varys' behavior at this time and felt a particularly familiar feeling. Well, power players are good at playing all kinds of people, and he is the same. Lord Eddard said indifferently, Varys, don't you trust me? Before tonight, Varys nodded, and said sincerely, Prime Minister Eddard, There are only two kinds of people in the Red Castle, one loyal to the kingdom and the other loyal to himself. I am a timid person and dare not easily judge which one you belong to. Now, Varys showed a happy smile, and then said, now I know clearly. I am ashamed of doubting your honor. I was blinded by cowardice. I am really ashamed. Lord Eddard frowned and said, Varys, who poisoned? Varys shook his head and said, obviously it was someone who was very close to Prime Minister Jon and often dined with him at the same table. There are too many suspicious objects. He showed a bitter look and said, I advised him many times. I begged Prime Minister Jon to ask someone to taste the food before eating it himself, but he refused to listen and told me. Only those who are not worthy of being human would think of such a thing. Green glanced at the silent Lord Eddard and said, Lord Varys, there are many suspicious people, but as the chief of intelligence, you must have a lot of clues. Do you have anyone you suspect? Lord Eddard needs your intelligence and honesty. Varys nodded gently. After Prime Minister Jon passed away, Lady Lysa took away all the people close to her husband when she left King's Landing, including Prime Minister Jon's maester, butler, captain of the guard, and his knights and servants. After a pause, he continued, Lady Lysa took most of the people away, but not all of them. A few people stayed. A kitchen girl who was pregnant hurriedly married Lord Renly's groom, a stable boy became a gold cloak, a young waiter was kicked out for stealing, and one who stayed was Prime Minister Jon's squire. Lord Eddard's eyes trembled slightly, and he said, Squire Shufu. Varys was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, it seems that you have gained something tonight. Lord Eddard looked at Green. Green shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, Lord Ned, everyone knows Lord Varys' skills. He will know the source of our intelligence sooner or later. Green said to Varys, Lord Varys, Maester Pycelle also expressed doubts about the former Prime Minister's squire, Shufu. Varys nodded his chin slightly. Everything Shufu has was given by Prime Minister Jon, but when Lady Lysa returned to the area with her family, he chose to stay in King's Landing. My little bird told me that he has become a frequent visitor to the female branch of Château recently, and he also prepared a shiny new armor for the tournament. Green, combined with what Green knew about the original plot, he has determined that Shufu is a bait pushed by Earl Petyr, and Varys is deliberately promoting Petyr's plan. They are all trying to cause a fight between the lion and the wolf. Petyr has directly or indirectly bribed the Squire Shufu, and when he meets Lord Eddard, he will definitely reveal design false information, and the spearhead will be pointed at Lannister. Varys had seen through Petyr's plot long ago and was happy to help. They all hoped that the situation would be chaotic. In addition, there were traces left by Prime Minister Jon when he investigated the royal bloodline issue. Green withdrew his thoughts. He planned to split this matter into two things. Lord Eddard had already sensed an inexplicable danger. He felt that it would not be long before the real murderer was found. If Lannister was the murderer of Jon, Tywin Lannister would not sit still and wait for death, and he was merciless to the defeated. The fate of Targaryen was the best lesson. He must send a raven to Winterfell as soon as possible, and let his wife mobilize the vassals in his name to arrange the defense of the north in advance. Unless Lannister backed up with all the military forces in the south, he would never dare to invade the Prepared Neck, and they would never dream of such a day. If war is unavoidable, he and Robert would not mind holding a grand banquet at Casterly Rock. The wolf bared its fangs. Varys glanced at Lord Eddard's expression, and his smile gradually deepened. Varys' eyes met with Green's, and Green's eyebrows were smiling. Varys, thank you, Prime Minister. Varys is at your service at any time. Prime Minister's Tower. Just after breakfast, the butler Vayenpool took Arya Stark to the empty small hall. Boy, you are late. Arya heard a strange voice in her ears. She saw a thin, bald man with a hooked nose walking out of the shadows. The strange man held a pair of thin wooden swords in his hands. Arya was not afraid of seeing a stranger suddenly. Instead, she asked happily, who are you? I'm your dance teacher. The bald man spoke with an accent, like the accent of the free trade city, maybe Bravas, or Mir. The bald man threw a wooden sword to Arya. She reached out to catch it, but it didn't reach her. With a click, the sword fell to the ground. Boy, from tomorrow on, you have to catch it when I throw it. Now pick it up, Arya protested. I'm a girl. She found that the wooden sword was like a real sword. It had a hilt, a guard, and a ball decorating the hilt. The bald man grinned and said, who cares if you are a man or a woman? You are a sword, that's enough. Arya picked up the sword, wiped the sweat from her palm on her pants, and held the sword with her left hand. The bald man showed a satisfied look. The left hand is the best, and your enemies will not be used to it if left and right are reversed. But your posture is wrong. Don't face me, a little to the side. Yes, that's it. You are as thin as a spear, you know? This is good too, because the target is smaller. Now let me see how you hold it. He leaned over, stared at her hand, spread her fingers, and readjusted. Yes, that's it. Don't use too much force. Yes, but be flexible and elegant. Arya asked a question. If you hold it like this, what if the sword falls? The bald man glanced at Arya and said, the sword must be integrated with your hand. Will your hand fall off? Of course not. Syrio Forel has been the chief swordsman under the Sea King of Bravis for 9 years. He knows these things. Listen to him, boy. Arya showed a fierce expression. Syrio Forel grinned again. Now we begin to dance. Remember, child, we are not learning the iron dance of Westeros, the dance of knights, swinging and slashing. No. This is the dance of killers, the dance of water, agile and unexpected. People are made of water, did you know? When you stab a person's body, the water leaks out and the person dies. After saying that, he stepped back lightly, raised the wooden sword, and pointed it at Arya. Now you try to hit me, boy. Throne room, royal meeting. Lord Eddard glanced at Mr. Pycelle, who was no different from usual. He even suspected that the man he saw last night was someone else pretending to be Pycelle. The Red Castle is indeed full of lies, cunning and hypocrisy. The political affairs they discussed today were still the tournament that Lord Eddard was impatient with. The kingdom prospers because of the tournament. For the nobles, this is a great opportunity to seek glory. As for the people, they can also temporarily forget their worries. Petyr spread his hands and said, many people can make a fortune from this. All the inns in King's Landing are full, and the women in the branches are so busy receiving guests that they can't close their legs. The copper coins in their pockets jingle when they walk. Lord Rimley laughed and said, fortunately Stannis is not here. Remember that time when he proposed to ban all the women's houses in King's Landing at a royal meeting? As a result, King Robert asked him if he wanted to ban them from eating, shitting, and breathing as well. To be honest, sometimes I really doubt where Stannis' ugly daughter came from. I can't imagine what Stannis looks like in bed. Maybe he goes to bed just like he goes to the battlefield. His eyes are solemn and he is determined to fulfill his responsibilities. Everyone laughed. Lord Eddard did not laugh with him. He looked at Ringley, who was smiling, and said, I am also thinking about your brother Stannis. I wonder when he will leave Dragonstone and return to the King's Council. Petyr raised his lips and said, Prime Minister, as long as we drive all the women of the branch into Blackwater Bay, I believe Stannis will appear here immediately. As Petyr finished speaking, everyone laughed even louder. Lord Eddard's eyes became sharp. My lords, I have heard enough about the women of the branch today. He stood up from his chair and said, that's enough. Chapter 142 Hunter and Prey 3. The Prime Minister's Tower. Lord Eddard handed the matter of the Squire Shufu to Green, and he was responsible for investigating the kitchen girl, the groom, and the young waiter mentioned by Varys. Lord Eddard was waiting for the results of the investigation by the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, in the study. He picked up the book brought by Pycelle's waiter. The genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms was written by Mr. Marion. Lord Eddard sat up and began to read it slowly. The history of this book is more than 100 years old. He felt that Pycelle was honest for once. This book is really boring. Lord Eddard read it patiently. He thought that since Jon Arryn came to read this book, he must have a reason. There must be important clues buried between these yellowed and fragile pages. The only question is whether he can find it as soon as possible. What is it? Lord Eddard frowned unconsciously. He turned to the part of the Lannister family. The Lannister family has a long history, which can be traced back to the con master Cunning Lon in the Age of Heroes. He is as legendary as Stark's Brandon the Builder, but he is more loved by singers and storytellers. In the ballad, Lon drove the Casterly family out of Casterly Rock with his wit without relying on swords, and stole gold from the sun tried shine to his curly hair, thus giving birth to the golden-haired Lannister family. According to legend, Lon lived for 312 years and gave birth to 100 brave sons and 100 agile daughters. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were agile and their golden hair was like the sun. Later, there were too many descendants of Lannister, and Casterly Rock could no longer accommodate everyone. The members of the Casterly Rock family of the small branch moved to the nearby village, and finally the village became a town and then a city, becoming Lannisport. Lord Eddard really wished that Lon was by his side at this moment to help him find the damn secret in the book. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Lord Eddard closed the book that gave him a headache. He knew that his captain of the guard had brought news. Come in. After Lord Eddard finished speaking, Jory pushed open the door and strode in, greeting him and saying, "Sir." Lord Eddard nodded his chin slightly and said, "What was the result?" "I met everyone, and I talked to each of them separately. The first person was the groom who became a gold cloak. He said he knew Lord Arryn very well, and that the two of them hit it off." Jory snorted coldly, and continued, "It is said that Lord Arryn never forgets to give the boys a few coins on their name days. He also said that Lord Arryn was familiar with the nature of horses, never let his mounts overworked, and always brought carrots and apples for the horses, so they all liked him very much." Carrots and apples. Lord Eddard sounded like the groom knew very little and could not provide any useful information. "Tell me about the others." "The second person is the kitchen maid. She said that Lord Arlene always read until very late during that period. She also said that Lord Arlene was always worried about the frailty of his youngest son and was very rude to Lady Lyssa." Lord Eddard's grey eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the book he had just flipped through, and his tone was puzzled. "She said John was rude to Lady Lyssa." Jory nodded. "I am sure, my lord." After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard said, "Jory, go on." "The third person is a young waiter. He now makes a living by pulling a cart. He has never spoken to Lord Arryn, but he has heard a lot of gossip, such as, Lord Arryn has been quarreling with the king recently. Lord Arryn complains that the food is not tasty. Lord Arryn plans to send his youngest son to Dragonstone as an adopted son. Lord Arryn suddenly became interested in raising hounds, and Lord Arryn went to Steel Street to find a skilled old blacksmith and commission him to make a brand new suit of armor. The whole piece was plated with silver, and a blue jade falcon and a mother-of-pearl moon were installed on the chest." After a pause, Jory said, "He also said that Lord Arryn often went out on horseback for a period of time." Lord Eddard's heart moved, and asked, "Did he say where he went?" "The kid said that Lord Arryn went to the women's branch." Lord Eddard frowned and said, "Women's branch?" He heard too many words about the women's branch today. He swore that what he said was true. He also said that he heard it from Lord Arryn's personal guards. When he was helping them lead the horses, he heard the guards joke about this matter. Lord Eddard still couldn't believe it. He knew his adopted father. He would never do anything to tarnish his honor unless there was a reason to go. In addition, the John Arryn that Lord Eddard knew would not wear silver armor inlaid with jewels. His adopted father had taught him and Robert that armor was armor. It was used for self-defense, not decoration. John had been in the Red Castle for more than 10 years. He might have changed his mind. No matter what, he could not be exactly the same as before. However, this change was too big. Lord Eddard noticed something unusual. John's personal guards could definitely provide more useful clues, but they were all taken to the Vale by Lady Lyssa. God damn it. Lord Eddard planned to go to Iron Street to investigate in person. As for the women's branch, he looked at his captain of the guards. "Jory, the investigation of the female branch is in your hands." Jory said with a smile, "My lord, this is a tough job." When Lord Eddard left the study and walked to the stairs, he saw Petyr Baelish standing in front of the corridor window with his back to him. Petyr noticed the movement, and he turned around and bowed slightly to Lord Eddard. The whole process was elegant and calm. Petyr raised the corners of his lips. His voice was hoarse and magnetic. "Prime Minister Eddard, it seems that you are going out." Ben Lang did not like the cleverness and cunning exuded by Petyr. He said to the guards, "You go down and prepare the horses first." After everyone left, only Duke Eddard and Earl Petyr were left. He asked directly, "Petyr, why are you looking for me?" Petyr was dressed neatly. He stood with his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "Prime Minister Eddard, it seems that the topic of women in the royal meeting still makes you angry." Duke Eddard said coldly, "That was a royal meeting, not a tavern." Petyr shrugged. His smile was a little helpless. "The royal meeting you presided over was too serious. Everyone always needs time to adapt. I am just a jester who voluntarily serves." Duke Eddard stared at Petyr with a sincere face for a while, and said, "Petyr, you have no reason to do this. You should know very well that I don't like you." Petyr's smile turned bitter. "Because I am a sentimental idiot. I am worried that Catelyn Lady will hate me for not helping her husband. Please keep my affairs secret for me. I have tried my best in the Red Keep over the years to make others think that I am an evil and cruel person. I really don't want others to see my true colors." Lord Eddard didn't believe a word of Petyr's words, but he didn't show it. Lord Green's detailed analysis convinced him that anyone could be the murderer of John. The wolves were very patient when hunting. Lord Eddard said calmly, Petyr, maybe you mean well, but I don't like this way, and I don't trust you. Petyr's eyes flickered, and he didn't show any strangeness because of Lord Eddard's words. Prime Minister Eddard, you adapt quickly here. It's right not to trust me. You can't trust anyone in the Red Keep, including your own eyes. Lord Eddard frowned. He hated their specious words. The Red Keep seemed like a fox den. Petyr turned his body slightly, pointed to where he was standing before, and said, Prime Minister Eddard, please come over here. Seeing Duke Eddard's puzzled look, Petyr chuckled and said, come here, I'll show you something interesting. Duke Eddard frowned and walked over. Petyr stood beside Duke Eddard as if nothing had happened, and his eyes moved to the window. Over there, past a square, at the door of the armory, do you see a young man squatting on the stairs sharpening a knife? Lord Eddard followed Petyr's gaze and said, what's wrong with him? He is very spy. The octopus spider is very interested in your every move. Lord Eddard said disdainfully, it's well known that eunuchs have lackeys all over the world. Petyr moved by the window and said, now look at the city wall, at the far west, above the stable. Did you see the guard leaning against the wall? Is this man also a eunuch's lackey? Petyr shook his head slightly. No, this guy is Queen Cersei's man. Please note that his sight falls exactly on the door of this tower, and he can see clearly who goes in and out. The two of them are far from all, and there are many things that even I don't know. Everyone knows that there are no secrets in the Red Castle. Lord Eddard was furious. Is everyone in this damn Red Castle someone else's spy? Petyr nodded, counting on his fingers, and said, well, let me count. They have to monitor you, your children, your guards, your servants, including anyone who comes into contact with you. Finally, he joked, being a spy is also very hard. Lord Eddard said angrily, I will clean this place up sooner or later. Petyr turned to Lord Eddard, smiled and said, I admire your determination and decisiveness, but I have to tell you that the Red Keep will never be clean. It is easier to let the White Walkers dance for you. Lord Eddard said in a serious voice, Petyr, not everyone is willing to be someone else's running dog. Petyr met Lord Eddard's sharp gaze and said, everyone has a price. It's just that the number of gold dragons to impress him is different. He spread out his hands and continued leisurely. This morning a strange young man came to me and took a few gold royals from my pocket. I know that our Prime Minister and the Queen's Chief of Staff visited Pycelle and Varys last night. Well, your whereabouts are very valuable now, second only to His Majesty Robert. Damn it, Duke Ed couldn't help but curse. Is this Robert's Red Castle? The whereabouts of the Prime Minister have become a way for dirty people to earn gold dragons. Petyr regained his elegant smile. There are no secrets in the Red Castle. These are the rules of the game here. I hope you can adapt to it as soon as possible. My Prime Minister. Duke Eddard took a breath, paused, and said in a deep voice, Petyr, thank you for your special reminder, but I will never follow the bad rules of the game in the Red Castle. Petyr shrugged and said, Prime Minister Eddard, you Stark people are as stubborn as the rumors say. I dare say that one day you will fall down with a snap, and I believe it won't be long before I can hear the cracking sound. He shook his head and sighed. I guess you are planning to let your men visit the women's branch houses? Do you know how many women's branch houses there are in King's Landing? And you should be very clear now how conspicuous your whereabouts are. Before Petyr finished speaking, Duke Eddard's big hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, and then his back hit the wall. Duke Eddard drew out a dagger and pointed it at Petyr's bearded chin, and said in a cold voice, Littlefinger, it seems that you have set your sights on me too, and you are standing in front of me so openly. You should know what crime this is. Petyr lowered his eyes and glanced at the dagger that was shining with cold light, and said sarcastically, Stark, you are not the only one who is investigating the cause of death of Prime Minister John. Don't forget that I was the Prime Minister's political officer, and it was Prime Minister John who promoted me to the Lord Chancellor. Hiss. Duke Eddard increased the strength of the hand that was holding Petyr's shoulder, and he could not help but screamed in pain. How did you know I was going to investigate the women's branch? Your men are acting in a high-profile manner. Do you think others are blind and deaf? Besides, I have been investigating this matter secretly. It's not difficult to guess, right? Duke Eddard put down the dagger. Do you have any other clues? Petyr straightened his clothes first, then said, Prime Minister Eddard, impulse will not solve the problem. Because of Kate, I wanted to help you as much as possible. To be honest, only a fool would do this. I regret coming to you a little bit. Duke Eddard put away the dagger, paused, and said, Sorry, you are really insincere? Petyr shook his head helplessly, and then said, the people I arranged will lead your men to the women's branch that Duke John visited. He adjusted his hair again and said, Stark, don't ask me why I didn't report my suspicions about Prime Minister John's death to King Robert. I'm just a small noble from the Five Fingers Peninsula. My words are insignificant, and I have no evidence in my hands. I can only investigate and collect evidence in secret. Duke Eddard still had a serious face. I am very grateful for your help. Maybe I should believe you. No, never trust anyone. You can't trust anyone in the Red Castle, including your own eyes. Petyr smiled elegantly, and said, I can't delay too long. I happened to pass by today. I was about to attend the dinner arranged by Countess Tanda. She intends to marry her youngest daughter to me, so the food on the table is always rich. To be honest, I would rather marry a pig. Well, don't tell her about this. I really like her eel pie. After that, Petyr nodded slightly, then turned and left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Hunter and Prey 4. Mr. Pisol was very thoughtful. Green received the unconscious Shufu at night. Geoffrey of the Survey Corps first fixed Shufu, then woke him up and cut a hole on his wrist, letting the blood drip into the wooden barrel placed in advance. Tick-tick, Geoffrey had Shufu's eyes covered and made a gesture. The next day, the sky was slightly bright and a hazy light blue appeared. Green put down the testimony written by Shufu and tapped his slender fingers on the table several times. On the day when Prime Minister John passed away, a masked man suddenly found Shufu. He first gave him a large sum of gold dragons and said that he had done something. The masked man promised that he would get the title of knight. The task that the masked man gave Shufu was very simple. When Duke Eddard came to find him, he told him that Prime Minister John had been secretly investigating King Robert's illegitimate children in King's Landing during his lifetime, and occasionally heard him say, the race was strong and tough. Why didn't Shufu suspect the masked man? Shufu accidentally saw the affair between Lord Petyr and Lady Lyssa, but he did not choose to report what he saw to Prime Minister John, but used this incident to threaten Petyr. Shufu guessed that the masked man was Petyr's subordinate, and the gold dragon he got was hush money. This mission was a test and reward for joining Lord Petyr. Everyone knows that Lord Petyr has always been generous. Shufu felt that he won the bet. Not only did he get wealth, but his dream of being knighted was also about to come true. Greed blinded Shufu's eyes, and he even began to investigate the secret between the king's illegitimate child and the toughness of his race. After he had the title of knight, he also wanted to get the fiefdom. Shufu wanted to become a real noble. Green's pupils shrank slightly. The cunning Petyr had already grasped the truth about the royal bloodline in advance. He was ready to use this incident to create a chaotic situation and make it his ladder to rise. Petyr guided Lord Eddard to find out the royal bloodline issue that Prime Minister John had investigated before his death without leaving any trace. When Lord Eddard found out the truth about the royal bloodline, he would determine that the murderer of Prime Minister John was Queen Lannister. As for the evidence of murder, it was no longer important at that time, and no one would investigate, because the matter of tainting the royal bloodline was more serious. The running wolf pounced, and the golden lion counterattacked. Green closed his eyes. He knew that Lord Eddard's sense of justice would definitely give Petyr a chance to defend himself. With Petyr's cunning, it would be difficult for him to surrender by relying on only Shufu. It was difficult to pin the crime of poisoning Prime Minister John on their heads based on the evidence of Petyr and Lyssa's incest. Green opened his eyes, and he smiled and shook his head slightly. He seemed to have forgotten that this was Westeros, and everyone was a player in the game of power. What real evidence was needed? Lord Green knew in his heart that Petyr was not wronged. The sun shone through the window into the silent room. Green stood up. He was going to find Varys, the chief of intelligence, and persuade him to finish off Petyr. If Varys refused to cooperate, then let Petyr go for the time being. Kill Varys, then Green and Petyr would work together to create chaos. Green picked up the longsword and put it on his waist. As a lord, he had to think calmly and try to cooperate with Varys. This man was still useful. Green led the guards out of the hook lane and pulled the reins to slow down the horse. He found the banner of the crowned stag and the golden rose in front of him. Renly Baratheon, Loras Tyrell and Margaery Tyrell rode in surrounded by guards. Renly was handsome, Loras was handsome, and Margaery was charming. The picture was beautiful and high profile. It was a pity that Jaime was not there. Green raised his hand to signal the guards to move to the side of the road, make way for the road, and wait for the opposite team to pass. Lord Renly raised his chin and passed by Green and his group. He directly ignored a dozen brightly colored cleaver blue robes. Margaery glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and Green tilted his head. He had a polite smile on his face, and she tightened her hands holding the reins, then looked away as if nothing had happened. Loras tilted his head and looked Green up and down. Loras was wearing a light blue silk dress and a belt made of golden roses. The gentle morning light seemed to give him a golden halo, which was eye-catching. Green's eyes moved slightly to meet Loras's gaze. Green raised his eyebrows, defeated. Loras' eyes were filled with anger. Wait and see. When Green passed by the gardens of Meagher's Tower, he saw Joffrey Baratheon and Sansa Stark walking together. Joffrey had changed his previous arrogant look, and the smile on his face was gentle and polite. Sansa's long chestnut hair was combed shiny, and she was wearing a blue velvet dress. She seemed to be completely fascinated by Joffrey. Queen Cersei is preparing for Joffrey to inherit the Iron Throne smoothly. Green retracted his gaze and took steps towards Meagher's Tower. King Green also had the task of monitoring the Starks, and he had to report to Queen Cersei every 2 or 3 days. The content of Green's report seemed to be completely unconcealed, but in fact, the key information was hidden by his language skills, but this method could not last long. There were many Lannister spies in the Red Castle, and as long as time was prolonged, it would be easy for people to discover the problem. The Hall of Meagher's Tower. The Queen's maid saluted and said respectfully, "Lord Green, Her Majesty has ordered that no one will be allowed to see her today." Green glanced at the red-robed guards in the distance, and gently threw a golden dragon, which just slipped into the maid's hand. The maid's face suddenly turned red, hesitated for a moment, leaned over and whispered, "Her Majesty went to bed this morning." Outside the throne room, Duke Eddard frowned at the pale-faced Sir Jaime. He said coldly, "Sir Jaime, should I say I'm glad to have you guarding the king and the Iron Throne?" Sir Jaime smiled and said, "Duke Wolf, although King Robert is not on the Red Castle, our King Squidward still has to keep watch. I should be resting now, but I came here to find you." More than 10 years ago, when Duke Eddard led his troops into the throne room, he saw the Mad King lying in a pool of blood, and Jaime in bright golden armor sitting high on the Iron Throne. He was wearing a white cloak of the King's Guard, a golden sword lying across his thigh, and the king's blood dripping from the tip of the sword. The scene is still vivid in his mind. Hearing Sir Jaime's explanation, Duke Eddard's brows relaxed slightly. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Jaime shrugged and said, "We are old acquaintances, and now we are neighbors. It is natural for us to get closer." Duke Eddard did not like this kind of teasing communication. He said coldly, "Robert asked me to be the Prime Minister, not to be your friendly neighbor." Jaime's smile froze for a moment, and he paused, and said, "King Robert is preparing to hold a grand tournament to celebrate your inauguration. Perhaps the two of us can compete in lances, the Golden Lion fighting the Running Wolf, and the spectators will surely cheer enthusiastically and voluntarily." Duke Eddard stared at the person in front of him. If the murderer who poisoned Prime Minister Jon was really a Lannister, then would the person who did it be Jaime Lannister? More than 10 years ago, he had personally destroyed the honor of the King's Guard, and he would not care about using other dirty means to achieve his goals. "I may disappoint you, but I won't participate in the tournament because I don't want the enemy to know my strength in advance during the duel," he added, "and I don't like being watched by people." Jaime's tone was sarcastic. "I didn't expect the wolf's tongue is also very dexterous." "This reason sounds very sincere," Lord Eddard said coldly. "This is the fact. I will take the time to watch your juggling." As he spoke, his gray eyes swept over the armor on Jaime's body, and then said, "Your armor is very beautiful, without a scratch. I hope you can keep it." Jaime clenched his fists and said, "Duke Stark, thank you for your concern. Don't worry, they can't reach me." Lord Eddard's gaze shifted to the throne room and said, "I know you are very good at choosing your opponents." Jaime no longer cared about the task assigned to him by Cersei. Lord Eddard hurt a most sensitive part of his heart. Jaime sneered and looked towards the throne room, saying, "Duke Stark, you must have felt very uncomfortable when you walked into this hall. I was here that day. Your father and brother were very brave. They should have died like this." Duke Eddard was not angry as Jaime imagined. His eyes became complicated. "Jaime, You chose to stay out of it, but you have no shame at all, Jaime said in a deep voice. There were hundreds of people present at the time who watched him die without helping. They were the best knights in the 7 kingdoms, but did anyone say a word or move a finger? No one. The throne room was as silent as a tomb, of course, except for the screams and the laughter of the Mad King. With a sneer, he looked at Duke Eddard and said, "When the Mad King was dying, I remembered the Mad King's wild laughter when he burned your father to death. It made me feel like avenging the tragic deaths." Duke Eddard snorted coldly and said, "A Kingsguard assassinated the king from behind. Is it to avenge others?" Jaime said angrily, "King Aerys wants his pyromancers to ignite the wildfire buried under the city and turn the entire King's Landing into his funeral pyre. He also ordered me to bring my father Tywin's head." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the night of the Royal Forest Hunt, his conversation with the Green. After a pause, he asked, "Duke Stark, if it was you at that time, what would you choose?" Duke Ed looked at Jaime with an angry look on his face. His eyes became sharp, and he replied coldly, "Maybe my choice will not be better than yours. But I will save my honor at the last moment." Chapter 144 Hunter and Prey 5. Throne Room, Meeting in the Royal Court. Warm sunlight shines through the narrow high windows. The dragon head used to hang here, but now it is covered by tapestries depicting hunting scenes. Should we arrange for someone to clean up the feces all over the street? I can't make a golden dragon again. Maybe we can ask the gold cloaks to clean it up. Public security is still a problem. The High Septon. Eddard Stark sat in the position of the king's hand. His face was still serious, but his eyes were a little empty. The tournament held by Robert for Eddard was unprecedentedly grand, so the complicated affairs were endless, and he could no longer listen to the content discussed by the ministers in the royal court. Why did Jon Arryn investigate Robert's illegitimate children? Robert's illegitimate children were all over Westeros, but he had only publicly admitted to having an illegitimate child of the same age as Bran, Ed's second son. The boy's mother was a noble, and now he was adopted by the acting Lord of Storm's End, Lord Renly. Lord Eddard also remembered Robert's first child, an illegitimate daughter he had when he was still in the Vale. The little girl was very cute. Even though young Robert had long lost interest in the child's mother, he doted on her. During that period, he went to play with his daughter every day, and whether Eddard was willing or not, he was always caught by Robert to keep him company. Eddard thought of his sister Lyanna again. The night their father betrothed her to Robert, Lyanna said to him in Winterfell, "I heard that he had a child with a girl in the Vale." Eddard himself held the baby and could not deny her words. Moreover, he did not want to deceive his sister, so he assured her that no matter what Robert had done before the engagement, it was insignificant because he was a good man with sincere feelings and would definitely love her wholeheartedly. Lyanna showed a look that Eddard could not understand. She said, "My dearest Ned, love is indeed precious, but it cannot change a person's nature after all. Robert will never be content with one room." He still remembered it clearly. Now thinking about it, Lyanna had long been dissatisfied with a marriage arranged by her father. Lord Eddard sighed secretly. Cersei Lannister would not be happy about Robert's behavior of leaving offspring everywhere. After thinking about it, Lord Eddard was still confused. Perhaps Green would bring some good news after interrogating Sheoff. Lord Eddard felt his head swell. What did Jon Arryn do to Robert's illegitimate child? What was worth his life? The ministers in the royal court were teasing each other, and Lord Eddard could not help but frown slightly. Lord Eddard listened for a while, and sure enough, he didn't have the extra energy to change the current situation. Maybe Stannis' return to the royal court meeting would make this place more solemn. When Lord Eddard attended the royal court meeting for the first time, he thought about calling Stannis back to assist him as soon as possible, so he sent a raven to Dragonstone the next day. In the letter, Lord Eddard politely invited Lord Stannis to return to the royal court meeting, but there has been no response so far. He stood up and said, "My lords, that's it." After that, Lord Eddard strode out of the throne room. When approaching the tower of the Prime Minister, Lord Eddard found Renly Baratheon, who seemed to be waiting for him. Lord Eddard did not see Renly at today's meeting. Petyr half-jokingly told him that the Lord Chancellor of Justice was often absent from the meetings of the Lord Chancellor. This was the only similarity between the two Baratheon brothers. Renly was friendly and always smiling. Lord Eddard actually liked the Lord of Storm's End, who looked like Robert. Lord Eddard hoped that Renly, as the Lord Chancellor of Justice, could pay more attention to the kingdom's affairs and help Robert and Eddard govern the kingdom. He planned to have a good chat with Renly after some time. Renly showed a hearty smile and said, "Ned, Lord Ringley chatted for a few words first, and suddenly said, "Ned, look who she is." Lord Ringley showed Lord Eddard an intricately carved gold and rose pendant, which contained a vivid portrait in the style of Mayer. The person in the painting was a lovely girl with doe-like eyes and soft brown hair. "She is not." Lord Eddard recognized the girl in the painting. It was Margaery Tyrell, whom he had met when he was near King's Landing. He was quite impressed by Margaery. She was a beautiful and smart girl. He hoped. Lord Eddard thought that it seemed difficult to realize that his little daughter was obsessed with sword practice. Maybe it would be better when she was older. Lord Ringley's eyes lit up, and his voice was a little excited. "Do you recognize who it is?" Lord Eddard nodded his chin slightly. "Yes, isn't she the daughter of the Lord of Highgarden?" Lord Ringley was stunned for a moment, then said, "Ned, have you seen her?" After a pause, Lord Eddard said, "I met her once in King's Landing." Lord Ringley's pupils shrank and he raised his hand to point the portrait of the pendant towards Lord Eddard, saying, "Ned, when you saw her, did she remind you of someone?" Lord Eddard glanced at the girl in the painting again and shook his head slightly. Lord Ringley's handsome face showed disappointment that was hard to hide. He said again, "Ned, don't you think Margaery looks like your sister, Lyanna?" Lord Ringley stared at Lord Eddard and nodded. Lord Eddard shook his head and denied, "They are not similar." Although Lord Eddard was puzzled as to why Lord Ringley thought Margaery looked like his sister, he did not reveal anything. He trusted Robert's brother very much. "You have seen my little daughter, Arya looks like Lyanna." When Lord Ringley saw Arya at that time, he did not pay much attention to the little girl. He only remembered that she looked like a tomboy. Lord Eddard's character is trustworthy. Lord Ringley has confirmed the answer. The information he has is wrong. Lord Ringley shrugged and said, "It seems that I was wrong. I thought I could give Robert and you a surprise." Lord Eddard reached out and patted Ringley's arm, saying, "Ringley, Lyanna has never left your brother's heart, and neither have I," he added, "but thank you for your kindness." Prime Minister's Tower. When Lord Eddard was about to go upstairs, he saw Arya Stark standing on one foot on the spiral staircase, waving her hands constantly to keep her balance. The rough stone floor had worn her little feet. Lord Eddard stopped and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Arya, what are you doing?" His little daughter would always give him surprises constantly. Arya glanced at her father, and an excited smile appeared on her little face. "Syrio said that water dancers can stand on one toe for hours." As she spoke, she waved her hands desperately in the air to keep her balance. Lord Eddard couldn't help laughing, and he joked with his daughter. "Which toe?" Arya replied angrily. "Anyone will do." After saying that, she jumped from her right foot to her left foot, swaying back and forth, and finally found her balance again. Lord Eddard smiled, and said helplessly, "Arya, can't you play somewhere else? That place is high and steep, it's not fun to fall down." Arya's two cheeks puffed up, and she said angrily, "Father, this is part of sword skills," and, she put her feet down, stood on her two legs, and continued, "Syrio said that water dancers will never fall." Arya's eyes turned, and she tilted her head and said, "Father, if my sword skills are as good as Syrio's, can I be a knight?" Before Lord Eddard could answer, Arya said again, "I also want to be a lord." Lord Eddard walked forward, his big hand patted his daughter's head, and said, "Arya, my daughter, you will marry a lord and manage his castle, and your sons will become knights or lords." Arya's face changed. No, only Sansa would do that. She turned her little face away, raised her right foot, and continued to practice balancing on one leg. Duke Eddard looked at his little daughter who didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, sighed, and went up the stairs. Essos, near the city-state of Cantors. Daenerys rode on her horse and looked into the distance for a while, and said, "Sir Jorah, can these mercenary groups capture the city of Cantors?" Jorah Mormont glanced at Daenerys, and said, "Your Highness, although the defenders of Cantors rely on the city walls for protection, as far as I know, they don't have many soldiers. If there is no reinforcement, they will be broken sooner or later." Daenerys retracted her gaze, pulled the reins, and turned the horse. "Let's go back." Everyone turned their horses around. A gust of wind blew up a lot of dust. Daenerys squinted her eyes and pulled up her cloak to cover her mouth and nose. After riding for a while, Daenerys pulled the reins and slowed down the horse. She said to Jorah, "Sir, there are heavy casualties in the siege." Sir Jorah nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Daenerys turned her head to look at Jorah, and said seriously, "Sir Jorah, thank you very much for taking me to see the siege." After a pause, she continued, "I'll ask you a question, and I hope you can answer it honestly. Jorah glanced at Daenerys, lowered his eyes slightly, stroked his chest and said, Jorah Mormont, at your service at any time. Daenerys stared at Jorah and said, I heard that Westeros is full of well-defended castles. Can my brother sweep across the 7 kingdoms with only 10,000 soldiers and horses? Witnessing the brutality of the siege, although Daenerys knew nothing about military affairs, she was vaguely worried about Viserys' safety. This feeling came suddenly. Jorah hesitated and said, Princess Daenerys, please forgive me for being frank, but His Majesty Viserys does not understand military affairs. In my opinion, even if you give him 10,000 brooms, he can't clean a stable. Daenerys also agreed with this point. Her brother was indeed not taught in this area. The long sword he wore on his waist every day was just a decoration to show the king's majesty. Daenerys did not show any strangeness and continued to ask, what if it wasn't Viserys? What if someone else? What if someone stronger led the army? Would 10,000 soldiers be enough to conquer the 7 kingdoms? Jorah paused for a long time before answering, Your Highness, the soldiers of the 7 kingdoms will hide behind walls made of shields or fortifications made of sharpened wooden stakes. 10,000 soldiers can't capture many castles. Unless, Daenerys raised her eyebrows and said, unless what? Jorah said respectfully, unless Robert the Usurper is foolish enough to choose a head-on battle. If we're lucky, the outcome may be decided in one battle. Daenerys blinked and said, is Robert such a man? I mean, is he stupid? Jorah nodded, and he said slowly, Robert is a brave man who likes to confront his enemies face to face. If the Targaryen army returns to the 7 kingdoms, according to his personality, he is indeed very likely to take the initiative to lead his army to fight to the death. After thinking for a while, he said, but there are many people around Robert. These people are like accompaniment flute players, and they would never act like this, such as his brother Stannis and Eddard Stark. As he spoke, he spat, with an uncontrollable anger flashing in his eyes. Daenerys' purple eyes moved slightly, and said, Sir Jorah, you seem to hate this Stark very much? Sir Jorah's face was bitter. Stark took away everything I loved, just for a few poaching scum and his precious honor? From Jorah's words, Daenerys felt that the memories were still tormenting him. She comforted him, Sir Jorah, what you lost, Targaryen will help you find it back. Jorah's eyes trembled, and he nodded to Daenerys in thanks. In the evening, in the restaurant of the Prime Minister's tower. With a bang, Montan Weasley placed a pot of meat in front of Jon Snow. He said naively, Jon, I roasted it, eat more. Jon looked at the full pot of meat. He smiled helplessly, Montan, I don't have such a big appetite. But thank you for your barbecue. Montan chuckled and said enthusiastically, try it. Jon smiled and grabbed the piece of roast meat and put it in his mouth to chew, and praised, your cooking skills are great. Montan poured another glass of wine and pushed it to Jon. Jon sighed and said, Montan, you make me uncomfortable. Tell me, what's the matter? Perhaps because both of them were illegitimate children and had many similar experiences, he and Montan felt that they could talk to each other from the beginning. Of course, it was not just for this reason. He liked the simple Montan very much. Montan was the first friend Jon met after he came to King's Landing. In his heart, the two were like brothers. Robb, Bran, and Rickon were all his father's children, and he still loved them, but because of Lady Catelyn, Jon knew that he was not part of them after all. The grey walls of Winterfell may still haunt Jon, but he knew that he had left the most familiar place forever. Jon Snow followed his father to King's Landing, and he would start a new life in this strange place. Montan said in a simple voice, Jon, the tournament starts tomorrow, and I plan to sign up for the group close combat. Jon asked puzzledly, why don't you sign up for the lance competition? Montan shook his head, I can't ride a lance, I only know how to use a shield and a hammer. Jon seemed to react. He looked at Montan, are you going to drag me to sign up? Chapter 145 Hunter and Prey 6. Montan looked at Jon with blank eyes, and said in a simple voice, 20,000 gold royals, half for each of us. Jon was very tempted, but after thinking for a while, he said, no need to divide the gold royals, we are friends, I will help you. After that, he patted Montan's strong arm and smiled frankly. Montan shook his head at first, then laughed, Jon, thank you, but the money still needs to be divided. I have a request. On the riverbank outside King's Landing, more than 100 tents have been set up near the tournament venue, and thousands of spectators will gather here. Lord Eddard learned last night that King Robert had finally returned to King's Landing. Because the tournament was held today, he stayed directly at the tournament venue outside the city. In the early morning, the captain of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan Selmy, accompanied Lord Eddard Stark to the king's tent. As they walked, Sir Barristan said, "King Robert intends to participate in a group close combat competition." Lord Eddard's face was serious. "Sir Barristan, I heard about it before I met you." Sir Barristan looked worried. "Lord Eddard, I just hope that Her Majesty has changed his mind after waking up. It's difficult." The king's tent was close to the water. The tent was woven with gold threads and was the largest and most magnificent building in the entire tournament camp. Robert's warhammer and a huge iron shield were placed outside the entrance. The shield was decorated with a crowned stag of the Baratheon family. After Lord Eddard and Sir Barristan entered, they saw Robert yelling at two young servants who were busy helping him put on armor. "Your Majesty, this armor is too small. It can't be put on." The young man who was speaking was about to cry. After saying that, he had to use force again under King Robert's scolding, but his hand slipped. With a thud, the collar that was going to fit Robert's thick neck fell to the ground. "Seven hells," King Robert yelled. "Damn you fools, do I have to do this myself? You two good-for-nothings, pick it up instead of just standing there with your mouths open. Lancel, pick it up." Lancel was so scared that he almost jumped up and hurriedly picked up the choker. King Robert turned his head to look at Lord Eddard and said, "Ned, look at these two fools. They can't even help someone put on armor. What kind of servants are they? They are just pigs in clothes." Lord Eddard took a look and said calmly, "Robert, it's not their fault. You are too fat, that's why the clothes can't fit." "Too fat? Too fat? Right." King Robert took a swig of wine, threw the empty horn cup on the animal skin bed, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and then laughed. "Damn you, Ned, why do you always find the problem so quickly?" King Robert turned to his two servants, and they both immediately smiled nervously. He spoke in a booming voice, "You? Yes, you two. Did you hear what the Prime Minister said? The king is too fat to wear armor. Go find Sir Alan and tell him that I need clamps to open the breastplate. Go." "What are you waiting for?" As soon as the voice fell, the two servants hurried out of the tent, tripping over each other on the way. King Robert pretended to be stern, until the servants left. He sat back in his chair and laughed. The stern Sir Barristan couldn't help but laugh, and even Lord Eddard smiled. "Ah, I really want to see what expression Sir Alan will have when he sees them." Robert laughed and said, "If he has any brains, he will tell them to find someone else. We let these two fools run all day long." Lord Eddard thought for a moment and said, "Robert, are these two children from the Lannister family?" Lord Eddard couldn't help but care about the two servants. They were both handsome young men with fair skin and well-proportioned bodies. The one with golden curly hair was about the same age as Sansa, and the other one was about the same age as Robb, with yellow-brown hair and emerald-green eyes like Queen Cersei. King Robert wiped away the tears from his laughter, nodded, and said, "Cersei's two cousins, Tywin's brother's son, the dead brothers. Let me think, it seems to be the living one. I can't remember. Ned, my queen comes from a very big family." Lord Eddard added in his heart, "It is also an ambitious family." He had no objection to the two young servants, but seeing that Robert was surrounded by Lannisters day and night, Lord Eddard couldn't help but worry about the safety of his friends. Duke Eddard was not able to learn hypocritical greetings. He asked directly, "Robert, I heard that you were going to participate in group close combat." King Robert said impatiently, "Ned, don't try to stop me." Duke Eddard said seriously, "Robert, you have nothing to do with group close combat." King Robert frowned and said, "You are such a disgusting guy. I think you have stayed in the north for too long, and the blood in your body has frozen into ice. Let me tell you, I am still full of passion." After that, he patted his chest with his big hands to increase his persuasiveness. Lord Eddard was unable to back down and reminded, "Don't forget that you are the king." King Robert said angrily, "I am sitting on that damn iron chair. Can't I have the same fun as others? Can't I have a drink, find a girl to have fun with, and enjoy the thrill of riding a horse? 7 layers of hell, Ned, I'm so depressed, I just want to fight someone." Sir Barristan said, "My Majesty, it is not appropriate for the king to join in group close combat, because then the game will be unfair. Who dares to attack you?" King Robert may not have expected this. He paused and said, "Alice, anyone can do it. Damn it, as long as they have the ability." The one standing at the end, Lord Eddard calmly interrupted, "It will definitely be you." Lord Eddard felt that Sir Barristan's words hit the nail on the head. If the danger of the duel was emphasized, it would only stimulate Robert more. and this would be related to his self-esteem. He added, "Robert, Sir Barristan is right. No one in the Seven Kingdoms would dare to risk his life against the king." King Robert's face flushed red. He stood up suddenly and said, "Damn it, you mean those cowards will deliberately not be able to hit me?" Lord Eddard shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course." Sir Barristan nodded quietly, also indicating his agreement. Robert was so angry that he couldn't speak. He walked from one side of the tent to the other, turned around, and walked back again. He had a gloomy face and then grabbed the breastplate from the ground and threw it at Barristan angrily. Sir Barristan dodged. Robert said coldly, "Get out, or I will kill you." Sir Barristan nodded first, then left the tent. Lord Eddard was about to leave, but King Robert said, "Ned, you don't have to go." King Robert picked up the flagon from the table and poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lord Eddard. "Drink it." "I don't want to drink." "Drink it quickly. This is the order of the stupid king." Duke Ed took the cup helplessly and took a sip. He frowned. This wine was so strong that it stung his eyes. King Robert sat on the chair and said angrily, "Damn Ned Stark, you and Jon Arryn? I love you so much, but how did you treat me? You or Jon should be king." Lord Eddard put down his wineglass, paused and said, "Robert, you are the most qualified to sit on the Iron Throne." King Robert's voice was filled with anger. "I told you to drink, not to talk back. Damn it, since you made me king, at least listen to me when I say it. Ned, look at me, look at what I have become after becoming king. Gods, I am so fat that I can't wear my armor. How could it be like this?" "Robert," King Robert interrupted, "the king is speaking now, you shut up." "Ned, I swear to you, I have never been happier in my life than when I was fighting on the battlefield, and I will never be more lifeless than now that I have the throne." After a moment's silence, he said again, "Ned, I will not participate in group close combat." Robert got up from his chair, walked over and patted Duke Eddard. "Ah, maybe you are right, I am a good king after all." King Robert waited for a while and saw that Duke Eddard did not speak, and said angrily, "Damn Ned, you should speak up at this time. You are right, 7 levels of hell." King Robert took Duke Eddard and started, "Who do you think will be the champion today? Have you seen Mace's son? Everyone calls him the Knight of Flowers. Anyone would be proud to have such a son. At the last tournament, he made the Kingslayer's golden butt fall hard. You really should come and see Cersei's expression at that time. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt." The tournament grounds were filled with shining armor and 12 war horses covered in gold and silver. The crowds were bustling, and the bright banners of the various families fluttered in the wind. There were silver eagles from Seamarsh, nightingales and fields from Bryce Cullen, bunches of grapes from the Redwyne family, as well as spotted boars, red bulls, burning trees, white rams, triple helixes, marsh marigolds, purple unicorns, dancing girls, black snakes, twin towers, and longhorned owls. The 7 Kingsguards became the focus of the audience as they passed the stands. They were all wearing silver armor, and their white cloaks were like the first snow. Jaime Lannister, who rode side by side with Sir Barristan at the front, was the focus of the focus. Jaime also wore a white cloak, but his armor was shining with gold, and with his flowing golden hair, he was very eye-catching. Behind the Kingsguard were Yohn Royce and others from the Vale. Earl John of Runestone City is called Bronze John. It is said that the bronze armor he wears is thousands of years old and is engraved with magic spells that can protect the wearer from harm, so he is called Bronze John. His 2 sons, the eldest son Sir Andrew Royce and the second son Sir Robert Royce, followed behind. Their armor was silver-plated and engraved with the same spell patterns as the ancestral bronze armor. Then came the Redwyne twins, Sir Horace Redwyne and Sir Hobber Redwyne, holding shields with wine red grape clusters on a blue background. Green entered the venue with a group of children and grandchildren sent by the Marquess of the twins, Valder Frey. It is said that even the old Marquess's illegitimate son Martin Rivers was among them. The old Marquess Valder is already 90 years old. His multiple marriages have given him nearly 30 legitimate children and countless illegitimate children. It is rumored that his 8th wife is pregnant. Green pulled the reins, adjusted the direction of the horse, held the helmet in one hand and looked at the stands. There are so many beauties. Lord Green heard the clear shout. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the 2 daughters of the Prime Minister. Arya Stark waved at him. She was wearing the same green dress as Sansa. Green guessed that Septa Mordane must have forced her to change into it. Green's eyes moved. Tyanna Mooten, the niece of the Earl of Maidenpool, that rumor monger. Green's eyes naturally swept over. If it weren't for Miss Mouton, he wouldn't have remembered that Maidenpool was an inseparable part of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Green is a simple lord. He also saw a lot of familiar faces, nodding in greeting. Suddenly, buzz! The ladies and young ladies on the stand stretched their necks and looked in unison in the direction behind Green. The Knight of Flowers enters. Sir Loras Tyrell is wearing gorgeous silver armor, which is dazzling in the sun. It is inlaid with flower patterns with sapphires, and the cloak on his shoulders is sewn with hundreds of flowers. Loras' hair was a bunch of lazy brown curls, his eyes were like molten gold, and the snow-white mount below was covered with red blankets and white roses. Almost all the women in the stands were stunned by his handsomeness. Lord Green withdrew his gaze indifferently. In front was Jaime, and behind was Loras, 90 points sandwiched between two 100 points. I have to check which bastard arranged the order of admission later. Lord Green took a breath lightly. He was not angry at all. He looked at the Frey family beside him, and his mood improved a little. Oh, he is so beautiful. When Sansa Stark saw the Knight of Flowers, she felt that her heart was about to explode. After Loras, Sir Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, rumbled past a viewing platform with the force of a landslide. Septa Mordane said with disdain, compared to others, Jory is like a beggar. Hearing this, Sansa, who had finally come back to her senses from the beauty of the Knight of Flowers, followed Septa Mordane's gaze. Jory, the captain of her father's guard, was wearing a grey-blue armor without any emblems or carvings on it, and the thin grey cloak on his shoulders looked like a dirty rag. Sansa smiled. She had to agree with Septa Mordane's evaluation. Septa Mordane pointed out Lord Jason Mallister in the crowd, who was wearing a blue-purple cloak with silver edges and an eagle wing helmet on his head. She said that he killed 3 of Rhaegar's great lords alone on the Trident. When Sansa's good friend Jean Poole, daughter of Aeon Poole, steward of Winterfell, saw Lord Beric Dondarrion holding a shield with lightning and red gold hair, she grabbed her wrist and excitedly announced that she was willing to marry that man right away. They seemed to be watching the heroes described in 1,000 ballads come to life, each more heroic than the last. They also saw many people that even Septa Mordane did not recognize. Hedge knights from the Five Fingers, Higgarden, and Dorne, free riders and new squires not mentioned in the ballads, young nobles of noble families but the last in line, or heirs to local lords. Most of these young people had not yet achieved great feats, but Sansa was sure that someday they would be famous in the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 146 Hunter and Prey 7. In the first match, Green easily stabbed the Knight of the Twins off his horse. In the second match, his opponent was Lord Renly. When Lord Renly entered the arena, the audience cheered. Green took the lance with one hand and asked casually, "Do you like Lord Renly too?" The gold cloaks were all powerful. They also transferred some people to assist in the competition, such as handing lances to the participating knights. The young gold cloak in front of him had served under Green for a period of time during the Royal Forest Hunt. The young gold cloak's eyes drifted to the direction of Lord Renly in the distance from time to time, and his voice was full of reverence. "Yes, Lord Green." Seeing that Green held the lance firmly, he withdrew his hand and said, "Lord Renly is very kind to us. He is a good man." Green nodded slightly. Lord Renly could talk cordially with both noble lords and humble maids. Green smiled. "It's a pity I can't show mercy." The young man in the golden robe hesitated, then said cautiously, "Can you be gentle?" "Go ahead." With a clang, Green pulled down his visor and urged his horse to the starting line at the edge of the field. Lord Renly was wearing dark green armor made of fine steel, and 2 gorgeous antlers on a staghorn helmet gleamed with gold. The horn for the competition sounded, woo 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 woo. Both sides almost simultaneously squeezed their horses' bellies and galloped forward, shaking the field. Green leaned forward, his blue cape embroidered with swamp marigolds fluttering. Lord Renly stared at his opponent running towards him through the gap in his visor. He was very experienced and had adjusted his state, ready to stab out his lance at any time. Ta-da-da-da. Good timing. Lord Renly was about to attack, but was suddenly hit hard in the chest, almost flying backwards from his warhorse. With a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Hiss. The audience gasped. Green took off his helmet, shook his hair, and prepared to walk around the field as usual to accept the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Oh, oh, oh. Seeing Lord Renly getting up from the ground, the whole audience cheered for him. King Robert's youngest brother has always been very popular. He took off his helmet, held it in his hands, and bowed gracefully to the stands. The cheers became even crazier. Lord Green became the ignored winner. He felt the downwind direction, urged his horse, and rode past Lord Renly's upwind position, raising a large cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Renly, who closed his eyes and enjoyed the cheers, was suddenly hit by the dust and couldn't stop coughing loudly. There were many people laughing around, and King Robert's voice was the loudest. In the royal stand, King Robert laughed loudly. He liked to see people he knew suffer the most in his life. King Robert picked up the wine glass and took a big sip of wine, and exhaled comfortably. Ned, this kid is pretty good, isn't he? He put down his wine glass with a thud, and then said, really, this idiot, didn't he come out quickly after losing, and stood there like a winner, and the result, haha, he met a reckless young man. Lord Eddard glanced at Queen Cersei, who was smiling smugly on the other side. That's what a young man should be like, haha, how wild we were at his age. I remember John was worried all day long. What a wonderful memory. Lord Eddard smiled. Queen Cersei took a sip of summer red. She sneered. Since he likes to reminisce the past so much, then try to send him to reunite with his old acquaintances as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Green first knocked down the Hudge Knight in a plaid cloak, and then stabbed the Hound Sander off his horse. Jaime's record was also very good. He defeated Sir Anda Royce and Lord Bryce Caron of Dorne as if he were performing a horse-riding show, and then won after several rounds of fierce fighting with Sir Barristan. Gregor Clegane, nicknamed the Mountain, was nearly 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as small tree trunks. His mount was like a toy horse under his armored feet, and his lance was like a broomstick. He defeated one opponent after another with great force, and almost everyone who was knocked off the saddle was seriously injured. The Knight of Flowers went in and out 3 times, first defeating 3 Kingsguards, and then facing the younger brother of the Royce brothers. His family heirloom seemed to be unable to withstand the bravery of the Knight of Flowers. Dizzy and unable to move, Robert was carried back to the tent on a stretcher. The hooves of the war horses rumbled, and the lance jousting lasted all day, trampling the land of the jousting field into a dilapidated wasteland. In the end, only 4 people were left in the field: Lord Green Crab, Sir Jaime Lannister, Sir Loras Tyrell, and Sir Gregor Clegane. By this time the moon had risen and the people were tired, so King Robert announced that the last 3 matches of the Lance tournament would be held tomorrow morning, followed by the group melee and archery competitions. Everyone went to the river to attend the tourney dinner. In the camp, 6 amazingly large yaks were slowly turning on the spit, and the cooks were busy smearing butter and spices until the meat was roasted crispy and greasy. Outside the tents, a large table and benches were set up, and the table was full of beets, strawberries and freshly baked bread. Minstrels sat in front of the king's tent, letting beautiful music flow into the twilight. A juggler threw burning sticks in the air. The king's jester, Moon Boy, was dressed in colorful clothes. He danced on stilts and mocked everyone present. His cleverness and sharp tongue made everyone laugh. Sansa and Septa Mordane were seated to the left of the king and queen, and when Prince Joffrey sat down on her right, her heart fluttered. Joffrey's hair shone like real gold, and he wore a dark blue doublet embroidered with 2 rows of golden lions' heads, and a thin crown made of gold and sapphires on his forehead. Sansa thought Joffrey was as heroic as the prince in the ballads, and she was completely fascinated. Joffrey smiled gracefully and bent down to kiss the back of Sansa's hand. "My dear Lady Sansa, you are so charming." Sansa's heart seemed to sing when she heard Joffrey's gentle praise. Sansa smiled slightly, trying to pretend to be serious. She wanted to be polite and calm in front of Joffrey. Sansa and Joffrey talked about the tourney. Sansa straightened her waist and said, "Prince Joffrey, who do you think will be the champion tomorrow?" "Of course it's my Uncle Jaime." Joffrey's expression was full of confidence. He continued, "In a few years, when I can enter the tournament, I will get rid of everyone. Lady Sansa, I will personally put the Queen's wreath of love and beauty on you at that time." Sansa felt that she had completely fallen in love with Joffrey. Joffrey looked at Sansa and raised his lips. He raised his hand and called the waiter to bring a pot of summer red and poured a glass for Sansa personally. Sansa didn't need to drink, she was already intoxicated by the magic of tonight. She was confused by the prince of her dreams. At the same time, one dish after another was served, including thick barley venison soup, cold beets sprinkled with nut fragments, spinach and plum salad, and snails cooked with honey and garlic. Sansa had never eaten snails before, so Joffrey taught her how to dig the meat out of the snail shell and personally fed her the first sweet bite. Next was the baked trout sealed in clay. Joffrey walked over and pried open the hard clay covering it, cut a piece from the part that only Queen Cersei deserved, and put it on Sansa's plate with a smile. Joffrey was all polite and chatted with Sansa all night, praising her one word after another, making Sansa laugh non-stop. In addition, Joffrey shared with Sansa the trivial gossip of the Red Keep, explained to her the jokes of the Moon Boy, etc., and in the end she forgot all the etiquette she had learned, leaving only laughter. Ah, this night was so wonderful. The next day, morning. After Lord Eddard entered the tourney venue with King Robert, he walked through the crowd and sat down next to his daughter. Sister Mordane was not feeling well today, and Lord Eddard had promised to accompany Sansa to watch the championship match of the lance competition last night. Lord Ed looked around but didn't see his little daughter, so he asked, "Where's Arya?" Sansa said obediently, "Father, my sister ran to Jon's side, woo 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 woo." At this time the tournament horn was blown, and Sansa's attention immediately turned to the competition field. The first game of the day was Grim versus Jaime. He appeared on the field first and saluted King Robert from a distance on his horse. Jaime rode into the field on a blood-brown warhorse covered with the gilded ringmail. He was also shining from head to toe. He threw kisses to the ladies in the stands from time to time. Grim and Jaime rode to the side of the field and stopped their horses. As the horn sounded, the two horses started to run at full speed. With a bang, the blood-brown horse lost its owner and ran away alone to eat grass. The golden Jaime rolled in the mud. Grim walked around the field to accept the cheers of the crowd, and Jaime got up and left in the mud in embarrassment. Sansa grabbed her father with her little hand and said excitedly, "Father, Lord Green is so powerful." Lord Eddard was pleased to see Green riding his horse around the arena. He smiled and said, "He is very agile and strong." Lord Eddard saw clearly that when the Kingslayer was about to thrust out his lance, Green's lance hit his opponent's chest first. Eddard thought of his eldest son. Robb was also good at lance, and he and Green should be able to chat well. "Father, who do you think will win the championship? Can the Knight of Flowers defeat Lord Green?" The sound of the knight's entrance horn sounded again. Loras's mount was a beautiful grey mare, agile and swift. Sir Gregor's stallion ate as soon as he smelled its scent. Loras flicked his feet lightly, and the grey horse jumped left and right like a smart dancer. He pulled the reins and the horse ran towards the starting line on the other side. Sansa was relieved to see Loras easily solve the problem. She looked at Sir Gregor, who was as tall as a mountain, with concern, and said, "Father, don't let Sir Gregor hurt the Knight of Flowers." Lord Eddard patiently explained, "Don't worry, Sansa. They are holding lances for tournaments, which will break into pieces if they collide, so no one will be hurt." After saying that, he frowned slightly at Sir Gregor, who was not very able to control his mount. "I heard that when King's Landing fell, the 17-year-old Gregor followed Lord Tywin. Although he had just become a knight, he was already famous for his tall stature and unparalleled ferocity. Some people said that it was Gregor who smashed Prince Aegon Targaryen, who was still a baby, to death on the wall. It was also said that he raped the baby's mother, Princess Ely of Dorne, and finally killed her with a sword." Lord Eddard didn't remember talking to Gregor, but when he put down Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, Gregor had fought with him together with thousands of other knights. He was not one to believe rumors, but the rumors about Sir Gregor were not groundless. Some said he was about to marry for the third time, and that there were all sorts of horrible things behind the deaths of his first two wives. It was said that his castle was a spooky place, that servants disappeared without a trace, that even dogs were afraid to enter the hall, that his sister had died mysteriously when she was young, that his brother had been maimed by fire, and that his father had died in a hunting accident. His horse screamed and neighed, stamping its feet and shaking its head. The mountain kicked it with his armored feet, and the horse reared up, almost throwing him off. Sir Gregor pulled at the reins and ropes for a long time, and finally led the horse to the starting line at the edge of the field. The horn sounded, and the mountain just urged the horse to gallop, rushing forward violently, while the Knight of Flowers' mare sprinted smoothly like a silk thread. The mountain twisted his shield to steady it, adjusted his lance, and tried all the while to keep his disobedient horse on a straight line, when suddenly, the Knight of Flowers was already charging at him, his lance tip hitting him just right, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain fell. The mountain was so large that he pulled his horse down with him, and the man and his horse and their armor rolled into a ball. There was cheering, cheers, whistles, gasps of horror, and whispers of excitement. The Knight of Flowers pulled the reins across the field, not even breaking his lance. When he lifted his mask and smiled, his sapphires sparkled in the sun, and the whole audience went crazy for him. In the middle of the field, the mountain finally let go of the reins and stirrups, stood up in a rage, and ripped off his helmet and threw it to the ground, his face dark and full of anger. The mountain yelled at his squire, "Bring me the sword." The young squire ran up to him with his sword in his arms, and the fallen horse stood up. The mountain chopped his horse down with one blow, almost chopping off its head. The cheers on the field instantly turned into screams. The horse screamed and fell to its knees, and the mountain strode towards the Knight of Flowers on the other side, holding the bloody sword. Everything happened too fast. The Knight of Flowers also shouted for a sword, but the mountain pushed his squire aside and reached out to grab the reins of the gray horse. Chapter 147, Hunter and Prey, and Lord Eddard shouted hastily, "Stop him!" Everyone was yelling, and Lord Eddard's voice was drowned in the roars around them. Sansa's little hands tightly grasped her father's arm, and she begged with tears in her eyes, "Father, please, save him." The mountain held the sword with both hands and swung it hard at the chest of the Knight of Flowers. With a bang, he was thrown off the saddle and fell heavily to the ground. The frightened gray horse immediately ran away, and the dizzy Sir Loras struggled to get up. The mountain's long sword drew a semicircle. Puff, blood spurted, and the Knight of Flowers was separated from his head. Buzz! For a moment, it seemed as if time had frozen, and everyone's eyes were focused on the place where the accident happened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Dang 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 dang. A familiar tune from his previous life emerged in Green's mind, and his brown eyes moved slightly. The Hound, who wanted to stop the mountain's evil deeds, had not run a few steps before he fell to the ground due to his leg injury. Renly jumped down from the high stands like a madman and rolled on the ground for several circles. The Knights of the Golden Rose and the green-robed soldiers swarmed into the tournament arena. At this moment, many people went crazy together. The tall figure of the mountain disappeared in the dense encirclement, and his life or death was unknown. Petyr stood beside Green, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, and said slowly, "Tyrell must have deliberately found a mare in Westeros." He slowly curled the corners of his lips, and continued, "I guess the guy planned it in advance. Everyone knows that the mountain has always preferred big, bad-tempered, and wild horses." Green nodded, and said calmly, "That's probably the case. The Golden Rose is too proud. Otherwise, today's tragedy would not have happened." Petyr's pupils shrank, and he paused for a moment and said, "That makes sense. Not everyone is willing to play games with the nobles. I don't know whether to say it's good luck or bad luck. It just so happens that the mountain is not." Green turned his head to look at Petyr. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "Lord Petyr, Tyrell will hate the Lannister to death now." In the distance, dozens of Lannister red-robed soldiers who wanted to rescue the mountain were confronting Tyrell's green-robed soldiers, and a battle could break out at any time. Petyr looked back at Green and shrugged, saying, "I heard that the Duke of Highgarden loves his youngest son the most. Alice, the Seven Kingdoms have finally been peaceful for a few years." Green didn't show it on his face, but he despised Petyr in his heart. "Lord Petyr, let's go over there. I think the Prime Minister needs some help." Everything happened too suddenly. Duke Eddard sighed as he looked at his daughter who was hugging him tightly and sobbing. He had to go over there as soon as possible to stabilize the situation before a bigger conflict occurred, but he was also worried about leaving Sansa here alone. Sansa was about to cry dry. Why did such a beautiful Knight of Flowers die? Will everyone forget his appearance and name over time, and no one will compose songs to praise him? How sad it is. Green and Petyr pushed through the crowd and approached Duke Eddard. Green glanced at Sansa, whose face was covered with tears. It was very noisy here. He raised his voice and said, "Lord Ned, please leave Miss Sansa to me. I will arrange for the guards to send her to the Prime Minister's tower safely." Hearing Green's voice, Sansa barely controlled her emotions. She let go of her father's hand, lowered her face, and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Lord Eddard nodded, patted his daughter, stood up and strode down the stands. Sansa needed to rest, so Green and the guards escorted her out of the tournament, and Petyr followed them all the time and did not leave. When Sansa sat in the crab carriage, she at least regained her calm on the surface. "Lord Green, thank you for your help," and, as she spoke, Sansa looked at the strange man who was sitting opposite her but always staring at her with her wet eyes. The strange man was dressed neatly, like a monk. He was very short, had a pointed beard, and a few strands of silver hair. He seemed to be about the same age as her father. Green, who was standing beside the carriage, introduced, "Miss Sansa, this is Lord Petyr Baelish, the Minister of Finance of the Royal Council." Sansa's etiquette was very standard. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Sansa Stark." Green suddenly thought of something. It seems that neither Sansa nor Arya has the arrogance of being a daughter of a duke, which is very different from Little Rose's friendly image. Green can feel. Little Rose has always reserved her opinion about his behavior of not taking other nobles seriously, except Queen Cersei. Although she has never shown any abnormality on the surface, she has always reserved her opinion. In general, the two daughters of the Stark family have a kind of simplicity that is different from other daughters of dukes. Green gave a few more instructions and left, leaving the remaining escort mission to Petyr Baelish, who volunteered. The Knight of Flowers and the Mountain both had accidents. Green is now the champion of the lance competition in the tournament. According to convention, the king and queen will meet him together. Well, take away the 40,000 gold dragons reward by the way. In the carriage, Petyr smiled, and his eyes never left Sansa's little face. "You have the appearance of the Tully family." After a pause, he said, "Sansa, don't be sad anymore, you are more suitable for laughter." Sansa was a little confused. Petyr's gray-green eyes kept staring at her, but she felt that he was looking at someone else. This feeling was very strange. Petyr's voice was hoarse. "Kate, your mother?" Sansa blinked and asked, "Do you know my mother?" Petyr's face was gentle. "Child, Kate and I grew up together in Riverrun. She is the queen of love and beauty in my mind." Not long after Green returned to the tournament, Duke Eddard assisted King Robert in quickly calming down the chaos, which temporarily suppressed the outbreak of hatred. As the champion of the lance competition, Grim first walked around the field to accept the cheers of the audience, and then, with Jaime's livid face, he put the queen's wreath of love and beauty on Princess Myrcella with both hands. Looking at the somewhat shy Myrcella, King Robert laughed, and the people around him also smiled kindly. Queen Cersei was very satisfied with Grim's behavior. Grim, who won the King's Landing tournament, would soon become famous in the Seven Kingdoms. At the same time, Messiah, who wore a wreath at the age of 8, would also be known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Everyone would praise her daughter, just as she was called the Light of the West. Queen Cersei raised her chin, and the daughter of the lioness would naturally be superior to other women. That afternoon, Balon Swan of Stonhelm defeated Jereber Thor of the Summer Islands in the final of the 100-step shooting and won the archery championship. There were nearly 40 people participating in the group close combat, most of whom were free riders, hired knights and new knight squires who were interested in seeking fame. They fought each other in the muddy and bloody arena with blunt weapons. They formed teams to fight the enemy, and then they started fighting each other. The alliance was broken just after it was formed, until only one person was left standing. The final winner was Mondon Weir of Whispering Castle. They fought for nearly 3 hours, and the recorder finally counted the casualties, including 2 broken legs, a broken collarbone, more than a dozen broken fingers, 2 horses that had to be disposed of, and too many cuts, sprains, and abrasions that everyone was too lazy to count. After watching the group melee, Robert told him that the blood in his body was about to get out of control, so he left the tournament with a group of people. It was said that someone saw a white deer in the depths of the forest, and Robert vowed to hunt it himself. On the way back, Duke Eddard sighed secretly. He thought hunting would always be more attractive to Robert than the kingdom's political affairs. Lord Eddard knew that the hatred of the Tyrells was only temporarily suppressed by him and Robert. He hoped that they would not mess around before he had finished dealing with the affairs at hand. The accident in the game would also be interpreted as a conspiracy, because Higarden had lost the Duke's son, and now was the time when hatred was the strongest. If you are not careful, a war will break out. If a war really breaks out. Lord Eddard shook his head. There was only one way to make Robert come back from his obsession with hunting immediately, and that was to fight. Facing Robert's warhammer, smart people would choose to go home obediently. The Prime Minister's tower. Lord Eddard met Arya, who was practicing standing on one leg at the entrance of the stairs. Recently, his little daughter has become more and more good at this. "How is the practice going?" "It hurts all over my body." Arya happily reported the progress of the practice to her father, and proudly showed a large purple bruise on her leg. Lord Eddard personally examined his little girl's bruises and frowned, saying, "Arya, I hope Syrio wasn't too hard on you." Arya said proudly, "Syrio said every injury is a lesson, and every lesson makes us stronger." Syrio Farrell was famous for his sword skills, but he asked Arya to practice rolling forward and backward, and asked his little girl to tie a black scarf over her eyes and walk around. Arya told him that Syrio taught her to use her ears, nose and skin to sense the surrounding environment. Lord Eddard said worriedly, "Arya, do you really want to continue learning?" Arya nodded without hesitation and said excitedly, "Tomorrow we will start practicing catching cats." Catching cats? Lord Eddard was slightly stunned. He sighed, "Perhaps I shouldn't hire this Bravosi to teach you. If you like, I'll let Jory take over and let him teach you sword skills. Otherwise, I can also tell Sir Barristan. Who was the best knight in the Seven Kingdoms when he was young?" Arya shook her head firmly. "I don't want them. I only want Syrio." Lord Eddard rubbed his hair with a headache. He felt that any decent coach could teach Arya the basics of chopping and blocking, without the need for these tricks of walking with eyes covered, somersaults and jumping on one foot. Lord Eddard knew his little daughter's personality very well. He knew that arguing with Arya was useless, and she would be more determined. She would get tired of playing anyway, so he didn't insist. "Then let's go to Syrio," Lord Eddard warned again. "You must be careful not to hurt yourself," Arya solemnly assured her father. "I will." After that, she jumped smoothly from her right foot to her left foot. The second son likes to climb the wall, and the youngest daughter likes to climb up the spiral staircase, which should be temporary. At night, the Prime Minister's tower. Petyr stepped onto the stairs, and a mocking arc appeared at the corners of his lips. "Lord Green, it seems that our Prime Minister is very troubled." With a bang, Petyr suddenly heard the sound of a sword being drawn. He stopped in his tracks, stiffly turned his head to look at Green, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Green's long sword was against Petyr's back, and he didn't dare to make any extra movements. Green took the initiative to explain, "Lord Petyr, the affair between you and Lady Lyssa has been discovered by the Prime Minister, and he has obtained enough evidence." Petyr's pupils constricted, and he smiled and said, "Earl Green, you should know that many people don't like me. Sometimes the so-called evidence is not reliable." "It's just," Green interrupted, "octopus spider." Petyr's back instantly broke out in fine sweat, but he still kept his face calm. After a pause, he said, "The intelligence of the Chief Intelligence Officer is even more unreliable. This is something everyone knows. Isn't it, Earl Green?" Green shook his head and said, "Lord Petyr, you don't need to explain this to me. As your friend, the reason why I am here to remind you is because the evidence is conclusive and irrefutable." Petyr's eyes trembled, and his smile became forced. "It seems that I am lucky. My friends will choose to help me." Green put away the sword. He lowered his voice, "Lord Petyr, I think you were forced to assist. The real murderer is actually Lyssa Tully." "Petyr," Green reached out and grabbed Petyr's shoulder, and said, "As long as the Prime Minister believes this, I will let you leave King's Landing safely." Petyr sneered and said, "Wouldn't I be a stray dog?" Green raised his eyebrows slightly. "Lord Petyr, the Vale is your home." Petyr glanced at Green, paused, and said, "Will you send me to the Vale?" Green withdrew his hand and placed it on the hilt of the sword. "The affectionate Lady Lyssa will definitely welcome you, and the little Duke also needs your assistance, and there is no safer place than the area and the Bloody Gate. The nobles of the Vale can't tolerate me and Lyssa. How could they be your opponent, Petyr?" After a moment of silence, a look of shock flashed across Petyr's face. He said, "You want to use me to cause chaos in the Vale?" And then, as he spoke, Petyr looked at Green in disbelief. He continued, "You want to destroy the Arryn family?" Green spread his hands and said, as expected of Lord Petyr, "Only the blood of the Arryn family can quell the hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula. I can't hide my selfish thoughts from you at all, so, after returning to the Vale, the two of us will still be friends." Petyr took a breath and calmed down. "Lord Green, cooperation requires trust as a foundation. I don't see your sincerity." Chapter 148 Together. The torches on the wall cast flickering shadows. Tap tap. Green first climbed 2 steps, then turned around and looked down at Petyr. "Lord Petyr, you don't seem to have figured out the situation yet. The evidence of your guilt is already conclusive." His tone was calm. "If you try to escape, I can execute you on the spot." When Green's voice fell, Petyr's heart skipped a beat. Petyr's face was a little gray. He had worked hard to get from the Five-Finger Peninsula to the position of the royal minister step by step, and he would be able to gain the trust of the Wolf Runner with a few more contacts. He saw that the ladder of advancement that he had planned for many years was about to succeed. If he succeeded, he would have greater power and a higher status. After this night, years of hard work would come to nothing. Petyr suddenly smiled. and his smile was bitter and ironic. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said in a gentle and comforting voice, "Lord Petter, the victory or defeat of the game of power is sometimes just a matter of seconds. The winner does not need to be proud, and the loser does not need to be too disappointed. Since you have entered the chessboard of the game of power, whether you are a chess player or a chess piece, as long as your life is not in danger, it is just the first round." Petter had to admit that he was comforted a little by Green's tongue. At least he was not so discouraged now. Today's changes came too suddenly. Petter was inevitably shaken for a while under Green's death threat, but he was a determined power player after all. "Perhaps, the wealth in my hands can make you interested in the new deal between us, Lord Petter. You need the wealth more than I do. We all know that the golden dragons are the fastest way to gain support. I can't bear to endanger your safety because of my greed, Petter." He first slowly adjusted his collar, then said, "Earl Green, it seems that my second round can only be the Vale." Tap tap. Green walked down a step and said, "The Vale is a nice place." Petter's eyes trembled, and he pondered, "It's also a dangerous place." After a pause, he said, "The nobles of the Vale will not support me. Lady Lyssa and the little Duke will support you, which will be easy for you." After a moment of silence, Petty raised his eyes and looked directly at Green. "Earl Green, what do you want to do?" Tap tap. Green walked down another step. He reached out and patted Petty's arm. "King's Landing will be waiting for your return, Lord Petter." Petter raised his head and stared at Green, who was approaching for a while, then retracted his gaze. He habitually raised the corners of his lips, and his voice seemed to have regained his usual calmness and elegance. "Lord Green, what do you want me to do?" "Lord Petter, as wise as you are, you don't need others to teach you how to walk, right? I am in front of a truly wise man." Green glanced at the dark corner. "It's just luck, running wolf, luck, friends." Wait. The footsteps faded away, and the voices of the two gradually became weaker. The Prime Minister's study. Varys was explaining to the furious Lord Eddard. He spoke much faster than usual. "Prime Minister, my little birds can only listen and see, they can't play with swords. How dare I say it if no one protects me? You should also know that as long as Lord Petter is willing, he can bribe anyone, including my most trusted waiter. Or my most trusted chef. What else can I do except trembling in fear?" Varys showed a very frightened expression. "After accidentally getting this information, I always can't help but wonder if the people around me will harm me. Do you know what I fear most before going to bed every night? I'm worried that I will never wake up." Duke Eddard frowned and said in a deep voice, "Varys, if you hadn't chosen to conceal it, Prime Minister Jon might not have died." Varys opened his eyes wide. "When I knew about that thing, do you know how bad Prime Minister Jon's health was? How dare I steal his wife?" As he said that, he quickly stopped talking, paused, and then said, "Prime Minister, I should at least wait until his health gets better. How dare I provoke the old Duke again at that time? I love him as much as everyone else. Why is the truth so cruel?" Lord Eddard closed his eyes painfully. His wife's sister, in his memory, Lyssa Tully, was a lively and beautiful girl. Can time really make a person so cruel? Lord Eddard opened his eyes and said tiredly, "Varys, do you know the reason?" Varys shook his head and said, "Prime Minister Eddard, you should have heard that Lady Lyssa had 5 miscarriages after marrying the old Duke, before she had her current youngest son. After that, she always had hallucinations that someone wanted to harm her child. This is a very terrible thing." He sighed and continued, "It is said that, many people have heard that, the old Duke seemed to plan to send the youngest son to Dragonstone Island to be raised by Duke Stannis. So many people heard that the couple quarreled many times." Varys clasped his hands together, lowered his voice, and said, "From the results, it can be guessed that the separation of mother and child deeply stimulated Lady Lyssa, who is already unable to bear stimulation, but who could have imagined that it would bring such a terrible result?" After saying that, he shrank his thick and short neck. Lord Eddard, "Oh, gods, how could this be? Lyssa's crime cannot be forgiven for any reason. How should Lyssa be judged next? When Catelyn learns the truth, she will definitely be very sad. But I can't hug her. Without a mother, how should little Robert in the Eyrie be placed? That young son is Jon's only blood. He and Robert should protect him and let him grow up well. And Petter." Lord Eddard's tall and strong body stood up from the chair, strode over and picked up the ice sword hanging on the wall. Its blade was as dark as black smoke. Lord Eddard was murderous, and Varys took a few steps back, trying to reduce his presence. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Before Lord Eddard could respond, The door was pushed open, and Petyr was pushed into the room by Green. Petyr almost fell down in embarrassment, and he managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Shameless Petyr! Petyr heard the angry voice of Lord Eddard, and within his sight was a huge sword with a cold glow. Lord Eddard had already met 5 witnesses besides Shufu, all of whom had served Jon. The evidence was irrefutable, and Lord Eddard had no patience to listen to Petyr's cunning excuses. Only before the execution, he would look into Petyr's eyes according to tradition and listen to his last words. This was his only chance to speak. But, he was not in Winterfell, but in King's Landing. This was King Robert's Red Keep, and he was King Robert's Prime Minister. The person in front of him was King Robert's Prime Minister, and he could not execute him privately. Varys' eyes moved, and he took 2 steps forward, saying with regret, Petyr, it's really unbelievable, how could you do such a thing? The old Duke trusted you the most, but you betrayed him with the most shameless behavior. Alice, he seemed unable to continue, shaking his head and sighing. When Varys was speaking, Petyr lowered his head and made no other moves, but he almost gritted his teeth. Duke Eddard finally suppressed his murderous intent. He hung the ice sword on the wall again. He was worried that if he kept holding the sword, he would not be able to help but kill Petyr on the spot. Lord Eddard said coldly, Petyr, what poison did you give to Prime Minister Jon? Petyr was shocked, and he quickly denied, Prime Minister, I did not participate in the poisoning, I swear, Littlefinger, only the White Walkers will believe your oath. Petyr said earnestly, fair Prime Minister, I am telling the truth. I admit that I gave the tear of Lys to Lady Lyssa, but I never dreamed that she would poison her husband. Lord Eddard's eyes were sharp. He stared at Petyr and said, your excuse is ridiculous, Littlefinger. Petyr explained, Lyssa. She said she was worried that I would betray him. If I betrayed her one day, she would use the tear of Lys that I gave her personally to send me to the stranger. Lord Eddard interrupted angrily, enough. His breathing became a little heavy, and his voice was filled with anger. I don't want to hear the dirty things between you two. What I said was, up, snap. Green's scabbard hit Petyr's leg. Petyr's knee slammed against the stone floor with a thud, and he fell to his knees, unable to hold back another cry of pain. Varys screamed. Green put the scabbard against the back of Petyr's neck and said, Petyr, Lord Ned is not interested in your adultery. Petyr's hair was wet with cold sweat, and he explained stubbornly, but I am telling the truth, I swear to the gods. Green narrowed his eyes slightly, paused, and turned to Lord Eddard. He hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Ned, when Lyssa Tully is brought to King's Landing, the truth will come to light, and Petyr is a criminal, but he is also a witness. Lord Eddard understood the implication of Green's words. He acted in accordance with the laws of the kingdom so as not to cause other unnecessary troubles. Lord Eddard nodded slightly. Come here. The door of the study was pushed open, and Jory and several northern guards strode in. In the name of King Robert, in the name of my hand, put Petyr Baelish in the black cell. The dungeon of the Red Keep has 4 floors. The cells on the top floor have tall narrow windows and are used to imprison ordinary criminals. The second floor has small single cells for imprisoning noble captives. The third floor is called the Black Cell. The cells are even smaller and no light can shine in. They are prepared for the most evil and dangerous prisoners. The bottom floor is the torture chamber. The next morning, in the garden of Meager Tower, Queen Cersei took a sip of summer red. She was wearing a high-necked dark red dress with various exquisite gems sewn on her upper body. Sansa couldn't help but look at Queen Cersei with her eyes wide open. She was so beautiful. Cersei's green eyes looked at her, and her face showed the sweetest smile Sansa had ever seen. Good child, come here. Sansa Stark saluted obediently. Cersei smiled, looked at the shy Sansa, and said, I have always wanted to take a good look at you, but I have been busy recently, so I just found the time. Are you used to living in the Red Castle? Sansa said politely, Your Majesty, thank you very much for your concern. It's great here. Everyone is caring and friendly to me. I like it very much. Queen Cersei patted the chair next to her and said, Come, sit next to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Sansa sat down next to Queen Cersei. Dear Sansa, Queen Cersei stretched out a soft hand and placed it on Sansa's wrist, and then said, You are such a beautiful and good child. Joffrey told me that he likes you very much. Sansa happily forgot the etiquette taught by Septa Mordane. Really? Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly, and she smiled gently. Of course it's true, she added, you are so cute. I am very happy to have you by my side. Sansa's face was slightly red. She was so happy that she could hardly breathe to be loved by Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei reached out and stroked a lock of Sansa's reddish-brown hair, her fingertips brushing across her cheek. She raised the corners of her lips and said, "God bless you, I will bless you." When Green came over, he looked at Cersei and Sansa, who were as warm as mother and daughter, and blinked. "Boss Cersei, has she set her sights on Sansa?" The little wolf girl of Runwolf was completely defenseless. Green sighed secretly. Joffrey also acted very well at the banquet on the evening of the tournament, and he bewitched little Sansa. Cersei is good at beauty traps, and Joffrey is good at beauty traps, worthy of being mother and son. After approaching, Green saluted and said, "Your Majesty, Lady Sansa." Queen Cersei smiled and said, "Earl Green, is there a result?" Green nodded his chin slightly and glanced at Sansa beside Queen Cersei. Sansa wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Queen Cersei. She said kindly, "Sansa, I almost treat you as my own daughter. I can see that you really love Joffrey. We will be a family sooner or later. It doesn't matter, a family." Sansa's face was flushed because of shyness and excitement. Green retracted his gaze and paused for a moment and said, "Queen Cersei, the murderer has been found, and a seat has been vacated in the royal meeting." Queen Cersei thought for a while and said leisurely, "This is good news." Green said respectfully, "Your Highness Cersei, everything is as you expected, everything is under your control. Please forgive me for being presumptuous. I have to praise you, the gods have given you all the good things. Green is a good subordinate, and all the credit goes to Boss Cersei." Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, picked up the wine glass from the table in a good mood, and took a sip of summer red. "Lord Green, my children love your teachings." Sansa quietly observed Queen Cersei's every move, her eyes full of admiration. "She will marry Prince Joffrey, I will be a good wife like my mother, and in the future I will be a good queen like Queen Cersei." Chapter 149 Black News. The scenery of Meagher's Tower Garden is intoxicatingly beautiful. Looking around, there is a sea of colorful flowers. Green stroked his chest and nodded, "Your Highness, this is my great honor." Queen Cersei nodded her chin lightly. She picked up the jeweled wine glass and took a sip of wine. Suddenly, she said, "Earl Green, how long will it take for your men to arrive?" Green glanced at Sansa beside her and said respectfully, "Queen Cersei, 10 days at the latest." "Very good." After that, Queen Cersei seemed to be thinking about something. Green and Sansa did not interrupt. Sansa Stark has been conquered by Cersei's charm, and the pie that Queen Cersei painted is big and fragrant. Her mind is now full of beautiful visions with Joffrey. Family, responsibility, honor. Green sighed in his heart. The little wolf girl who fell into sweet love has not yet understood what winter is coming. Alice, those who are capable should work harder. Queen Cersei's beautiful eyes looked to another place, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Dear Sansa, look, your prince is here to pick you up, not far away." Joffrey waved over here, leading a beautiful white horse. Sansa stood up with a look of joy, then said shyly, "Your Highness, I." Queen Cersei shook her head helplessly, and said lovingly, "Dear Sansa, go quickly, don't make your prince wait anxiously." After Sansa left, Queen Cersei's gentle smile disappeared immediately. "What a simple and good child." Green smiled and said, "Queen Cersei, what you like is what's important. Sit down." Queen Cersei was referring to the chair that Sansa had sat on before. Green was slightly stunned for a moment. He nodded to thank her first, then grabbed the chair and pulled away a little, and then sat down. Cersei's lips curled slightly, and her pair of green eyes looked at Green, who was sitting upright. "Lord Green, can your soldiers deal with the gold cloaks?" Green's eyes moved, and he replied respectfully, "Your Highness, it mainly depends on where the battle is fought. If it is outside the city, 2,000 crab blue cloaks are enough to defeat all the gold cloaks in King's Landing." After a pause, he continued, "If it is inside the city, it will be different. Almost every gold cloak is equipped with chain mail, breastplate and helmet, which can be said to be well equipped. The space in the city is narrow, and it is difficult for Crab's soldiers to play their advantages. The best result is a narrow victory, but the casualties will definitely be high, and the remaining few people may not be able to continue to serve you." "Armor." After a pause, Cersei said, "What if your soldiers have enough armor?" Green said without hesitation, "If the gold cloaks dare to offend you, my soldiers will kill them all. If the equipment is equal, 1 blue cloak can beat 10 gold cloaks, there is no doubt about that." Queen Cersei stood up, walked back and forth for a while, and said, I will send someone to talk to Lord Janus, the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. It's time for the Gold Cloaks to replace their old equipment. Has Lord Janus been bribed, or is he going to be bribed? This is not important. The key point is the Gold Cloak equipment obtained under some name. Lord Janus is expected to get rich, and so is Green. Green's eyes lit up and said, "Your Highness, your wisdom is amazing. When the time comes, the cowardly Gold Cloaks can only choose to surrender to you. No one in King's Landing can disobey your orders." Queen Cersei walked up to Green with a wine glass in one hand and said, "Smart Green, you seem to have guessed what your queen is going to do." Green lowered his eyes slightly and said respectfully, "The responsibility of the Crab family is to protect the queen's safety." After being stared at by Queen Cersei's green eyes for a while, Green's expression began to become a little unnatural, and the corners of her lips curled up imperceptibly. After a pause, Queen Cersei moved and sat on Green's thigh, one hand gently around his neck. Green could clearly feel Queen Cersei's breath, his body stiffen and he dared not move. Shaking the wine glass with the other hand, she smiled and said, "Will you do anything for the queen's safety?" Green's Adam's apple rolled and said, "Yes, Queen." Cersei's expression became more gentle, and her beautiful eyes stared. No matter what the person's identity is, Green's pupils shrank. He looked at the beautiful face half a palm away, and his voice was full of suppressed excitement. "Yes, Queen. Loyal and fearless." "Very good." Queen Cersei raised the glass and took a sip of summer red, and said, "Green, your queen is very satisfied with your answer. How can I reward you?" Green's voice was respectful, but with a slight tremor. "Your Highness Cersei, your trust is the greatest reward." As he spoke, his eyes moved, and he continued, "A warrior only needs a glass of good wine." Queen Cersei's smile deepened. She happily met Green's small request, and the clumsy Lord Green tasted the warm summer red. Outside the Garden of Meager Tower, Green paused and looked in the direction of the throne room. The first step is to use lancel and strong wine to create an accident that is not an accident. If the drunk King Robert is lucky and no accident happens, then he will face the ambush and murder of Jaime and the Lannister Red Robe, who have returned to their old ways. What if the drunk king escapes again? Green is the last hand arranged by Queen Cersei, the mutiny. Queen Cersei told Green that she would take her children to the hunting grounds to meet King Robert in a few days. Thinking of this, Green's eyes trembled slightly. Joffrey's beauty trick was very successful, and Green could feel that Sansa was completely fascinated. Queen Cersei and Joffrey will take Sansa away in the name of hunting. The little wolf girl in her hand may become a hostage to restrain the running wolf at any time. The arrangement is very thoughtful. If something goes wrong, the omnipresent Varys may secretly help, and King Robert will definitely die. At that time, Earl Green, who holds 2,000 blue robes in King's Landing, will be the only variable. Green recalled every detail of his conversation with Queen Cersei just now, and with a flick of his blue cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds, he took another step. Green's mind is delicate and sharp, and he knows Queen Cersei very well. The gentler she is to him, the more it shows that she has evil intentions. Green played well. In Cersei's view, this sultry young man has fallen for her charm. He can be used or killed, all under her control. Green looked back at Meager while walking. If King Robert can be eliminated by accident and ambush, it will be a happy scene, and Green will most likely be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, as she said. If he comes to power through a mutiny, Grim, who has worked hard and made great contributions, will become a scapegoat, and it is very likely that another Duke Eddard, who is like a brother to King Robert, will be added. The plan seems to be perfect. But Grim sighed helplessly. Boss Cersei seems to have completely ignored the possibility of his mutiny again. The wolf may surrender for his children, but will Lord Grim, who has troops in his hands, surrender obediently as Cersei thinks? Lord Grim, who has no wife and no children for the time being, can be said to have no weaknesses at some times. Arrogant tactics, this is very Cersei. Is it because he usually acts too well? Did Queen Cersei not consider what the consequences would be if Grim, who has a large number of troops, rebelled? She also planned to embezzle the equipment of the Gold Cloaks to arm the Crab soldiers, which is indeed very Cersei. Maybe she had thought about it, but a young man who secretly loves her can meet her alone at any time and smash the cup as a signal. Cough. Green sighed in his heart. Cersei is so lucky, and this is a Game of Thrones. The Lord is not angry at all. Green thought of the stubborn Lord Eddard again, and he rubbed his hair with a headache. Maybe walking slowly, maybe he can walk more steadily. The pavilion near the government hall. Green didn't wait for long, and Varys came over with light steps. Varys linked his hands and said, "Good day, Earl Green." Varys' words and deeds in front of others are a bit exaggerated, and his emotions fluctuate greatly, and he seems to be easily frightened, but he always looks very amiable when he meets Green privately. Green knows that this is a variety of camouflage colors deliberately shown by Varys, and the apparent harmlessness is also one of the reasons why he sits firmly in the royal meeting in the Red Castle. Varys had previously taken the initiative to invite him to join hands, chapter 124. And Green also chose to accept it cautiously after a period of deliberate consideration. Then, both sides agreed that Littlefinger was a troublemaker who could easily cause unexpected changes in the situation. At the same time, Varys took on the task of finishing off the enemy in order to show his sincerity. Petyr Baelish, Green's former secret ally, was sent to the Black Prison by him and Varys, and a new secret alliance was born, Green and Varys. The political purpose of the two people's cooperation was selfless. They wanted to bring a truly good king to the people of the Seven Kingdoms who suffered from poverty. The candidate for the new king was Viserys Targaryen, who was eagerly awaited by the people and understood the people's suffering. He was the true heir to the Iron Throne-in-law. In short, after discussing with Varys at that time, Lord Green felt that he was sublimated. On the surface, the two of them joined hands to welcome back the new king Viserys. As for Varys' real purpose, it doesn't matter, because they only need each other temporarily. It depends on who uses the other to achieve their own goals first. Grim nodded slightly to Varys and said, "Good day, Lord Varys." Varys had a smile on his fat face and said, "My little bird just brought me some amazing news." After a pause, Grim's eyes moved slightly and said, "Could it be Tyrell, not just Tyrell, the mountain, who killed the Knight of Flowers in the tournament yesterday, was also besieged by Renly and Tyrell's guards and fell in a pool of blood, but survived under the treatment of Grand Maester Pycelle. When the news came out, Sir Garland, the second son of the Duke of Mace, and Duke Renly rushed over with their guards with red eyes." Varys sighed and said, "The mountain is truly terrifying. More than a dozen people were killed or injured on both sides. Before he died, the mountain even broke Garland Tyrell's right arm. Can it be cured?" Varys shook his head. The eldest son of the Duke of Highgarden had a limp in one leg when he first participated in the tournament, and his second son has now lost an arm. In addition, his third son died in this tournament. Alice, Green raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems there is some good news." Varys sighed again and said, "What an unexpected disaster. The little Lannister devil who is returning home from the women's branch happened to be involved in this conflict. Someone cut his face with a sword. It is said that the sword wound ran from under his left eye to the right chin. Half of his nose was gone, and a piece of his lip was also missing. Blood was flowing all the way when he was carried away. Maester Pycelle will be very busy." Green frowned slightly and tapped the railing of the pavilion with his slender fingers. He turned his head to look at Varys, his eyes full of worry. "Lord Varys, is Tyrion's injury serious?" "I don't think it's life-threatening." Varys' eyes trembled, and he added, "I heard that the injury was too painful and the doctors couldn't clean the wound. It is said that he was fed a lot of poppy milk to temporarily relieve him from the pain." Green closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "Lord Varys, the situation in the south of the kingdom has become more and more serious. Is this good for your majesty?" The majesty that Green mentioned refers to Viserys in Essos, which is also a code word that only he and Varys understand. Varys nodded slightly. Duke Tywin, who ignored the orders of Aerys II for nearly a year, led a 12,000-man Lannister army to suddenly appear outside King's Landing and requested to enter the city. "Although I strongly oppose the Lannister army's request to enter the city, your majesty accepted Maester Pycelle's advice and opened the city gates." "Oh." King's Landing with its tall walls fell in an instant, and the Targaryen Iron Throne could no longer be saved. After a moment of silence, he continued, "The betrayers and those who benefited the most in that war will be the biggest opponents of your majesty's regaining the Iron Throne." Green said, "It seems that Tyrion's injury is good news for your majesty, because," Varys said, "the Lannisters must pay their debts." He smiled and said, "What a difficult principle of doing things." The Prime Minister's tower. Jon Snow, with a pale face, was lying on the bed, and Mountain Weaver's fat body was sitting on the chair next to him. Jon injured his leg in the melee at the tournament and was recuperating. He moved his injured leg slightly and couldn't help groaning in pain. Mountain said naively, "Jon, The doctor said that your feeling of pain is a gift from the gods. It means that the bones are gradually connecting and the wound will heal soon. God damn it, Jon cursed first, then said, Montan, when my foot doesn't hurt anymore, it won't be too late to thank the gods. Montan pointed to the medicine jar on the table and said, that's the milk of poppy left by the doctor. Drink it when you are in too much pain. I don't want to sleep anymore. With a bang, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Arya, with tears on her face, rushed in. Brother, Bran. Black Wings brought black news. Chapter 150 Black News 2. Arya. Jon Snow was panicked when he saw his sister crying non-stop. He ignored his injuries, pursed his lips tightly, and with his arms shaking, he used all his strength to get out of bed. His injured leg trembled involuntarily, and Jon gasped in pain. Montanweir wanted to help, but then he changed his mind and immediately walked over to pick up the little girl standing at the door and put her in front of Jon. Then, Montan glanced at Jon, scratched his head, left the room without saying hello, and closed the door. Brother, Bran fell from the watchtower. Woof, click. How could it be possible? Bran is so flexible. He has climbed almost all the places that can be climbed in Winterfell and has never failed. Could it be? Jon shook his head secretly. No one in Winterfell would hurt the Stark family. So, was it really an accident? Jon's cheeks were already wet with tears. He forced himself to calm down. Arya, tell me, how is Bran now? Arya's shoulder was hurt by Jon's grip, but she didn't cry out in pain. She cried, Father, and the other said, he hasn't woken up yet. I overheard it. I came to find you. Jon hugged his sister tightly and comforted her. Arya, Lady Catelyn will definitely take good care of Bran. Believe me, Bran will be fine. The atmosphere in the Prime Minister's study was heavy. Lord Eddard's serious, intense face concealed his sadness. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Varys beside him, and asked with concern, Lord Ned, do you need to rest? Varys also echoed, Prime Minister Eddard, I believe they will be more obedient for the time being. You can deal with it tomorrow. Lord Eddard just shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Green and Varys looked at each other, stopped talking, and stood quietly aside. After a long while, Lord Eddard breathed a sigh of relief. He said, sorry to have kept you waiting. As soon as Duke Eddard finished speaking, Varys immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Prime Minister, Varys is at your service at any time. Duke Eddard tapped his chin and said, are you sure Garland Tyrell's arm cannot be cured? Varys' tone was regretful. Yes, Prime Minister Eddard, he added, it is heartbreaking that no one can comfort the Duke of Highgarden in this tournament. Duke Eddard had just learned of the news that his second son Bran fell from the tower and fell into coma. He and Duke Mace could be said to have felt the same way. Duke Eddard frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly asked, where's Renly? Most people are in the September, including Duke Renly. Duke Eddard, after killing the Mountain, Duke Mace's second son also lost an arm. Duke Eddard was a little irritated. As the Minister of Justice, Duke Renly did not wait for the king's trial, but secretly joined hands with a Golden Rose to kill Duke Tywin's vassal in the street. This exacerbated the conflict. In addition, Duke Tywin's second son was injured. Damn it. Lord Eddard's eyes became sharp. Varys, can we be sure that what happened to Tyrion Lannister was an accident? Varys clasped his hands together, shook his head slightly, and sighed. There are hundreds of people present, and they could all be the murderer, or it could really be an accident. It's hard for us to prove it, Green said. Lord Ned, when Tyrion wakes up, we can confirm it more easily. If it's not an accident, maybe he knows who the murderer is. Well, then let's wait until he wakes up. Lord Eddard looked at Varys, and then said, thank you, Varys, you go back first. If there is something wrong, I won't let these guys continue to make trouble. Varys nodded and said goodbye, and when he walked to the door, he suddenly turned back. He apologized, Prime Minister Eddard, I failed in my duty. I forgot an important thing. Lord Eddard looked at Varys. Petyar's the king's minister after all. Now he is imprisoned in the Black Cell. Some people in the Red Castle are panicking. I am worried that malicious rumors will appear over time. Lord Eddard frowned and said, Can't they be quiet for a few days? Varys said helplessly, my suggestion is to deal with it as soon as possible. There are still many nobles in the Red Castle. After the death of Prime Minister Jon, most of the people in the Vale joined Littlefinger. It is normal for them to have various speculations. But if time goes on, the truth may become slander. Lord Eddard thought for a while and said, Varys, you are the king's intelligence manager, you will explain it directly to them. Lord Eddard closed his eyes painfully. After a pause, he said tiredly, wait a minute. Varys hesitated and said, Prime Minister Eddard, are you worried that it will affect? Lord Eddard waved his hand to interrupt Varys' words. Of course, he understood what Varys was going to say next, but it was not to cover up the shame. Lysa Tully's crime was unforgivable, and he didn't dare to leave Jon's only bloodline with that crazy woman, so Lysa Tully had to leave the area and stand trial in King's Landing. Lord Eddard said in a deep voice, Varys, I will contact the nobles of the Vale who are loyal to Jon in the name of the Prime Minister and tell them the truth directly. I need them to ensure the safety of little Robert. Varys suddenly realized, Prime Minister Eddard, I understand, I will keep the secret. After talking about some details, Varys left the Prime Minister's study. Green picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for Lord Eddard. Lord Ned, I didn't expect so many things to happen recently, all at the same time. Lord Eddard took the wine glass, leaned his broad back against the back of the chair, put his big feet on the table, and cursed. Damn it. Green smiled, poured himself a glass of wine, and took a sip. Lord Ned, Tyrion's injury is no small matter. You should know the style of Lannister better than me, or the style of Lord Tywin. Lord Ned frowned for a while and said, Green, who do you think he will take revenge on? Green spread his hands. Although Lord Renly was also present at the time, I think their target of revenge is Highgarden. The Mountain is Lannister's hound. The hound that caused the accident is dead, but Lord Tywin's son almost died. This reason is enough, he said again. Lord Ned, please forgive me for being frank, sometimes it is difficult to reason with Lannister. After Green left, Lord Eddard took out a boring genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and flipped through it casually. Although the result was unacceptable, the truth of Jon's death was finally investigated, but he felt that there was another secret hidden in this book that was not related to Jon's death, but could not be ignored. Why did Jon drag his sick body to personally investigate Robert's illegitimate child? He felt as if he had grasped something, but it quickly dissipated. Lord Eddard closed the book. What a boring book. Lord Eddard felt that he could not let himself idle for the time being. He was very worried about the child's injury and wanted to fly back to Winterfell immediately. Lord Eddard glanced at the book that bothered him again, and then stood up. It was not suitable for the wolf to sigh in the house. The location of Robert's bastards had been found out, and he planned to walk around like Jon. If he couldn't find anything in this way, Lord Eddard was ready to give up the future pursuit, because it might just be his own imagination. Lord Eddard took Jory and the guards and left the Red Castle directly. Iron Street, Tom Hilmott's blacksmith shop. When Lord Eddard saw the young man named Gendry under the guidance of Tom Hilmott, he immediately recognized him as Robert's bastard, because Gendry looked too similar to Robert when he was young. Tom Hilmott introduced, My child, this is Lord Stark, the new hand of the king. Gendry saluted shyly. Lord Eddard patted Gendry's strong arm with his big hand and said, My good boy, I came here just to ask you a few questions. Gendry pushed aside a tuft of newly fallen black hair and nodded. Gendry, what did you talk about when Lord Arryn came to see you? After that, Lord Eddard found a place to sit down casually, and said, Child, you sit down too. After Gendry sat down, he said, My lord, Lord Arryn just asked some questions. Lord Eddard glanced at Gendry's black hair wet with sweat and said, Do you remember what he said? Gendry thought for a while and said, He asked me if I was doing well, how the master treated me, whether I liked this job, and about my mother, who she was and what she looked like. Lord Eddard nodded his chin slightly and said, He asked about your mother. How did you answer? Gendry shrugged, She died when I was a child. I only remember that her hair was yellow, and sometimes she sang to me. She worked in the tavern. Lord Eddard reached out and touched Gendry's head, saying, Good boy, I'm sorry to bother you. Go to work. After that, he rubbed Gendry's thick black hair. That feeling came again. After Gendry left, Lord Eddard turned to Tob, who had been quiet the whole time. You know very well who this child is, my lord. I'm just an old blacksmith, and I don't know anything I shouldn't know. Lord Eddard repeated patiently, You know very well who this child is. The old blacksmith's eyes were as stubborn as steel. This child is my apprentice. Lord Eddard's mouth curled slightly. He nodded, and said, If Gendry doesn't want to continue blacksmithing one day and wants to actually make a sword to play with, tell him to come to me. Before that, thank you for taking care of him. Shatea Women's Branch. The girl was so young that Lord Eddard didn't even dare to ask her how old she was. She had light red hair and a little freckle on each side of her nose. When he saw the girl, she was feeding her baby. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What's her name?" The girl said timidly, "My lord, I named her Bara." After that, she smiled and said, "My lord, Bara looks like him, doesn't she?" "She has his nose and his hair." Lord Eddard nodded slightly. "Indeed, she does." After that, he reached out and gently touched the baby's soft dark hair, and the black silk slid through his fingers. Eddard vaguely remembered that Robert's first child in the valley also had the same fine black hair. The girl's eyes were full of pleading. "My lord, when you see him, if you are happy, please tell him how beautiful our Bara is." "I will." Lord Eddard agreed to the girl's request. Lord Eddard's promise ignited the girl's hope. She raised her head and looked at Lord Eddard with a serious face, and her voice trembled a little. "Please tell him that I have never been with anyone else." "My lord, I swear in the name of the gods." Shatea said, "I can take care of the child for half a year and see if he will come back. So please tell him that I am waiting for him, okay? I don't want gold, silver or jewelry, I just want him. He has always been very good to you, and I mean it. Very good to you." "Damn Robert." Lord Eddard promised again, "Child, I will tell him. I promise you that Bara will never worry about food and clothing." As soon as Lord Eddard finished speaking, the girl smiled cautiously, but very sweetly, which made him feel heartbroken. "Damn Robert." Prime Minister's Tower. Next, Syrio Farrell threw a wooden sword at Arya, whose eyes were red and swollen. Seeing that Arya easily grabbed the hilt of the sword, he grinned and said, "Sad girl." Arya wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and said weakly, "Syrio, I'm not in the mood to practice sword today, go." Syrio yelled, swinging at Arya's head. Arya quickly raised her sword to block, and with a click, the two wooden swords intersected. "Then we have to practice even more." Next, Syrio's wooden sword whizzed out. Arya's sword also rushed forward, and there was another click. Her whole hand was numb with pain. She clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. "You won't be sad when you practice with swords, girl." Arya was angry. She wanted to teach Syrio a lesson, so she used the wooden sword in her hand. "Good momentum. I'm going to attack." As soon as the voice fell, Syrio stepped forward step by step. Each time he swung the sword, it became faster and faster, and Arya kept retreating, and it became more and more difficult to block. Left, left, up, left, right, left, down, left. The sound of clicks echoed throughout the house. "Ouch!" Syrio's wooden sword hit Arya's chest. She screamed in pain. Syrio put away his sword and stepped back, saying, "You're dead." Arya was angry. Syrio's shouting direction was completely different from the attack direction, catching her off guard. She said angrily, "You lied. You said the left side, but you hit the right side." Syrio put the wooden sword on his waist in an elegant posture. "That's it. You are a dead girl from now on." Arya made a face, "But you lied." Syrio grinned, "Dead girl, my mouth lied, my eyes and hands told the truth, but you turned a blind eye. The water dancer must be able to see through it." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.